The attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side. The attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
Hello everyone. Hello and welcome to our very first Field of Glory Day. Today is the 6th of June. Usually, as a wargaming company, we're used to do D-Day celebration, but we have sort of decided to switch to something different and a different type of experience for all of you and for all of us as well. You know, it's the first time we organize something like this. And we decided to do a Field of Glory Day as a first experiment in this because we think that Field of Glory is the franchise that is better suited for that. It's always been a franchise we've used for experimenting and giving the players something new. We've started using Field of Glory as the first digital version of a tabletop experience. We have done Field of Glory for the first time, had a PBM system included. We've done a lot of, hey, we could do this. You know, why don't we try and do it on one of our games? And Field of Glory has always been the game of choice for that. The last, very different thing we did was including the battle system in a 4X game. It's the first time we've done a true interaction between two very different games. And again, used Field of Glory to do it. So why not do a day dedicated to this fantastic franchise where a lot of things happen that are not specifically related to the games themselves, but a lot more is happening. We're also having a lot of guests today, and I wanted to, before I introduce you to my fellow guests here at the table, I want to tell you there's a big promotion going on Field of Glory as well, as we are doing this for the celebration of the week. We have a free to keep on Field of Glory Ancients on Steam. So you can actually go on Steam and download the game for free and keep it. And also Games Planet is running a wide array of very big discounts on the games and Field of Glory DLCs as well, up to 70%. So if you want to complete your collection or you want to start your Field of Glory experience, that's the right place to start. So what is going to happen today? I have a pretty nice agenda here in front of me, but I'm not going to go into detail of the agenda. I'm going to leave the task to Sarah and Annie. They are here with me today. Sarah is the brand manager for the Field of Glory franchise, and Annie is the associate producer. Is that right?
That is indeed right.
Right, correct. For the Field of Glory franchise. So you're living and breathing Field of Glory every day.
That is true.
So I'll let you introduce the day, and you can tell us a bit more about it.
Yes, thank you, Marco. So hello, guys, and welcome to the first Field of Glory Day. Now we are going to show you some, the schedule for this day, right, Annie?
Absolutely. It feels like just being right at home in a Field of Glory day after doing it for so long. But one of the things we're going to talk about today is we're going to be taking an in-depth chat about Field of Glory Kingdoms and showing you brand new gameplay footage. It's very exciting. We were hoping to have a developer here, a lovely Pocus, here with us today, but unfortunately he was not able to make it. But don't worry. Yeah, very difficult to get here. But don't worry, we have the lovely producer on the game coming to talk to us instead. So.
Yeah, and also downstairs we have Julia, which will, so there is a tournament, live tournament actually, so we have called the 8 famous players around Europe to play Field of Glory 2 Medieval.
Yeah. So that is currently occurring live, so we'll be tuning in and seeing them every so often as well. Another thing I'm very excited about is our medieval talks about our medieval. That will be more of an academic talk, and I'm very excited to listen in.
Yes, me too. So we have this opportunity to collaborate with Robert Houghton from the University of Winchester, and we will look at how medieval inside the video games, modern video games, so how to to collaborate with each other. After that, we will have the live final tournament. So we will be there, so downstairs in our Milan studio, and to show directly what is going on in the live events. And yeah, there are some trophies for the winning. Exciting about this tournament.
Very action-packed day, so please stay tuned.
Yeah, Annie, so it's kind of the first time you come here for a live event, is it?
I think so, yeah.
All right.
Every
so,
other time our plane's been turned away.
Yeah, so it's Focus's turn today,
Yes.
right? And it's there's always someone has been left behind. One of the cool things that's happening upstairs, we're going to connect with Julia now, but we've got a live tournament with Field of Glory players. People are playing miniatures as well. You know, there's three miniatures tables, and there's a painting happening as well.
Oh, it's amazing. I can't wait to show you guys.
So there's quite a lot of stuff happening. And so what is going to happen next, Sarah?
So next we are going to connect with Julia, and Julia will show us what is happening, and she just tell us more about the live tournament and about our players. So there are a lot of stuff and a lot of things to do.
One of the cool things that I've seen over the years is that we've done now tea time for a couple of years. We've done quite a lot of different shows, and one of the community that's always been present is the Field of Glory community. Absolutely. Coming up and asking for what's the next DLC and what's happening next and so on. So I was a bit sad this year when we launched was it last Ancients DLC?
The final one.
What was it? Was Swords and Scimitars, was it the last one? Or
no.
But so basically, Ancients was the last, had the last DLC. Field of Glory 2 Medieval got a last DLC as well. So it was like, sort of an end of a series.
It's not Reconquista.
I'm sorry?
I can't remember.
Yeah, no, I'm
racking my brain.
totally
The titles escaped my brain.
Emotions
Swift Eagles.
That's it.
Swift-footed Eagles. Yes, that's it. So, and I was like, we knew what was going to come next, but we couldn't really announce it and we couldn't say anything about it. So it was like very mysterious, but we sort of reassured the community that we're still working on a franchise. Don't worry about it. And we're finally able to sort of showcase some of it, which is great.
Yeah, finally we can share some with you.
And so Field of Glory Kingdoms is the next big thing happening in the franchise. It's really, if you're familiar with Field of Glory Empires, which is the 4X game that launched maybe 3 years ago now, with the Field of Glory brand, that was Ancients, but using the Field of Glory Ancients units and set up for battles. Now, we're moving to Middle Ages. And who knows what's next? Can't see anything. Can't see anything. We can't see anything. But if you like the tactical parts of Field of Glory, don't be sad. There's more
to come.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of very cool things coming. So stick with us. Stick with Field of Glory franchise. We are going to have parts about the games, parts about what these games mean to the community as well. I think the academic part has always been fascinating because you think there's no real connection between games and study and and university, in the world of university and study, but there is a lot.
It's fascinating. I can't spoil what's going to come, but it's really, really interesting, I promise.
We've been partnering with the University of Winchester for the organization of the Middle Ages in modern games since last year. So we started working with them, and this year we'll sort of have something very different and very new. So stay tuned for that as well. We're going to sort of give pass the mic on to Julia now. I will see you later on. I will see you much later because I'm going to see you for the final later on. But
yes, we'll see you then.
Live then. I'll see you later, guys.
Hello, Sarah. Hello, Annie. Hello, Marco. Thank you very much. I'm here with our players from all over the world. They are playing to Field of Glory digital game and also to Field of Glory tabletop game. The digital game has started this morning, so I have also a partial chart to show you later. I will call here Paolo, my colleague Paolo, that you already know, to explain to you how are the results. But we have also a painter, a professional painter that is called Aurelian, that is painting currently pretty cool miniatures, and I will show it to you as soon as possible. So it's a great day today for Field of Glory franchise, and I hope that you guys will enjoy it because we are enjoying it really, really much. And I think that it's almost all. I can call Paolo so we can see together how is the partial chart of the tournament. Paolo, if you want, is coming. Hi, Paolo. I'm fine. And you? How is going the tournament?
Well, it's fantastic. I began to work in Slitherine 5 years ago, and it has been a dream to have such a celebration of our fog game with 3D gaming, people painting, people playing. So we are very happy. The main feature will be today is the fog true medieval tournament that we are doing on site here. We gathered some of the best players from Europe. We have people from Holland, from France, from all part of England and Italy. And they are playing a tournament where it's a bit different from the usual tournament we do in FOG. They choose an army and they are going to play that army for the 3 games of the tournament. And then we will, as you probably already told to our audience, we will have the final streamed on our Slitherine Twitch channel in the end of the day. They choose to take the medieval army of their countryside, so the English people took the Welsh or the English or the Scottish, and so now they already began to play the tournament. We can see the situation.
Yes, we have the partial
We have
chart.
this digital. Okay, we have our friend Paul from France with the French army is leading, is winning his game, and also our friend Paul from Liverpool is winning his game. All the others are still in actor. And so we will have an update later with the first ladder of the tournament. Behind the fog tournament, we are playing miniatures. Obviously, we have friends from the clubs from Milan and from Turin. They come here to play basically war games. They all invite us that work in Slitherine because we play all the time with such. And we are also playing medieval games. I'm actually playing. I can't play the tournament because I have to work. Marco, my boss, has said that he pays me only if I work, not if I play 3D gaming. And so I'm just in the pause. I am playing a hypothetical battle between Ottomans and Free Company, and explain the rules to people that is interesting to begin to play.
And did you brought some of your miniatures?
Yes, just a second. I will take one to show you. Just a second.
Yes, of course. Because you have to know that Paolo is a great player of tabletop games, and he also paints miniatures. And so he will show you now one of his own miniatures that he brought for this great occasion. Here it is.
This is a medieval knight. I can show to the.
Yeah, wow.
I painted, and also I will take this very piece and army to a tournament that I will have in Rome this weekend. Yes, I have a very good boss, Marco, but a very good wife that allows me to play a lot. So that's it. Yes.
Okay,
And also
thank
we
you.
have a painter, one of the best Italian painters. Actually, he's Belgian. Don't say he's French. He's Aurelian. He's painting a medieval bust, and during the day we will show. Julia will show his advance in the painting, revealing some secrets about how to paint. For example, do you know that when you paint skin in miniatures, you don't start from brown? You start from green or violet. It's a secret that only a master painter like Aurelian can say. So you can watch his production on Instagram looking for Aurelian Leclerc, and it's amazing. He went to 2 weeks ago to Modena Play, one of the biggest show of games in Italy, and he also won the competition for painting. So it's really cool.
We can't wait to see its miniatures. So thank you, Paolo, very much, and enjoy. Bye. Okay, guys, thank you very much. So I'm giving back the word to Sarah, and thank you. See you later.
The attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
Hello, welcome back. So we are here with Paolo, and now in a few minutes we have some technical issue. Right now we start the medieval talks with Professor Robert and the others. But so Paolo, tell us about what is going on about the tournament, some stuff. Who are the players? First of all?
Actually, we have 8 players. We have 2 of them coming from Italy, and one is Stefano Grombi, that is one of the best players. He also he normally usually wins tournaments when we do them in our tournament system, the Slitherine official one. And also we have many players coming from the Facebook group Gentlemen's Wargamers. And the 2 community obviously overlaps. They always play together. And right now we have a couple of players, one from Italy, the other one, Stefano, and a guy from Liverpool that are in the top ladder of the 8 players. Now they are, while we are speaking, they are doing the second match. And so later on, in a couple of hours, we will know who are the guys that will play the final that we will stream live immediately. The armies are pretty interesting because the people, the players decided not to play with specifically strong armies. They could choose anything in the medieval ages, so any DLC from medieval to basically after 12th century. They choose to play with the army from their home. So there is a Welsh army from a player coming from obviously Welsh, the Venetian army from the guys from Italy, and a Danish army that is not, I mean, the best one you would choose for doing a tournament, but is still actually playing, and many English armies because 4 players are coming from England. So as usual, the hobby is specifically and particularly present in Great Britain.
All around Europe.
Yes, we choose for logistical issues to invite people from Europe. We know that we have a lot of players coming from playing in Australia, in US, and in other parts of the world. But for now, for this first on-site tournament, we choose to have people coming from Europe. That was more handy to welcome them in our new office in Milan and to do the on-site tournament. I think I can say already that is a great success. Everybody is happy, and I think we will do something similar in the next future. If you agree.
Yeah, of course.
Because actually Sarah is, I am playing, I am a lot of fun, but Sarah has a lot of business things to do for today.
With the franchise. Paolo, just give us a quick prediction about who could be the winner for you, in your opinion.
I think
Because you just told us there are quite players which are really, really good at.
Yeah, they are all people that play a lot. In the ladder.
But in your opinion,
I think the Italian guy is in very good position to win.
No,
not the other one, Claudio. Okay. And also the Paul from Liverpool could do very well. Now they are fighting one against each other. So the winner right now they are doing the second bound. So they're fighting because we use a Swiss system. The first game was just random. We just avoided civil war, people from England and Italy playing together.
Okay.
So we mixed the nationalities. And the second one is the usual Swiss system. So the first is going to play with the second and so on. And so I think, yes, could be one of them. But the point system of Fog 2 is, as anybody that plays our tournaments know, is very good because if you lose a game, it's not said that lose the tournament. You can, with 2 good victories, get up in the ladder and be in a very good position. So
Thanks.
we will see in, I
In a-
think, half an hour,
Half an hour.
Yeah.
So our suggestion, Claudio, if you have to
Yeah,
pick.
or Paul from Liverpool, one of two.
Okay, that's interesting. Thanks,
Yeah,
Paolo.
absolutely.
I think that maybe we are ready. Yeah. Okay. So, guys, I'm really happy to dedicate this moment for the live session regarding medieval talks. So I think, don't know if they can hear me. Liz, can you hear me? Are you with us? Hello. Nice to meet you, Liz. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Can you hear us, Liz?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I think that maybe we have some issue with your audio, but yeah. So Liz, could you please introduce yourself and what you're actually doing?
So can you hear better or should I reconnect?
I think that maybe we have some technical issue. Yeah, and
Can you hear me?
oh yes, now it's perfect.
Perfect. Sorry, I was a bit distracted by the technical
No
issue.
worries at all. How are you, Liz?
Good, good. And how are
Okay.
you? Like the
All
event is
good.
going.
And thank you for joining us and to stay and to talk about anything that you want. So, listen, I see
Thank you
that
for having me.
here there is historical accuracy fidelity. Could you please explain us what is this?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked. This is what I would like to talk about today. I think when it comes to medieval games, but historical games in general, there is always a little bit of discussion on what is historically accurate. And I think that, or what isn't. And I think that's very interesting. But historical accuracy, of course, means different things to different people. So it's very difficult to just pinpoint exactly what historical accuracy looks like, especially in the virtual world. So it's also difficult to put together in a game. I'm sure game designers will be able to tell you the same thing, that they have a few restrictions when it comes to making games. One of the main ones, of course, is that a game is playable and hopefully it's also enjoyable to play. So that has to restrict a little bit of that historical accuracy. Although more and more we are seeing a lot of these simulator games. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but tractor simulator or power wash simulator. There is a whole a whole lot of them, and maybe historical accuracy and tediousness are not mutually exclusive anymore. But I think when it comes to medieval games, especially, it might be a whole different issue. Anyway, to get back on topic, historical accuracy, we've talked about it a lot in the last few years, not only in uh, video game spaces, but also in academia, for example, and a lot of it in the media as well. And a lot of questions have surfaced about what it means to be historically accurate, what it implies also when a game is created, or when it recreates the real world in a virtual environment. So this part, especially this recreation, is an important discussion that I want to bring up. The recreation, the intention behind the recreation, and the perception of these recreations. I think people who are watching this and people here are probably familiar with the Assassin's Creed franchise. And if you're not, it's a very big franchise from Ubisoft where you play an assassin. So far, the title is not misleading and is accurate. And they have, I think, 15 games by now, or at least 12 plus games on this with this very similar model. And if you are familiar, you may remember the recreation of the Notre Dame Cathedral that happened in Assassin's Creed Unity, which was set during the French Revolution. That was their game number 8, I believe. 3D modeling for this project took a very long time, and Ubisoft was very talkative about it. Of course, it was a huge project. It took 2 years. It is full of details of what the cathedral would have looked like during the time of the French Revolution. And this discussion was brought back again in 2019, especially in April 2019, and what was going to happen. So the game was brought back into this kind of discussion uh, about the 3D model, and can we use Ubisoft 3D model to rebuild Notre Dame when it comes to that? The French president Emmanuel Macron had made big talks and said very adamantly as well that it would be rebuilt. So of course there was this discussion as we have a 3D modeling of the cathedral. Can we use this? Can we rebuild based on this? But these talks quickly died down, and it was even refuted that the 3D modeling would be used to rebuild Notre Dame. But why? If it is historically accurate, then their plans should be able to help rebuild it, right? At least you would think, you would hope that all this time, this money invested in this model would be used for something, especially something so big. But their virtual cathedral, Ubisoft's cathedral, it had some historical accuracy, but it was also built for a game. It was not meant as a 3D model to rebuild a cathedral. Of course not. Nobody could have predicted that. And so the original Notre Dame, especially at the time of French Revolution, but Notre Dame as a cathedral was not designed for, aerial stealth kills, for example, or for an assassin to just cross from one side to the other. It was not meant for above ground mobility at all. That was not the point of the cathedral, the original monument. Of course, in the game, it has to be Notre Dame in Assassin's Creed had to be more than just a pretty building. It had to be more than just something to sit there in the game. It had to be interacted with by the players. You had to be able to go inside to observe it, but also to do something in it. Otherwise, it's not really interesting, so to say. You will look at it and be like, oh, okay, that's great, but I can't do anything here, and then move on. So it's something to keep in mind, this kind of features, these historically accurate features. They might be historically accurate in a sense, but not to the point that we can bring it back to reality and compare that reality with the game. Also, for example, something that's important to note is that French properties, especially monuments, but all kinds of things, they cannot be legally reproduced in virtual environments or even in 3D modeling without the approval of the government. So it's very specific who can recreate these things or who can rebuild them or maintain them even. They can come close, but they can't be copied. And so designers must work with all of this in mind, these legal, technical, playable limitations to make a game. And so some aspects of games can be historically accurate, or what some people in academia, for example, are starting to call authentic, more historically authentic rather than accurate, because you do get that feeling of realism. You get to experience how you would have imagined things to be at a certain time or in a certain location, and that's fine. That's kind of what we want without necessarily be extremely accurate or pinpointing exactly how things used to be in a historical context, in a very like research focused or historical context. So it's interesting to look at, to feel, and to experience these games, and it's nice to be able to Uh, it's nice to be able to think about how things could have been, but it is not reality translated into virtuality. Yep. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Lisian. Thank you so much for your time. And it was a great presentation. Really interesting, right, Paolo?
Yes, it was amazing, and I knew the story about the French Cathedral of Notre Dame. It's said that sometimes we have data that we can't use just because they were gathered for video games. I hope that in the future, I would like to ask you what you think. In the future, maybe we will have video games in schools, as now we have movies usually in schools. And I think the two entertainment forms have a common ground because in the beginning, all the people were, I mean, against the movies that was something of a lesser art. And now they accept that, as you said, when they do a movie or a video game, there are some changes for the gameplay or for the visual. And I hope that in the future, our daughters and sons will study also on video games.
Yeah, it could be great, amazing.
They already do. I have some colleagues who do that, so
Not in Italy.
Not here.
True, probably, but they are coming slowly, and yeah,
That is a very
it's
good piece of
happening.
news.
So thank you, Lisanne, for your time. Now
Thank you
we
for having me.
have Vinicius. Can you hear me?
Hello there, guys.
Hello, Vinicius. How are you?
I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, yeah, we can
Okay,
hear
that's
you.
well. So thank you for having me, and congratulations for the Field of Glory Day. I'm happy to see that things are running smoothly.
Thank you so much. So Vinicius, please give me some introduction about yourself. Who are you and what you are talking about?
Yeah, I currently teach at the University of Campinas in Sao Paulo. I'm an expert in the history of Ireland and Britain, specifically Ireland in the later Middle Ages. And I also work with scholarly video games. I'm part of a group called Arise that develops and studies games and other electronic simulations for history and archaeology. And I chose a topic to talk about today because I think it will be of interest to many of our fans, which are visual sources. Visual sources are probably the first gateway many of medieval enthusiasts get into the period because there are many, and in particular about medieval warfare, they tend to inform a lot of what we know about warfare in pop culture. And I'd like to problematize a little bit what information we take and what information we can take from these sources in our hobbies and in our formation in general. And I had separated some images to show people. Can you guys show them? The first one is I think a source many people watching here may be familiar with the Morgan Bible.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah. So we are coming. There are some technical issue, but yeah, don't worry about that. Just...
Okay, well, I'll start by introducing the source. I think many of you have heard, oh yeah, there it is. This is the famous Morgan Bible. This is a source many of you probably have seen before. It's very popular among wargamers, artists, LARPers, reenactors, because there's a lot of detail in it, and specifically detail about the practical stuff, how things were tied together, how things were strapped together, what people wore underneath their military equipment, and etc. But and I do see some very eerie resemblances between this and the cover art for Fields of Glory. I'm pretty sure the artist got inspired by this manuscript. But as the name implies, this is a Bible, so this is not a battle that actually happened. This is some 13th century artists projecting an ideal vision of their own time, of their own material culture, into the long lost mythical past. And this act of projection was never naive. It was always intentional in a way. Those are this material had a moral quality, and the artistic decisions behind this work reflected that. And we see this even in works that are not as blatantly ideal as the Morgan Bible. For example, there's a unit in Fields of Glory available to the Irish faction called the Galloglach. Those were heavy armored mercenaries that the Irish relied upon. And if you read the description of the Galloglach in the game, it says that their ideal equipment was a full suit of mail. But some effigies show that most of them just wore a gambizon with maybe a bassinet and some other loose pieces of armor. This is a nice touch by the game. They actually mention a source that exists. I'm not entirely sure which effigies they consulted, but I brought some here for you. The next image. Those are from Iona in present-day Scotland, and it shows a Galglach wearing just a gambizon and headgear. We had other effigies that show Galglach in full suits of armor. For example, in Roscommon Friary in Ireland, there's a sarcophagus of the King of Connacht, Fali MacConachor, in which there's a line of Galglach in full mail protecting the king. But this was a royal burial within a monastery that was sponsored by the royal family. So there's a layer of discourse there. You know, the soldiers depicted in the sarcophagus should be done with the best equipment that would be available for their time. And we also see the opposite operation. For example, in the third image I selected, which is a depiction of the Irish king, the King of Leinster, Art MacMurrough, from a manuscript of Jean Creton, Histoire du Roi Richard II, from the British Library. You see a scene that could have come straight out of Fields of Glory. You have a troop of Irish cavalrymen armed with javelins coming out of the woods, so they're comfortable fighting in the woods. They're not as disordered by this environment, to use the game's parlance, and they're attacking a group of English men-at-arms. This is not inaccurate per se. There's a lot of, we have other sources that sort of corroborate what we're seeing here. For example, the central figure, King Art, uses a full suit of mail and a helmet that sort of resembles Galglach equipment. So it's very likely that Irish kings would be equipped like this. However, this is stereotypical. The Irish they're all light cavalrymen coming from the woods, and the English are all this uniform block of men-at-arms. And the reason for this is most depictions of Ireland in manuscripts produced elsewhere, they tended to reinforce the image of the Irish as kind of semi-savage people who lived in the woods and who were very different in a weird way. There's a whole intellectual tradition behind this view that I'm not getting into now, but there was a demand for this sort of depiction of the Irish in art. So in reality, on the other hand, we probably would see armies that looked very much like one another. We do have narrative descriptions of some battles in which armies attack one another because they don't know who is English and Irish. So they would be very things would be more chaotic in real life. And I just wanted to end saying that all these biases I've been talking about here, we can also find them in narrative sources. So if you guys play, for example, the 100 Years' War campaign in Fields of Glory, both as the English or as the Irish, you're going to see that many of the famous battles all look alike. Poitiers, Crécy, Agincourt. Generally have one side, they're cool-headed and that creates fortifications ahead of time, and then the other side would just lumbers about and eventually get defeated, or at least they have a much harder time winning that battle. And this has not been invented by the game. We see the depictions of this sort in medieval chronicles, but the chronicles were themselves moral narratives. They were not journalistic accounts as we would regard them today. So all the events they narrated were part of a larger struggle between good and evil. And generally, they decide that win wars were not the ones that get lucky, the ones that get better equipment, but the ones whose commanders better express Christian virtues. Yeah, so we have this tendency of always portraying the victor as the cool-headed, the calm, the ones who respect one another, who respects the countryside, and the victors, the losers as someone who made some sort of moral faux pas in which led to the outcome. We do have some exceptions to the rule, but this was a priority for those people who wrote these sources. So I'm not saying that we cannot rely on anything. We have a lot of sources about the Middle Ages. We can be pretty sure that some things happen in some ways, but this is something we have to keep in mind every time we come across a source to better understand what it says. And this is what I had prepared for you today.
Thank you so much. Well, great.
And the Storm of Arrows DLC that is on 100 Year Wars that you just mentioned is my favorite one. I love that
really?
DLC, and I also think is one of the most sold because it's probably in the medieval history something that is very, I mean, interesting. The war gamers. In our game, we have a special feature exactly to simulate the English bowmen placing sticks on ground to resist the thunderous charge from the French horses. So it's something that is really, really interesting. As we said before with the previous guest, it's something that I learned from games and not in school because I learned playing war games and playing video games. Thank you very much for your
Thank you,
connection.
Vinicius. Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Thank you for having me.
Do we have Manuel Rabio on the call? I heard there are some technical.
Can you
Okay.
see me? Can you hear me?
Thank you. Hello, Joan.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, fine. And you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Thank you to be here. And
Well, first of all, thank you, and of course Rob for the invitation. So yeah, I've been invited to talk a little bit about my experience with Fields of Glory, and what can maybe we say about how it compares to other video games. What can it say about medieval battle experiences? And yeah, so I'm a little bit about myself. So I'm a historian. I'm a PhD candidate at the Central European University, and I mostly research about the relation between history and video games, and specifically for the case of the Crusades, which is interesting because the game has a campaign on the First Crusade, which is a campaign that you really don't see very often in other games. Mainly when other games deal with the issue of crusading, they normally deal with the Third Crusade, which is the most famous one, right? The one with Richard the Lionheart and with Saladin and all these kind of characters. So what I want to share very quickly are some of my experience regarding what the game is, what it tried to do, what it tries to do, and how it can compare to other experiences. So the first thing that I should say is that I was not very familiarized with Fields of Glory before I played it for this event. I was not super familiarized either with tabletop war gaming, although I do have some experiences on this side of video games. I don't know, maybe the closest that would be to Fields of Glory would be games like Expeditions Rome, which I played recently, or Fire Emblem, which are this type of tactical RPGs games, right? Although it also reminded me a lot of Medieval 2 Total War, which is a game that I'm very familiarized with, right? Because of the experience of the battle based on serious tactical strategy on a map that resembles real physical traits that you find in normal battlefields. I will say that I'm not a great strategy player. I do really like strategy games, but I think I would be the type of general who gets his. If I ever was a medieval general, I would be the type of general who gets his whole army killed because he's not patient enough and he just charges straight away. Uh, but it was still a lot of fun to play. And in that, I want to then highlight two different elements that I think were very interesting, considering what the game wants to do. One is the experience of the battle itself. Of course, Fields of Glory have simulation based on tactical battlefields, right? It's not about, for example, if we think about a game like Age of Empires, right, in which you have to manage your resources. No, it's really about the tactical side of battle. And in that sense, it really reminded me, as I said, to Medieval 2 Total War. And I found it interesting because somehow I found the battle in Field of Glory more realistic. Um, I don't know if people who are seeing us have read about historical games and such. A big part of the debate that we have on historical gaming is, as Liz mentioned, what does it mean to be historically accurate? And a lot of emphasis today in the industry is on how things look, right? Like your Assassin's Creed effect, that the buildings look like they should look, the scale is like that, the units look as they should, the amount of people should reflects a battle of thousands of people, right? Which is kind of like medieval 2 Total War kind of does. But I found the battle in Fields of Glory more realistic because it was more grindful in a good way. Every time that I felt that I finished a battle, again, considering that I'm a very bad player, it was like, oof, it's over. I won. This was hard. This was difficult, which I think is the way in which an actual historical battle should have felt, right? It should have felt like it's difficult, grindful type of endeavor in which it was not always clear that you were going to win, which with games like Total War, in which if you learn the game very well, you can really kind of fly through the battles very quickly and kind of takes out of the experience of what a medieval battle might have looked like, right? This type of battlefield in which you have to face another enemy and fight them in very close quarters. So that is the first thing that I would highlight. And the second thing is, of course, the issue of the simulation of crusading, because I work with games that deal with crusading. And the first thing that I would highlight, as I mentioned, is that it deals with the First Crusade, which I found interesting. Uh, Maybe for people who don't know a lot about history about the Crusades, we have many Crusades between the 10th and the 15th century, of which the only one that was ever really, really successful was the first one. Which I think is maybe one of the reasons why other games tend to avoid it when you have an event that is so focused on religious rhetoric. You maybe have to deal with it somehow, but of course, when you have a game like Fields of Glory, which is about the battlefield strategy, it is way easier to deal with it. And I really liked it because if you know the chronicles, if you know the story of the First Crusade, the game I think very well reproduces what the experience might have been like. For example, if you jump from the first battle in the first scenario, which you have tons and tons and tons of peasants in your army, because we know that most of the people who participated in the First Crusade were not professional soldiers. These were peasants with their families, because it was not understood as warfare. It was mostly understood as pilgrimage. To maybe when you jump to the second to last scenario, in which you have to repel the Muslim army that is to come to rescue Antioch, in which your army is much smaller. You really don't have many cavalry because, of course, like by this time, the Crusaders have eaten most of their horses because they were starving all of the time, and the peasants are really not that much present anymore. We know that probably around 70% of the people who engaged in the First Crusade probably died. Again, considering that most of them are not professional soldiers, so they would die in the battlefields or out of disease or famine, etc. But I really liked in that sense what Fields of Glory managed to do with the experience of the First Crusade. Again, if you're familiarized with the sources, I will say that I didn't manage to finish it because I couldn't beat the second to last scenario. Again, because I'm a very bad strategy player. But uh, and I would maybe like to close with this. If anyone has read the sources of the First Crusade, you know that during the Battle of Antioch, the chroniclers said that there was an army from heaven that descended to help the Crusaders to beat this massive Muslim army. Now, I don't expect to see angelic soldiers appearing in Fields of Glory, but I would. I mean, I will try it again and try to beat it to see if maybe there was something about that in that scenario. But that's what I would say, right? I would highlight the experience of the battle, what the game does in terms of battlefield experience from an emotional perspective, not only from the mechanics, but how does it feel to actually play the game you have finished it, and how did that translate, at least in my experience of playing with a crusading army as a historian who works with crusades. So that's what I wanted to share today.
For your time, and I hope you guys enjoy this session. Actually, we are missing just two speakers today. Professor Robert Houghton, so University from Winchester, and Ryan Leval. They told me that maybe
We are lucky.
maybe no, maybe they will come during the tea time. So stay tuned for what will happen this Tuesday with Marco during the tea time, and let's see if we can make it.
Meanwhile, we have an update on the tournament, and as we said, we have the two leading games that are Paul from France with the French medieval army against I'll read against the Italian guy with his
Right.
Claudio with his Venetian Condotta. And at the moment, the game is not finished, obviously, but Paul with the French army is leading against Claudio, so there is a slight advantage for the French army. Actually, from a point of view of the wargaming, the medieval French is a bit more, hard. Is an army of heavy knights charging the Italian Condotta that is more tactical. So it's something historical. We will see in half an hour what will be the end of this game. The second leading game is between Stefano Grombi, the guy that we have to thank because he basically organized
All the tournament,
all the tournament, and it was very very nice because I know Stefano Grombi for a lot of times because we are in the same wargaming club in Italy, and when I began to work in Slitherine, in Slitherine, I discovered that Stefano is one of the most let's say important names in the fog community, and as I said before, is always in the first position of our Field of Glory tournaments. So
thank you,
Stefano is playing against Mike from English with the English Army Yorkist from the War of the Rose Civil War, and the game is just begun, so there is a slight advantage for Stefano, but it's for now is a tie.
It's unpredictable.
And just behind we have Ole, that is our friend from Denmark that came and took me to thank Slitherine and the organization. It took me a real World War II Danish helmet that now will be forever in the Slitherine offices. So when I shot with my crossbow, I can also cover my head. And this playing against
I don't know, Paolo, if our community know that you have.
It's world famous because when I was a journalist, I received a crossbow, a small crossbow. It's not something lethal. Alas, it's not lethal. From Stronghold 2, and I took to every offices where I worked.
You always shot us, right?
Not you. Normally I shot Marco, to be honest. Sometimes Francesco and Alberto. Just once because to accept you in the community otherwise. And anyway, don't talk too much about who I'm shooting because you know that the HR could have something to say. And the third game is between Olaf, our Danish friend, against Will with Scots. And this is a well-fought game. We are very close to the finish because it's 24% against 27, so it's closer. And Will with the Scots is leading by a bit, so it's one of those games in Field of Glory 2 that probably we will see the winner just in the end because who has a bit more luck in the fights could win. And finally, we have Rich with Welsh, another Welsh army, against Paul, and this is another draw for now. But we know that in the beginning, at the beginning of a fog game, we usually have attrition on all the line, and then after 7 or 8 turns, you understand if a tactics is working maybe on one of the flanks. So this is an update of the tournament. Now,
Paolo, just in a few minutes, we will leave the floor to Giulia.
Yeah.
She will be doing an interview to our painter.
Yes,
Leclerc, right?
Aurelian Leclerc is another guy that I met in our wargaming community in Italy, and basically he is a master painter from Turin. He's Belgian, but he lives in Italy, and so you will see how good he is.
Okay, so thank you guys. Stay with us. We are leading and we are back soon.
Hello, welcome back to upstairs. We are here, the tournaments are going on. We have the tabletop tournament going on my back, and also on my back, the digital tournament going on. So soon we will be able to give you some updates about the results. But currently, I'm here with Aurelian, our Belgian friend, as said Paolo before, that is painting a beautiful miniature. And currently, I'm going to ask him some questions because I'm really interested in what he is doing. So Aurelian, let us know, what are you doing today?
Today I'm painting busts of medieval soldiers, light medieval soldiers. It's a resin bust, and I'm preparing it for the event. So now I'm working actually on the leather, and I hope to finish him today.
It's really interesting, and actually, you've been working on it since this morning, isn't it?
Yeah, I start on the face, and it took me a lot of work. So now to make a break, I'm working on the clothes and
It's really, really cool. And I see that you have also brought some other miniatures that you have already painted there. Can you talk about them too? Because they're really, really cool and also beautiful.
Thank you. Paulo asked me to bring some miniatures, so I took with me some old pieces that I did for other event or other competition. We have different scale or other busts and also fantasy and historical miniatures. For example, this one and the little one are 28 millimeters scales and are from Mordheim game, and this one is for it was for a competition that I did for Monte San Savino, and the lady on the horses is for the Old Hammer game, and we have many different techniques on them. For example, on the lady, we have the free hand. On the jester, we have a lot of work on the wood and
Which is the one that we are seeing right now?
the jester, and on them it was very funny for me because I love painting leather and some materials like wood. Then I I did him, and there we have a lot of place for the faces and for the skin tone. That is also
Is this the one with you won the competition that Paolo was talking on before? No.
with him. I win on Monte San Savino silver medal, and win the jester. I win also silver medal and Modena play.
Yeah, he was talking about Modena Play.
So it was the jester I showed before. So yeah, on the bust you can work more on the skin tone, like on the landscape and also the pieces that I'm painting today. And on the lady, on horses, it was more a work of freehand. So the drawing that you can do on the fabric on the horses was the most funny part that I did.
Yeah, there are so many details. It's very, very beautiful. And it's so small, so it should have been really difficult also.
Um, it's not really true because the mistakes are more easy to cover on a little miniatures. So for me, it's more difficult on bigger one.
Oh, okay, okay, that's really interesting. And so this brings me to the next question, which is, what kind of miniatures do you prefer to paint?
Oh, that's a good question. For me, the scale is not the most important things. For me, is the representation of the miniatures instead. So if I look at miniatures and I love the theme, I love the character that is, I that's my preference.
Okay, I see. I see. And how long does it take to paint miniatures and of course, does it changes if you have a small one or a big one?
Oh, for example, on the little one, it took more than 12 hours of work. And on the bigger one, the boost, for example, we are more around 24 hours, 30 hours least. So it depends, of course, of the purpose that you have. If you want to have a miniatures only to for gaming, of course you will use less time because they will you will use them, you will touch them a lot. So okay, so but if you have to prepare some pieces for a competition, of course you want to put all your skills on them. So all the time, all that you have, you put on them.
Okay, okay, it's really interesting. And you were speaking before about the leather. So how do you do the leather on a miniature?
Oh, so leather, it's pretty simple for me. It's one of the most simple material to do because you have maybe only three steps to do, and then you have to repeat the last two steps again and again and again. You probably cannot. Um,
Also on that miniature on the screen, there is some leather, isn't it?
yeah, of course, the jacket is with a lot of leather, and also the belt that he have on him. And as I said, you cannot make mistake when you make leather because you can put all the colors you want, all the layer you want, and more you will work on it, and more realistic it will be.
Okay, okay. That's really cool. And Paolo was also speaking before about the skin, that you start from the green color and then you go on with other colors on it.
About the skin, you have many different way to do it. I think there isn't a good way. Anyone have his
A recipe.
yeah, of course. If you want to be more historical, more realistic, you have to start from the green. For example, if you want an easier way, you can start from, of course, violet or dark brown. Or
Okay, okay. Interesting. Really interesting. And this brings to another question that is interesting for me too, because I would like to ask you, do you organize courses during the year?
it's also a part of my work. So I like to make the transmission of of this kind of art, if you can we can call them like that. And yeah, I made also private lessons or in some workshop when they are organized from some shops or some clubs. So yeah, I did it and I really like it because you can see people to be introduced in a new hobby. So yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and it's a really good to have such a hobby because it brings everything together, gaming and painting all together. So if I'm interested in contact you, how can I contact you for a course or in general?
You can contact me on my Instagram profile in Aurelian Painting Studio, and or by mail with leclercaurelian@hotmail.com.
Okay, so guys, look for Aurelian Leclerc on Instagram and everywhere else if you're interested in learning painting miniatures as he is able to, even if it will be really difficult because guys, these miniatures are amazing. And Aurelian, thank you very much for your time. I leave you back to your work because the miniature is also to be finished during the day. So I think that we have learned many things, and that we will also learn more about Field of Glory during the whole afternoon. We have in a few minutes an interesting talk with Neil and Alberto that will tell you more about Field of Glory Kingdoms, which is one of the best and most awaited games for our 2024. And we are also going to show you something new because we managed to collect some materials that you didn't see yet. And I think that you are curious enough to go on with our event. So, Neil, Alberto, it's your turn, and I give the word back downstairs. Thank you very much, guys.
The attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
Hello everyone, I'm Alberto. I'm here with Neil McKenna, senior producer on Field of Glory Kingdoms, among many other titles as Slitherine. Hi.
Hi.
So, maybe some of you don't know about Field of Glory Kingdoms. So, Neil, let me ask you, what can you tell us about Field of Glory Kingdoms and what kind of game is it?
Well, Field of Glory Kingdoms is a grand strategy game which builds on its predecessor, Field of Glory Empires, for those of you who are familiar with that. We've tried to make it bigger, better, cleverer, more fun, everything. We've been working hard at it for a long time. We've shown a few small bits and pieces here and there, but we're ready to show a lot more today.
Yeah, speaking of which, we have some exclusive new footage that we can show you very soon. But first, let me ask you, Neil, so when is the start date for Field of Glory Kingdoms?
Field of Glory Kingdoms starts in 1054, which is not a coincidence by any means. There are two main reasons for this. It's a very the balance of power in Europe is very finely poised. There are some big issues about to be resolved. The Vikings and the Normans are fighting over control of England. The Reconquista is raging all over Spain.
Speaking of Reconquista, I see an LC scenario and I see a few other scenarios. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, so we talked about El Cid at Christmas last time when I was unable to make it to Milan. One of the bits of user feedback, I missed being here. One of the bits of feedback we had regarding the original game was that essentially you had a very small tutorial and then the massive grand campaign and not much else. So there'll be more content out of the box this time round. There will be the grand campaign, which is a 220-year almost campaign to fight your way through. El Cid is much smaller, much more compact. You can just see Spain down there on screen just disappearing. And then we have two I'd call them more large scenarios, one of which is centered around the Battle of Manzikert and the sort of the trials and tribulations of the Byzantine Empire. We also have one that takes place later in the game's chronology, around the fall of the Angevin Empire and the fall of English power in modern day France. So lots of campaigns out of the box this time.
That's super interesting. So for the videos today, we're going to show you some gameplay clips from an England playthrough that the developer sent to us. So right now we're playing England, but there are so many playable campaigns in the Grand Campaign. Playable factions.
There's an insane amount of playable factions. It's something like 250 in total right from the start. Obviously, not all of those will be great civilizations, great powers. Not all will go on to be. We have lots of different civilizations which have very customized gameplay this time around as well, in terms of their perks, the way that they accrue power over time. So there's lots of different ways to play the game and to gain power.
And so many of those countries, those playable countries, are grouped together in cultural groups, right?
Absolutely. We'll come to that later when we talk about military, where it's most relevant. It does provide a handy visual reference, if nothing else. You can see England in red, what's now France in blue. You'll have to excuse my colour blindness. I don't know what colour the Holy Roman Empire and the Rus, for example, are, but you can get a very good idea of the cultures. Yeah, there we can see sort of Turkish hordes in purple. You get a very different the cultures play very differently. Assimilating people of a different culture as your vicious campaign rolls across Europe can be incredibly difficult.
Right. Also, if I'm not wrong, some specific countries also have some specific gameplay mechanics attached to them.
Oh, absolutely. Mainly the major nations, of course. That's where we've concentrated our firepower. When we were firing up this movie here, we saw some of the idiosyncrasies of playing as England, such as we have, I think it's called Of Two Nations, that gives you, because England is being fought over by Normans and Vikings, it gives you, for example, various seafaring bonuses from those countries' seafaring powers. We saw the anarchy was highlighted, which means England is much more prone to civil wars. But then on the flip side, it doesn't matter so much when you lose regions and lose power compared to more stable parts of Europe.
That sounds great. Also, not all countries on the map are playable, right?
I mean, pretty much everything you see here is, but there's one major exception to that, which is the papacy, which is obviously the seat of so much power in Christian Europe and the source of so much trouble for the Muslim world. Because the papacy wasn't an empire in the sense of it went out and conquered lands and had armies in the sense. We didn't really find a way to make gameplay feel satisfying for that. So the papacy exists as this uncontrollable power, and you better do what the papacy says or be able to shape what the papacy thinks, which is where I guess the real skill lies, is being able to influence the papacy to think.
Yeah, historically they like to play kingmaker rather than play kings themselves. Well, sometimes they did actually.
Well, yes, indeed.
Right, so in Field of Glory Kingdoms, you gain legacy. What tell us about it?
Well, legacy is the ultimate currency of the game. It's how your success is judged at the end of the 220-year campaign, or El Cid, or whichever campaign you're playing. Your legacy is what you are looking to control, and that means there are many factors in that. A stable dynasty, which I think we will come to fairly shortly, is very important. A succession of stable power. With a 216-year campaign, you're obviously not playing as an individual for the length of that. People typically didn't live that long in medieval times. But it also involves the amount of land that you control, the amount of power that you wield, certain buildings that you've built, so on and so forth. So there are many moving parts in evaluating what your legacy is. There's no simple answer to that.
All right, so let's move on to the next topic, which will be dynastic policy.
Indeed, we did touch on dynasty earlier, and it is one of the new innovations in the game that hopefully returning players will love. As I've said, you are not controlling a character for 220 years, and the assurance of your continuing dynasty and stability of government is as important then as it is today to the people of your nation.
Yeah, but just to clarify, you're playing as the country, not as a dynasty, right?
Absolutely. The dynasty is, you're playing almost on a strategic layer above that. So whilst, we have here Edward the Confessor, of course, is the ruler of England in 1054. So yes, he is maybe the avatar of your power, but you are controlling a nation. You're controlling a dynasty. You are not a person as such. One reason for that is, and we'll probably come back to it later, is that dynasties can fall if you don't play your game well. But England's Angevin Empire, whatever, is still going to be there, regardless of the land will be there. Somebody needs to rule it. So yeah, managing a stable dynasty is a hugely important part of the game.
Yeah, of course, I would imagine that, having your dynasty being replaced in a civil war or a palace coup or whatever can have profound implications.
Oh,
on your
absolutely,
stability.
yes.
Yeah.
Instability, it costs you authority, which we'll keep coming back to through the stream. It's probably the game's other major currency is having authority. You can't get stuff done if nobody cares what you think. So yes, we've got here the dynasty screen, which is sort of nice and simple because Edward the Confessor is a devout, pious man. He has one wife, he has no courtesans, he has one child. That's all quite straightforward. Gender equality was not a big topic in medieval life, and I'm afraid that our game represents that quite accurately. So the role of wives is to produce heirs. Heirs will obviously help assure your succession, but heirs then as now are not always loyal to you. Small children, like we see there, can be loyal to you, but as they grow up and get corrupted by the ways of the world, things can get worse. But you also saw below your young child there was a big pool of nobles, and these are very important people in the game. I talked about authority earlier. One of the main tests of your authority is expanding. As you expand your lands, your authority is more stretched. And one of the best ways of managing that, allowing yourself to grow and to evolve, which is very much at the core of a successful game, is ceding control, creating provinces within your kingdom, and appointing one of your nobles as a governor. That brings mainly good things, but not always.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the medieval era was an era of delegation in politics. There's no absolutism yet, so you really have to rule with the help of other aristocrats.
Absolutely. I mean, again, looking at England here, areas like Cornwall, Northumberland, even Lancaster would just be impossibly remote in those days. They cannot be effectively run from Winchester or from London.
So, in terms of this peers system, what can you tell us? Can you tell us more about that?
So all of these peers who are part of your relatives and just part of a pool, they can be assigned to various provinces. They all bring various skills in administration, in piety, and in military matters. Administration would simply help with running costs. They can just make things cheaper to build. They run the kingdom well. Then as now, running a kingdom is a constant drain on your resources. Military, I think, is fairly self-explanatory. We'll come to armies later and how they. Well, in fact, perfect timing. Here is one of our nobles here, who is at the head of an army. Mm-hmm. He will have military skills. He may or may not be good. You don't have a huge pool of suitable candidates from which to draw. So sometimes you have to take painful decisions to put. You can't really. No, you don't. You can't just keep re-rolling your nobles. They're just there. You've got to pick some guy to go into battle for you. And then the other one was piety, which again is relatively self-explanatory. When we get to buildings later on, we'll see more specifically how they can be useful in those areas. But yes, they bring skills. They also have values as well, where they have things like health, they have their own personal finances. Most importantly, I think, and most tellingly for gameplay, they have a loyalty value, which you will not always be aware of.
That makes sense. Yeah, for instance, there was loyalty with some question marks.
Absolutely, it's very rare, as I say, unless you have a small child who adores you as they grow up into adults and people whispering in their ear about what power they could wield. They will probably be corrupted by that.
So, how can you deal with these loyal peers or bannermen?
Well, disloyal peers. For a start, you might not always know until it's too late. If you're not paying attention, first thing you might know about their disloyalty is when they rise up against you. But there are various things you can do. You can bribe them, sort of disloyal peers.
It always works.
It always works. Some things are eternal in history. You can put them on trial, which I'm sure will be a very fair and judicious process. Or you can perhaps go for a rather more drastic option and send somebody to assassinate them. So there are various measures you can take, which obviously all have a cost in authority as well. So there's always a balance. You can't simply click your fingers and wish for difficult peers to be gone.
I would imagine that they can backfire as well. I mean, if you fail your assassination, maybe some bad things can happen.
Absolutely, yes, yes. A failed assassination was a serious matter then, as it is today, certainly. So yes, you need to be very, very sure of what you believe the consequences to be.
That makes perfect sense. But let's move on to the next topic, which will be, what do you do as a ruler in Field of Glory Kingdoms during peacetime, and how do you build your economy?
Well, we've spent a long time talking about sort of nefarious things and dangerous things. It's a grand strategy game at its heart. It's not a game focused purely around combat, and a lot of the day-to-day business of running your country is about administering it well, about ensuring that your regions have the resources that they need, that you're trading well, both internally within what could be your many regions. I know we're focusing on England today, but Byzantia and the Rus, the Holy Roman Empire, are obviously huge areas they cover. So it's trading. Diplomacy has been enhanced this time around. So yeah, it's making sure that your population is in a position to grow by giving it stability. You need to build the buildings you need in order to be able to enhance your economy and grow to the next level. You're not sort of hacking and slashing your way
Of course.
all across Europe.
A wealthy kingdom is a strong kingdom.
Exactly, yes.
That's awesome. All right, so let's talk about trade maybe. So what can you tell us about trade in Field of Glory Kingdoms?
So trade is one of the areas where we've really listened to player feedback from empires. And one thing that didn't really make sense in empires was you could, looking here at England, you could have a coal mine somewhere in Mercia, and it would serve the whole of the kingdom. It doesn't really make sense. So
it's not very realistic either.
It's not very realistic. So nowadays, if you have a coal mine producing coal, that will only serve one other building that needs coal, for example. So we've simplified the system there. We should have made things much clearer in terms of how the effect of missing trade goods and the bonuses that can be accrued, but that's never going to be a game breaker. It just shows how you can enhance your economy. So yeah, it's all very clear what you could be producing now, what the benefits of producing that would be. As I say, the game never falls over if you're, for example, if you were to build a military unit that was making armor, but you weren't producing any leather. Then the building isn't going to sit there. You're going to import it from somewhere, and depending on how far away that somewhere is, it could be a dreadful drain on the kingdom's finances. So you need to stay very much on top of this, because then as now, you're not going to be doing anything without a lot of money as well.
That makes sense. We do have some questions from the community, but first let's finish this video, and maybe you can address those at the end of this video.
Sure.
Since you mentioned buildings, what can you tell us about the buildings in the game? Can you provide a few examples?
Perfect timing. We're looking at the building screen now for London. We can see we have 6 categories of building, which are we have buildings that produce food, buildings that deal with infrastructure, which sort of obviously means what it means, but means health as well. We have commercial buildings in the yellow. The red is for military buildings. We have religious buildings, and then the last category, the bottom right there, is stewardship, which is Stewardship is like a local version of authority. In a small country like England, that's a relatively unified population culturally and so on and so forth, expanding within England doesn't really test your authority that much, but some of the larger empires, or when you're, for example, if we were down in Spain back in the El Cid campaign, then if you take, as a Muslim nation, if you take a Christian province, then assimilating that is going to be incredibly difficult. So stewardship buildings are very important for that. You can see on screen we have various characters of the population are assigned to buildings. They can be moved around. We have a number of classes in the game. We have, although it is simplified from Empire, so we have peasants, we have sort of free men, commercial traders, we have military, clergy, and stewardship is also nobles. So when I was talking about nobles earlier and the benefits that they bring, a lot of this is felt in military and clergy production.
Speaking of population, I just have a question for you. Is that dynamic? Like, does it evolve with time? Does it grow? Does it change its composition?
The composition doesn't change so much. The social strata overall are quite fixed.
Yeah, it makes sense because I mean, it's Middle Ages. There wasn't a lot of social mobility back then.
Exactly. Yes. You're not going to have 20 peasants all becoming priests just by going to church every Sunday. Population does grow over time. It grows pretty slowly unless you focus on it. And population, what we've done with the UI, you can see the global resources at the top. So manpower, money, metal, the 3 M's are all there up at the top. Population is very much one of those. Without population, there's nobody to work in these buildings. There's nobody to build these buildings. They'll take almost forever to build even a simple farm if you don't have the relevant population. If you assign nobles to particularly military buildings, the difference it makes to your output and the cost, which can be onerous, we'll come back to that later, the cost of producing military matters, assigning nobles there makes a real difference. They're a very valuable resource. We can see here we don't have very many people, we don't have anybody working in agriculture, and we're all going for infrastructure instead, so that can be quite unbalanced.
I'm seeing quite a few cool things there. First off, I really love how many trade goods there are. Like, it's really...
Yeah, we've done a lot of work on an awful lot of icons. I can't remember how many trade goods we've got, but it is an awful lot. Hundreds and hundreds. We have something.
Of course, it depends on your region, right?
Absolutely, yes. You're not going to be producing coal in the Sahara or anything like that. We have, I think, 400 buildings or something like that. A lot. It's affected by many things. So Eastern nations will have a very different building tech tree compared to Western nations, but Venice will have very different buildings to what England may have, for example. So yes, there's a lot because there's a lot of trade goods, but there's a lot of play styles. We have, as I say, 10 major factions. We have something crazy like about 90 different forms of government in the game, and that defines a lot of what buildings are available to you, but not only that, but then what perks those buildings bring, so on and so forth. So yes, we need a lot of buildings. It's been a lot of work going into producing those.
I think it's super cool. I mean, it's obviously not a tycoon game, but it has that kind of depth and complexity that not many grand strategy games have. Also, I wanted to mention, actually, many grand strategy games of set in this era don't really represent population as a unit, or rather, as a resource. So I really think it's very cool to have population tied to both the economy as well as warfare.
Yes, I mean it's obviously it's abstracted. You're not managing 10,000 units or anything like that, but it's definitely one of the. I mean, there are very many tensions in the game. There are so many trade-offs you have to make at every level, and to managing population rather than just having one big resource and needing 25 people to work in a sawmill, it definitely becomes much more of a. There's always a balance to be made, in terms of who's doing what and what regions within your kingdom are going to be doing what, and
Makes sense.
what you can build, what you can't build.
All right, before we move to the next video, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions from the Twitch chat. T-Rex 1983, can we open the religious tab? Well, T-Rex, these are pre-recorded videos. To be honest, I don't remember if you opened the religious tab at some point.
There is a religious tab.
Okay.
Is it completely working at the moment? I'm not sure.
Okay.
There's definitely, it's one of the first new look things that went in was the religious tab. And it does show, it will be familiar to returning players in terms of the level of piety of each country. We also have a very nice looking map now because we have 5 holy cities in the game. And who can Rome, Constantinople, Jerusalem, Medina, and Mecca.
Yeah.
And obviously who controls those cities will control how the papacy feels about an awful lot, about how your Muslim neighbours feel about you, so on and so forth. Obviously Jerusalem is a constant source of strife and division. So yeah, there's a lot going on the religious tab, as you point out.
Okay.
I don't think we've got it on the video today.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
Next question. B. Vargas 78. This will feature crossover battles with Field of Glory 2 Medieval as well. Want it? Yes. It's a spoiler, but yes, we're actually going to show that today. So yeah, we'll show that in a bit. Ignacio Spain 1. Multiplayer campaign in Empires had the problem that battles could not be exported to be played in Field of Glory 2. Will that be fixed here with Medieval?
I think one of the nicest things about Fog Kingdoms is the ability to export battles in Empires was something that we thought up long after it had released. It was retrofitted. We tried to make it work, did a very good job indeed. We have designed Kingdoms right from the start with the ability to be able to do this. If a unit appears in Kingdoms, it means it's already there in Medieval, so there'll be no problems with that. We've thought ahead in terms of the effects of generals and things like that, which I think we might come to later on one of the videos. So there should not be nothing should be hacked together, or there shouldn't be any shortcuts. It should really work right out of the box this time around because we've designed it to.
That's great. All right, so if you have any more questions, we hope we'll be able to answer to them. But in any case, Marco will also be answering all your questions about Field of Glory Kingdoms during the tea time this week. So yeah, we'll catch up with all those questions. All right, so next video, which is about warfare, my favorite topic. All right, so I mean, in Kingdoms, there is a lot to do other than warfare. And of course, warfare is a mean and not an end. But how do you win a campaign, a playthrough in Field of Glory Kingdoms now?
Well, yeah, it's a means to an end, but it's essential. With a very few exceptions, probably the Italian maritime republics, you're going to need to conquer land. It's the goal of the game. You need to take over your neighbours. All those grey areas of England need to become England, and probably more so besides. And that's going to be true of any nation. So conquering your neighbours, imposing your just and wise rule on those savages is a vital part of the game. It's incredibly unlikely that you will have enough legacy. You won't be able to evolve your kingdom if you don't control enough land. So yeah, fighting is right out the box. You've got a number of enemies. It doesn't matter how much you want to be loved. The Welsh hate the English, the French hate the English.
It was a violent era.
the Scottish hate the English, and dare I say vice versa. And on it goes throughout.
I think a lot of people hate the English.
Well, it's just some examples. Please do put your comments in the chat. But there are natural enmities right from the start, and there's nothing you can do about it. So you've got to be on the front foot. If you just sit there and let Wales build up a big army, then yeah, you're going to be losing Cornwall. You're going to be losing Northwest England in no time at all. So military is a big part of the game, and it's an enhanced part of the game from last time as well. We've done a lot to reflect the period it's in, but also to deepen the gameplay.
I'm seeing quite a few different unit types there. So what can you tell us about army composition? What defines a good army?
Well, what defines a good army? Well, if only there was such a simple answer. It depends who you're fighting against, of course, and where you're going to be fighting. Those are two very important things. First of all, there's no point in sending a load of heavy cavalry or heavy infantry to fight in a swamp, because they are just going to sink. They're not going to win any battles for you. So you need to plan ahead. You're going to need some light troops. You're going to need a mixed balance. I mean, we're not making a purely combat strategy game at the same time, but we can see a good range of units available right from the start there. And this is early in the game, so we don't have many serious military buildings built at this point. But yeah, you're going to need a combination of light and heavy and ranged troops and infantry, and of course it's the medieval era, so the stars of the show, except in marshland, are always going to be your knights. However, this is all expensive. Building buildings to train these guys, equipping these guys takes an enormous amount of metal that you could be doing other stuff with. And they need paying as well. And knights need paying quite a lot of money. They're brave men and they like to live well. So what we have in this game here is a division between your professional soldiers, your standing army, and you can also sort of raise levies quickly, go out into the land and press gang the peasantry into fighting for you. These guys they're numerous and they're cheap-ish. They're cheap in the sense that you can pay to raise. You don't need to train them. You need to pay to raise them. And they don't really gain a lot of experience. So once their job is done and your just rule has been imposed across the kingdom, then really you just need to disband these guys. Otherwise, they're just going to keep eating, they're going to keep needing payments, and they're going to bleed you dry. So it's a balance of having a core of much more efficient professional troops versus your more accessible and more easily raised standing levies.
And of course, the units at your disposal really depend on your culture and your region.
Oh, absolutely, yes. I mean, we could probably do a whole stream just talking about military stuff, and
maybe we will at some point.
Maybe we will, indeed, yes. But yes, there's a huge amount of difference, not just in the buildings that you have, but also decisions that you've played along the way, relationships with tensions with some of your neighbors. There's many things that affect what you can raise. So it's not just your culture and the lands that you control.
We're seeing a tactical battle.
Here we're seeing Wales versus England. Yes, a battle playing out in Fog Kingdoms. So we can see sort of our two armies here, somewhere up on fairly rough ground. So cavalry is protecting the flanks and not doing a lot more here, rather than sort of shocking into the other side. The way that the battles play out will be familiar to people who know the game well already. This is all playing out in front of you. You can watch it step by step, or just see it play through as a movie. You can kind of click through as if you're controlling, but there's no strategy going on here. You're not sort of controlling your troops. It's an abstraction essentially of a battle based on the value of your troops, their morale as well. I mean, that they like any troops, they have supply issues and morale issues to some extent, and hungry, exhausted soldiers aren't going to be very good, as history has proven many times since. Yeah, you can see how it plays out in kingdoms. Quite straightforward. So for those people who, perhaps like myself, don't really want to spend a lot of time on the military side of things, they like taking territory, but they're perhaps not natural armchair generals like myself. This is perfect for me.
Yeah, I mean, you can choose.
You can.
And if you want, of course, as we already mentioned, you can also play the button of the Glory to Medieval, but we will get to there.
We will get to there, indeed.
So what's the main difference in terms of how battles are fought and how combat works in Feudal Kingdoms compared to Feudal Glory Empires?
Terrain is more important here, certainly. The value of your troops. You have the value of your commanders as well nowadays. It's look, much of it is familiar from last time around with just a few tweaks here and there.
Sounds cool. All right, so actually we have some questions. So maybe we can just go over a few of them and then we can do the rest of them at the end.
Sure.
So can you play the knightly orders? How do they differ from the other nations?
Honestly, we're not sure yet as to whether you can play knightly orders. We are thinking about it right now. They're not playable. Again, their gameplay is very different. Knightly orders are interesting because for Christian nations, they're very valuable. We've touched very briefly, I think, on heresies and the danger that heresy can bring. They're very good at putting that down. They're very effective military units. But they're also quite a threat in a sense because they can be very happy just sitting in your kingdom and bleeding you dry and taking your gold and eating your food and using all your metals. So gameplay is very different. We'd love to make it playable. We want to make it playable. It might not be a day one thing. I think that.
What about mercenaries?
Mercenaries? No, I don't think we have mercenaries in there. Sorry, mercenary fans.
All right. So another question: Can you give us examples of some trades for, say, Venice or England, perhaps?
Well, England, I mentioned earlier. We had, for example, the traits were ruled by two nations that brought specific seafaring benefits, and the idea of the anarchy, with civil war being much more likely and much more common, but also much less dangerous than it would be in many nations. Venice plays so differently to most countries because obviously it has very little land. It has some land in what's now Dalmatia and some in what's now Greece, but it's all about building up your commerce and your commercial prowess. They have any number of seafaring benefits. For example, Venice, they are superb on the sea, but they're not going to be conquering any real land as a result of that. So with Venice, I can't remember the name. Pocus did tell me the name. I can't remember the name of the special Venetian buildings that you can build in other territories to improve your trade. If you're there in the chat, Pocus, perhaps you can help me.
If not, it's one of the things that Marco can expand upon.
Indeed, yes.
During the tea time. What are the novelties we can expect from vassals compared to client states of empires, the Roman empires?
Yeah, well, vassals are how it compares to empires it's hard for me to say because empires was not my game. Vassals are they're a very useful thing to have because they allow you to expand beyond your natural limits without much cost in authority. They will generally do what you ask them to do, but not always. Like everything else run by a nobleman, and they have an awful lot of their own motivations. I mean, the best thing that we have in the game, I suppose, about vassals that does differ from empires, is that you can take control of their troops if you need to in a hurry. So it's just like, guys, come on, we need you. We're off to Scotland. We've got work to do. So I think at the start of the game, there, Northumberland is a vassal of England, for example. So in that example, yes, you could march north and kind of quickly grab their troops as well and then march on into Scotland.
Another question, is it possible to play Toll somehow, meaning few regions but powerful? Well, I think you already kind of answered that with the Venice example.
Yes.
I guess that Venice is the epitome of playing Toll.
Yes, indeed, yes. It's not just the maritime republics. I think there are certain sort of crusading nation things where sort of crusader-related goals exist. So again, you're not looking to expand everywhere. So yeah, you can play Tour occasionally. There's not that many, but the exception, but it's where an awful lot of our development work has gone in, has been into making the different factions truly different, rather than, you know, Venice, it's just rich and got shit.
Yeah.
No, it's got a very different gameplay style overall, and yeah, so yeah, if you want to play Tool, you have to pick and choose who you want to play as, but yeah, it's there.
Awesome. All right, so let's move on to the next topic. Well, I mean, in the previous video, we took control of one province because we sort of won the battle. I mean, it was a draw, but we were still able to control that province. So what happens now? How do you control that province? What can you make out of it? And how do you deal with potential rebels?
Well, I mean, the people in the province aren't going to be happy. You know, nobody wants the English coming in and taking over, do they? You've got an unhappy population here. At least one barrier is missing, because the Welsh and the English, although they might not always want to admit it, they are culturally similar. So we don't have those problems that might have occurred if we'd marched into Spain or somewhere. But the population will be unhappy. There's only so much we can do to try and crush them. There are certain decisions we can take, but we're going to need to keep soldiers stationed there, and not just peasants with sticks, but, you know, our proper professional, expensive soldiers are going to need to be there. We're going to need to make sure that they are fed there. There's our religion screen.
Yes.
That. I'm not quite sure what that's doing there, but there it is. Yeah, we need to build. I talked about the stewardship buildings earlier, so stewardship and nobles in there. Well, it all helps, but ultimately, in this game, you don't just have to win the war, you have to win the peace. At some stage, you are going to need to sue for peace. And that's when things get negotiated, when you can start to truly rule the province properly. Yeah, you need to manage the unrest that comes with taking, and there's a cost to that. Obviously, it's a test of your authority as well. Like so many things in this game, it's always eating away at your authority. So yeah, you need your diplomacy network to be good, and you need to be able to sue for an effective peace and quite quickly, so that it can be incorporated into England and you can move on to the next happy destination.
Otherwise, it might be super easy to get entangled in an endless spree of rebellions.
Well, exactly, yes. One of the things I think we've always done well, be it empires or I certainly believe with kingdoms as well now, is we do a lot to avoid snowballing. You know, powerful nations can just roll over the map. That a mighty Persian or Turkish army can just keep rolling westwards forever. So yes, you have to stop. You have to take peace. You have to rule well. You have to incorporate it. You can't just keep fighting. You have to stop at some stage. You can't keep sending soldiers further and further forwards, because they won't have the supply. And as I said earlier, hungry and tired soldiers are not going to be very effective in battle.
Okay, so just one clarification, because we had a message from Pocus. When we were speaking earlier about mercenaries, mercenaries can be recruited rapidly in the game, but they demand money, of course. If you disband them, it might be an issue, because, you know, suddenly they're without pay. Mercenaries without pay can be bad business. They can start rampaging and pillaging and, you know, cause a lot of havoc.
There you go. I've never come across mercenaries in my time yet.
Yeah, I mean, just to explain to everyone watching, Pocus was supposed to be here, but unfortunately he wasn't able to come due to public transportation.
Yes.
So yeah,
that's normally my problem, but this time it's Pocus's problem.
Last time they were supposed to come to Milan, but they were
last two times.
Last two times?
Yes. Well, one strike, one COVID.
So. Okay. Well, here you are now.
Here I am.
Yeah. Another question: are Crusades represented?
Crusades are represented. I don't think we really have very much prepared for today, but yes, Crusade. We've touched on the papacy earlier and how important the papacy is. Obviously, the Pope, if he's concerned about control of Jerusalem, will want friendly Christian nations to win his favour by going towards Jerusalem. And it's not just Crusades either. You know, the flip side of that exists as well. So jihad is very much in the game as well. So holy wars, yes, of course, they're a big part of the game.
Another question, do you propose novelties about declaring war? I suppose it's in referral to empires.
There's certainly something which is new, I think,
Yeah.
this time around, which is part of the sort of edict and decision system of things which are offered. You have a number of edicts you can play, almost like cards from a deck, that will be offered to you occasionally at the start of rounds, and you might have the possibility to you will still need to declare war on somebody. You can't just start a war with somebody you're not at war with. And normally that takes a turn, so that there's always some preparation for that. But with the right playable edict, you can indeed declare war and straight in, and there you go, before they know what's happening to them.
Awesome. So if I remember correctly, the next video should be about something that people really want to know about, which is, of course, playing Feudal Origins battles in Feudal War 2 Medieval.
Here we are. So yeah, this is a work in progress. It's fairly early days.
Yeah, for instance, this is the battle that we're talking about between the English and the Welsh.
Yep.
And of course, on the upper left corner, it says Anglo-Saxon versus Anglo-Saxon. There's just a placeholder, of course.
Indeed. We don't think the Welsh are Anglo-Saxons. Don't worry about that. So you can see the scale of the battle, first of all, compared to what we saw in Empires, just how many more units they are. They sort of spread out much better now. This will be a very, very familiar scenario to fans of Fog Medieval, or indeed Fog 2, the Ancients game. It plays as any other battle does, sort of a rendering of the unfriendly terrain as we saw before as well.
Yeah, for instance, I mean, in Feudal Origins, you were playing on a swampy battlefield, and of course you can see that represented here.
Yes, indeed. It's unfriendly terrain you can use to your advantage, of course. Certain units, the heavier your unit, the more useless it is on unfriendly terrain. So it becomes critical to the battle that your knights, your heavy infantrymen, don't find themselves fighting in a marsh, fighting in a stream, or even on rocky ground can be quite disruptive to them.
So yeah, if you want to play and if you want to micromanage your units, and if you want to take full advantage of your terrain, if you feel like it, you can play in Feudal War 2 Medieval and just,
Indeed, absolutely. There's, we saw the default out the box, but of course you can arrange your armies exactly as you want, as you could do with any other Fog game as well. And if sort of the military challenge and micromanaging the battles is your thing, then here you go. And as I say, it's been designed from the ground up to work all the way with Fog Medieval. So there'll be nothing bodged together. All the units should match perfectly, and they'll all be there from day one. It might be sometimes, given the smaller number of units we have in Kingdoms, that we sometimes will split that into two different types of units when we take that into Medieval. So it's not necessarily, well, you can see we've got so many more units, first of all, compared to what we saw in the Kingdoms battle earlier.
Let's talk about exporting commanders and generals from Feudal War Kingdoms to Feudal War 2 Medieval. I mean, Feudal War 2 Medieval doesn't really represent the skill of individual commanders because, well, the player is the commander, so it would be a bit unfair to have, a really good commander versus a crappy one. So how does it work with Feudal War Kingdoms? Because of course, in this case, you want that to matter.
Yes, I mean it's as we mentioned earlier, it's very important who runs your army, not only for reasons of their generalship, although that is clearly important. So what we're doing here, we will existing Fog Medieval players will be very familiar with the effect that having a general or commander-in-chief and your sub-commanders brings, sort of the boon to the troops all around. They might get extra actions, or they might be able to rotate for free, which can be very, very useful for heavy units, for example. So essentially, we're taking the power of your commander in kingdoms and then sort of spreading that out, depending on the power of the commander, from sort of a commander-in-chief and a number of sub-commanders, the sub-generals from there. So yeah, the power of your commander in kingdoms, it matters, but again, it doesn't decide the fate of the battle, of course, there and then.
Yeah, of course. But you know, since earlier we were mentioning of possibilities on how possibly you could, you know, take care of these loyal vassals, I guess that you might want to send one into battle and make sure he dies.
That's very devious. I genuinely hadn't conceived of that, and I'm not sure it exists for that reason. Amazing.
I don't know. I think it occurred historically.
Well, yes, I'm sure it did. An innocent fellow as myself perhaps wouldn't do that. But
I'm pretty sure that our players will try it out.
Well, what I do know is that if your commander falls on the battlefield, then yes, that will be reflected in kingdoms. You know, when you when you re-import the battle, he's going to be got. He's not going to have a loss of authority, and you know that could have serious ramifications for your kingdom if he's a peer of the realm or something. It could be a real test to your authority in some remote province, for example.
It makes sense. But yeah, I mean, of course, playing battles in Field of Glory Kingdoms battles in Field of Glory 2 Medieval is not for everyone, but of course, it's there for a reason. It's there if you want to experience the real Field of Glory complete experience.
Absolutely. I mean, we always said when we first put it into Empires that it was a bonus for the players and a thank you for the players who own both, and kind of a fun thing to do. I think we felt it was at first. It's been a question that the community have asked again and again on the Discord and on the forum, is kind of where we are with the ability to do this and how it's going to work. So it's clear that it's a very popular feature. It's been a popular feature so far. As I say, we've designed this, you know, right from the start to work seamlessly with Medieval. So hopefully this should be a much improved version of that experience.
One question for before: can you assassinate your own king?
Can you assassinate your own king? I don't think so. Or you maybe can through special decisions, depending on what, I think you can indeed through special decisions, depending on kind of what ruler you are and what tools are available to you. It would be a drastic option, certainly, and one fraught with potential damage. But yeah,
we had to retire him early.
Indeed,
I would assume that it leads to a bit of instability, but
yes, I mean, everything in Fog Kingdoms has a price. You can't just merrily go and play a card and assassinate your king. I mean, it's, you know, it's you need strong candidates. You need a very good reason to do it. But yeah, you probably can do it because ultimately you're not playing as the king. You're playing as the nation, as the dynasty.
Yeah, it feels like that Field of Glory Kingdoms is a game with each system is interlocked with everything else, and of course dynasties are a very important system in that network of systems.
There are so many moving parts, and you know, if you were to ask me how to play the game, well, there's more than one way to play the game. The end result must always be the same. It must be legacy points, but there are many ways to go about getting them, even within the same nation and the same gameplay style. So yeah, there's a lot of things you have to, a lot of choices you have to make, difficult choices. As I say, they all have a cost. So yeah, there's no. One of the bits of feedback we had from original Empires players was that it was kind of too easy to become an empire. Empires doesn't seem an easy game to me, but I guess some people felt that way. There are a lot more a lot more tensions, a lot more moving parts, I think, this time around. But it feels really natural, I think, as well. It feels challenging. It doesn't feel overly complicated. It just offers a lot more challenge.
Okay, we are nearing the conclusion of our presentation, but we have one last video. So, Neil, I just wanted to ask you, in your words, what is the element or the elements that make Field of Glory Kingdom stand out compared to other games?
Well, I do love particularly just the way there are so many different ways to reach your goal, whether you're going to be a military power, a trading power, but how you're going to go about that as well. There's a lot of work being done to improve the anti-snowballing mechanisms, which I think were already very good. People liked those. It worked very well, I think, when we did Empires, and we've taken that and refined it. So where culture and decadence was almost the inevitability of decay, now it is you're almost fighting against time. Here you're really making decisions about how you choose to advance and what you're going to do about it.
Okay, so one other question for you. Do you believe the addition of a religion will alter in a major way how the game is played compared to Empires? Because let's face it, religion wasn't a huge deal in Empires, but it is in Field of Glory Kingdoms.
It's more important, certainly. We've been focusing on England today, and religious tension isn't going to be the biggest driver. It depends where you are. If you're playing at the time of Richard the Lionheart, then he's going to spend most of his time travelling off to Jerusalem and spending more time in the Holy Lands than he's spending in England. But here we are, the camera zipping over Spain. It's hugely important in Spain. The tension between the Christian and Muslim worlds, in particular, is a big driver, depending on where you're playing. Obviously, in Byzantium, for example, it's going to be a very important part of the game. So, but relationships with the papacy as well. In fact, just as we cycle over Rome, a relationship with the papacy is going to be important for any Christian nation.
By the way, we're seeing here the display screen just showing Venice, as we were mentioning before.
Perfect. Yes.
Quite different compared, to England.
Yes, indeed.
So each viewer can see, the difference in terms of governance and in terms of play between each factions.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to showcasing how different many of those countries feel and play in Field of Glory Kingdoms.
It really, I mean, we've barely been able to touch on it today. We've just given a few sort of tastes of how different it can be playing as these nations. I think one last fun thing to try and mention, a thing I'm sort of particularly pleased with, and where a lot of our work and time has gone, has been we talk about France, we talk about England, or maybe Sweden or somewhere like that. Any English French province, for example, can ultimately ascend to take over that nation. So you can start your life as, for example, as Northumberland, a vassal of England, but you can rise up against your masters, and if you can take control of London, then you will become England. All England is Northumberland. So
can you change your capital from London? Can you move it?
I don't know if you can move it, to be honest. There might be there are so many decisions in there that I'm really honestly not across it all. And the same with France as well. You see all these kind of blue areas grouped together, So the Kingdom of France at the start of this game is a pretty small island in what we now know as France. So there's all the Aquitaine and Picardy and Normandy and so on and so forth, all these areas vying for control. So you can take your sort of your quiet corner of the land and ascend to rule the whole of the land, which is always a good fun part of the game, I think.
By the way, I just wanted to mention how gorgeous I find the map to be. I really love it.
I'm very, very pleased with it indeed. Every time I see it during one of these streams, either a stream or indeed the internal presentations we do, and kind of look at it almost through different eyes, I'm just delighted with how good it looks. Medieval art has always been a big it's been the big driver of our artwork style. So whereas Empires was very dry and dusty and that image of antiquity, here we're influenced much more by medieval art, and it's beautiful and colourful and very bold, very vivid, occasionally a little bit silly, as you will see on some of the screens from time to time. So I'm delighted with how it looks, and really am.
I also think, it really displays what's it meant to display, like all the information you need as a player are there.
Yes, absolutely. We've hardly seen anything of the numerous overlays we have down there in the bottom right that show you things, military and commerce and sort of any number of other things, which again just display beautifully all the information you need to know.
That's great. All right, so another question for you, Neil. So we have a lot of Field of Glory Empires players in our community, of course. And of course, throughout the years, they provided quite a bit of feedback on Empires, on what they would like to see added to the game or what they would like to see changed in the game. So what kind of feedback did you take into Field of Glory Kingdoms?
Well, I mentioned some of the things that our players didn't like, or indeed did like. We've tried to enhance the anti-snowballing mechanisms, for example. I think one of the biggest things we've tried to address and that people really didn't like in the original game was the building queue, where you were given a list of buildings, and these are the buildings that you can build in each area, and you can re-roll it, and you might like what you re-roll, you might not. People didn't like that, and I understand why that is. I mean, obviously we made that decision for many reasons. So this time around, you will be able to choose whatever building you want to build, but at a cost to your authority, which is always ebbing and draining away, of course. And with 400 buildings to choose from, you had better choose wisely. But that feels like one of the most kind of important bits of consumer feedback that we've tried to take on board this time.
Also, from my perspective, compared to Empires, the countries in Field of Glory Kingdoms feel more diverse, like feel more unique and feel more custom in a way.
Absolutely. That's, again, where a big part of the work has gone. As I say, we don't just make Venice like England, but it's small, it's good at sailing. It's a completely different gameplay style. We've talked something about the perks that, for example, England has, but some of the, I think the Seljuk Turks, for example, they sow discord when you're next to them, because that was historically their skill. So they spread trouble and weaken authority ahead of them. There's hundreds of things like that in the game. I think I said 90 types of governments earlier. There's just the variety is extraordinary that's there in the game for players to play. So you're not just playing the same game over and again, just as France, as Spain, as a Holy Roman Empire, whatever. Very, very different challenges and gameplay styles. So it's a different experience every time.
Yeah, of course, for these videos, we had a very short England playthrough to show you. We had a few options. We could show Poland, the Rus, Fatimid Egypt, or the Seljuk Turks, or Venice, or whatever. I mean, there are so many cool countries with unique gameplay systems and gameplay mechanics that you can play Field of Glory Kingdoms. But we are going to showcase that in the future through a series of dev diaries, videos, gameplay reviews, whatever. I mean, there's so much to show and so much that we haven't shown you and told you about.
Yeah.
But we're really looking forward to. So just another question, please. So beta testing.
Beta testing.
Quite a few of our players want to know how and when they will be able to try the game and help us with testing.
Well, hopefully a few people are thinking that today after today's stream.
Hopefully.
We've had a small beta running for a while, and it's small because it's basically been limited to the people who spent time beta testing Empires. And the reason for that is there are no accessibility or tutorial tools whatsoever in the game at the moment. You need to know how to play it. So we didn't want people bouncing off the game quite quickly. doesn't give them a good impression of the game. It doesn't give us helpful feedback. It just doesn't help. We're working on those tools at the moment to make it a more welcoming experience to new players. We don't just want to appeal to existing players. That would be a bad idea for a number of reasons. So we're putting in those tools at the moment. Work is ongoing. The beta is open for sign-ups at the moment. Hopefully somebody can post the address in the chat there. But I would imagine it will be round about September by the point where people will be able to sort of sign up and, well, not sign up, but to start enjoying the beta as new players. So not very long at all now.
But yeah, of course, unless some of our coworkers were able to post the link in the chat, it's really easy. Just go on slitherine.com and just click on beta test, if I remember correctly, and you should be able to find all the relevant information you need in order to sign up.
It's very easy to find on the website.
Basically, you just need a Slitherine account, or if you don't have one, just sign up with a new one. It's completely free. It takes 1 minute, and we will be very happy to have you on board with us.
So, I mean, so many of the innovations we have in this game versus the original one come from our community. You know, we have an active, dedicated community on the forums and lately on Discord as well. So, yeah, please do come along, join, help shape the game.
Yeah, as usual, you know, our community is our lifeblood, so it's what keeps us going. We really value your input, your feedback. So, yeah, hop in and join us with this trip. All right, so I believe I'm out of questions for you today. So, but if you do have more questions about Field of Glory Kingdoms, feel free to drop them in the chat, because Marco will be back at you on Thursday at tea time. So, Neil, it's been a pleasure. So,
I've enjoyed it very much. Thank you, Alberto.
So talk to you soon, guys, and let's go back to Julia.
The attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
And we're back. Hey, Annie.
Hi, good to see you again.
See you. Yeah, it's great. So I don't know what I'm doing at all. So and that I see Michele is just switching to yes. That's much better. Thank you, Michele. So I know what's happening now. We're in a short moment. We'll start the final of the Field of Glory 2 medieval tournament. We have Paolo with us.
Hello. I'm not in screen, but I speak. Okay.
Yeah. Paolo is
the beast with the beauties. So
Paolo is actually the only one who knows what he's talking about in terms of commenting of the finals. So.
Yeah, I know very well the game. I remember that Marco joked me every time I did the tournament for two because I do not win, but when there is somebody to when we need to comment, he calls me. So yeah,
it
I'm fine.
It works out.
Yeah, exactly. So we are here for the prefaces. Anyway, I'm going to connect now with Julia upstairs. Julia,
Hi.
ciao Julia.
Hi, ciao. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Ciao.
So what's
It's,
happening upstairs?
Everything is going really, really good. We have finished the digital tournament while our friend of the tabletop game are still going on playing. So I have the final results with me here in a very
Fantastic.
digital way. I don't know if you can see me. So I will tell them in a minute, but I can say that the afternoon was a success and all enjoyed the Field of Glory Day very, very much. We have also Aurelian there that is finishing the medieval bust that is really, really cool. So everything is going on really good.
That's great. I have heard that we're putting the 2 posters behind for an auction later. Yes. So if you in the chat, if you want to just give us a price you would pay for these, and we'll
Shipping
ship them.
included.
We'll ship them over. No,
Yes,
they've been very
I will
popular
personally
actually.
ship them.
They've been very popular. So
I saw Richard Bodley Scott asking about them.
Richard.
Yes.
Richard, how much do you want to pay for it, Richard?
We start from £5,000, I think.
We'll give you 5% discount.
Wow.
Edmund pays $350 for it. $350. It's like $3.50. I'm not sure,
I
Edmund.
was getting a massive discount.
What money do you have?
I've got a $3,600 here. We're getting better. We're getting much better here. So do you want to give us the results and tell us a bit more about the tournament, how it played out?
Oh yeah, I could tell you the results.
Here it is.
I will. Okay, so we are going to see as final match Paul with the French army playing against Mike that plays the English Yorkists. So good luck, Paul and Mike. But the whole chart is the following. So first of all, for the moment is Paul. Then we have Claudio with 104 points. But they explained me that it's not possible to play with a player that you have already played with. Paolo, correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
So the final must be against Mike, that is the third one, and Paul. Then we have Stefano with 104 points. Then we have, I think that is right, Iole. The digital paper is not so accurate. Then we have Paul McNeil with 85 points, Will with 44 points, and Rich with 18 points. So
yes, we are seeing the ladder, Julia. We are seeing the ladder with the nicknames of the guys. So the final will be Paul, that is Cherubusca with 186. That is the top player for now. As we told in the previous live, he is playing with medieval French, and he will play against Triari, that is Mike, for the final. Actually, True Knight, that is Claudio, with his Venetian army, is going to play against Legio, 10 Legio, that is the other Italian, Stefano, who is organized the tournament. We thank him for the help. And if True Knight will have a big win, while Cherubusca and Triari do a tie, he could win the tournament. So they will do their best to have the best point score at the end of the game. So we will closely watch and comment the game between Cherubusca and Triari.
Wow, it will be really interesting.
Annie, do you understand what's happening here?
I feel like I've got the general gist of it.
Yeah, I guess
it's like Champions League. It's the same.
Yeah.
I mean.
Julia, do you have this Richmond guy handy? Because he only totalized 18 points. So
I will try to find him.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, we want to understand what happened.
Calling him out on stream. Woof.
Okay, is there Rich between you? Rich? can you please come over if you want to answer some questions?
Seems we are joking, but it's not joking.
He's been called over to the teacher's
He's
office.
18 me, guys. Thank you very much. Hello. I will give you one of my AirPods. Do you prefer one? Which side do you prefer?
No, he cannot use it.
Oh, no,
He
sorry, you
cannot
can't.
use it.
Okay,
Okay.
guys. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Julia, ask what happened?
I'm
What
asking
happened?
you.
What happened?
They are
Why only
asking,
18 points?
What happened? Why did you gain only 18 points?
Because in the first game, I played a very, very good player who's in the final. And in the second game, it was quite a close game, but it ended up, as most of my games do, with me losing.
I totally understand you.
So I think really the answer.
Paolo say that he totally understands you.
It happens to me.
Is bad selection of my army and bad execution of my moves. Okay.
Which army? Ask Julia. Ask him which army he has.
Which army did you use?
Paolo and Marco are asking which army did you use?
The Welsh army from 1400 to 1409.
Okay. So this is not an army that is to be used to win.
Good player could probably use it. Yes.
Very difficult. So
I'm trying a different lineup again this time against Will from Scotland.
Ooh.
And so we'll see how we get on with that.
Okay, so good luck then. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you. They are also telling you bye-bye. You can say bye-bye to the camera.
Oh.
What?
Laura. Hello, Emma.
He's saying hello to your wife and your daughter. Your wife is called Laura and your daughter is Emma. Okay. Hi.
You see?
Perfect.
You see, this is
fan.
I'm already a fan.
Yeah.
I'm already a fan. I'm actually going to start using that army just for getting used to it. Thanks a lot. So, Paolo, tell us about this thing about armies and selection and how important it is.
Well, normally the tournaments we do in Slytherine's tournament are made by our, developers. Richard chooses the tournament team, and every player plays the same game, switching armies. So if we play together in the tournament, for example, the battle Richard or the team chooses is Ottoman against, for example, Serbian. We play the first game with myself playing Ottomans and you play Serbian. Then we do a similar game on the switch side on the same terrain. So it's perfectly symmetric. In this tournament that we had today, that was a quick tournament of only 1 day, and we had to close the games in about 1 hour, 1 hour and a half. We choose to have a tournament that is more similar to 3D wargaming. When we go to a tournament around Italy or Europe, you choose an army in a selected era or geographical area, and you play that army all the time. Only for so our friend chose the Welsh because the tournament, the people participating in the tournament choose to play medieval armies because we asked them since the day was about medieval, and they choose the armies coming from their hometown. So basically we had 2 Welsh army, 3 English, 1 French, 2 Italian, Condotta, Veneziani and Milanese, and 1 Danish. And disregarding the goodness of the army. Obviously, if you play a Welsh army that is made of medium infantry with pikes against heavy knights like the French or the Italian, is disadvantaged. So if you don't have a very good ground with hills or broken ground, it's very difficult to even not tie.
So
a draw is something different.
You set some of them up to lose.
Yeah, it's if it's difficult. I mean, a very good player against a competent gamer can probably win. If Richard plays with me, for example, could win easily.
Anyone can win easily against you, Paolo.
Just because I need the money at the end of the month.
Anyway, so are we ready to do this final game?
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen that they are ready to start. So we will see the game on Paul's perspective. He is the top player now, so he's the one that has more advantage. Paul is on the right, Mike is on the left, and Paul is playing with medieval French because he's coming from France, and while Mike is playing with, if I don't remember, English Tudor, correct?
Yes.
English Tudor. Yorkists, sorry. So 100-year wars. No, sorry. War of the Roses, civil war in England, but another sub. So we will see the game on Paul's perspective, while Paul is now deploying the army. As you know, in Field of Glory, you choose, even if you have the same army, at the beginning of the game, you can slightly change the composition. So since they are both armies of heavy infantry and heavy cavalry, Paul is choosing the highest number of men at arms you see in the top, and he got also light crossbowmen. He didn't choose the bombers, but he got the light guns that are light artillery. He got some Swiss pick. No, he didn't, sorry. He couldn't, but he didn't. And so we will see how he will deploy. As you see, you have a number of points. Some of the minimum are already selected. You can't avoid to take them. And Paul is using, obviously, a good tactics. He's not getting only top elite troops, but he's getting also some raw longbowmen and crossbowmen, because they augment the number of the army and the breakpoint. Because you know that in true simulation like Field of Glory, you don't have to kill every single soldiers like you do in Call of Duty, for example, but you have to demoralize the army. And this happens when you broke 40% of the army, or 60% if you also lose 40%. Medieval games are normally much more bloody than ancient, because the fight is between heavy troops like heavy infantry, as Paul is deploying now. And you see also that the mix of the troop has some light horses that is not already deployed, is in top left, sorry, in the bottom left position, is now going to deploy. This will be, I think, really important during the game, because the English normally doesn't have a lot of light horses around. We will see then the selection from Mike to see what is happening.
How important is this the deployment of at the start of the battle?
Is fundamental, because if you do a mistake, it's not you can do a mistake. For example, you can read wrongly the battle plan or the plane where you're playing, and or you can be unlucky and you deploy, for example, the weak troops against the strongest of the opponent. It's something that a good player can, imagine. And it's not easy, because normally a normal player can deploy the heaviest in the center and keep the cavalry and the light troops on the wings. But I've seen many good players like Stefano Grombi, Paul, Mike, and so trying to do something more inventive to get the enemy, the opponent, unbalanced and strike the decisive fight. In this game, at this level, with very good players like the one that are now in Milan to do the tournament, just a single error, if you just expose a single flank of your line, is enough to lose the game, because it's a game where when you lose even 2 or 3 units, your army begins to crumble, and an exposed flank is enough to lose the entire game. Now the deployment is finished. You see that Paul didn't do a single line like normally we are used to see. He's now assigning the generals to be sure that the general of each wing is close to his troops. He mixed greatly the composition, so you have to be sure that the general in each wing, center, and other wing is closer to the other troops, so he can sustain with his morale. If a troop is closer to the general, can do free movement to turn on the side, and is more controllable, more under control in case of moral tests. During the game, each time the opponent will shoot or fight against you, any troops will do a moral test, and the more the losses, the more easy for the morale to lose 1 level. When you get to the 3rd level, the unit is broken and they leave the field. So it's basically counted as lost, even if there are some troops still active. You see also that he deployed the artillery. And the late horses, instead of placing them on the sides, he places them in the front. Now we are giving a slight advantage to Mike because he is going to deploy after him.
You
Now,
nailed everything.
yes, obviously, I mean, but
I like this thing.
good luck.
They,
He is.
they say good luck to each other.
Aw.
Yes. Now,
They want to go at each
A
other's
lovely bit of
throats.
sportsmanship.
okay. Now we have just to wait for Mike to do the deployment. The game is, let's say, asynchronous. So when one of the players does the turn, the other one receives it by email, even if they are in the same room like now. And he has the time to do his own bound. I was not able to play the tournament because Marco is a slave master and he forced me to work. I don't understand why he pay me and he says that I have to work. So today I couldn't.
You could have saved Rich from last
He
night.
got angry. And so I couldn't play Field of Glory on PC. I played 3D board gaming with my friends. So
That's not bad for a day at work.
No, absolutely, absolutely. We should do the same tomorrow.
So Annie, you're in the evolution of Field of Glory. We've seen a lot of changes into sort of trying to make it more approachable and so on. And on the other hand, we really want the big fans of the tabletop to follow us in the adventure. I'm seeing there's he's done. I think he's done the deployment or not.
He's doing.
Yeah, he's done it. He's done it.
You
Yeah,
can see it.
he's done
It's
it. Yeah,
done.
he's playing his turn
Okay.
right now, I think. And
Watching from across the room.
yeah, watching from across, I was like, I think he's telling me something.
Doesn't look like the other screen.
Yeah. And making something approachable whilst keeping it true to the wargaming roots and such. How hard is that into producing something that just strikes the right balance?
It is one of the most difficult things really in anything, let alone particularly in games where something as strategic as this with the nitty gritty, while also being able to explain that and make that approachable for anyone. It's really difficult, and I have to hand it to Richard. He's done amazing at balancing that.
And one of the things that when Paolo describes what's happening on screen, you can actually see the depth of why something happens and so on. But actually clicking and deploying is super easy, right? So you kind of have to know a lot of things or assume that the player knows a lot of things before playing.
Yeah, I mean, the teaching to click the button is definitely part of it, and I think that Fog does a very fantastic job at doing that. But sort of almost innately teaching you the underlying strategy of various units and groups and terrain and things like that. There's a whole underlayer to it that's very, very interesting.
The thing I find fascinating is that there's a big crossover between this being like a hobby, like like using a lot of your time, and just being a game that you just can play a game in 20, 30 minutes and you've done a game of it. So it's an interesting mix of, is it like a true passion and
having something for everyone, whether it's something where you want to be spending hours upon hours playing it, or whether you want to sort of sit down and
it's not the if you compare it against Starship Troopers and so on, it's not like the best-selling game, but it's one of the games that people are playing more often. They come back to it a lot of times.
It's definitely a core of Slitherine.
Yeah. So it's I find it that Field of Glory and one of the reasons why why we try and involve players that are coming from across the world to play the game is that there is a strong community element to this game that has to be recognized, which is why we're here talking about it after 15 years. The Field of Glory first game has been created.
Well, I played Field of Glory in all its versions. I began to play Field of Glory 1 when I was working at UTech. You sent me the codes because I played at work without saying to my bosses, obviously, because in that time it was not part of my job. And then I played Field of Glory 2. And curiously, Field of Glory 2 is my last review on IGN Italy before leaving. And I rated it 9 out of 10. I didn't know that it was going to work for Slitherine at all. And I played a lot of single player. But because I'm not a player that I don't try very much to play online. I played a lot online Field of Glory 2 during the pandemic with Stefano and the other guys from the Milanese Italian club, because it was the only way to play together. Now the game starts. This is the French army from Paul, and we see the deployment of Mike he closed in the top corner of the map. We are seeing we are watching Mike's turn. So you are watching what he already did in the turn, and he sent to Paul. So this is something that has already happened, and he is moving towards the woods, because he discovered the deployment from Paul, from the French army, and the French army on the right, he has less troops because he deployed all across the table. Now you are seeing that Paul is moving his light horses and the light troops near the wood to understand if there is any ambushes, because he needs to discover if there is something nasty inside those woods. With those good players, you can never know where they put those dummy light horses and light troops. As you see, he could move all the group together. This is a part of the Fog tabletop original rules, where you can move entire bodies together. And the tactic from Mike is good because he's moving in a corner, so they will fight on Mike's terms in the corner with woods around that have they are a problem for the French army. But this at the same time allows Paul to move to reposition and move the artillery. That is particularly deadly because its longer range can attack and shoot to Mike's troops while he can't do basically nothing. If the artillery begins to shoot on his troops, he has to choose to stay and accept the losses only on his side, or to exit from the strong position he did on the right corner from Paul's perspective. Also, you are seeing that Paul is moving his best troops, the cavalry, to move to attack the portion of the army that is in the open between the woods. And I think that in 4 or 5 bounds we will see the charge. Now we can speak freely because the turns are one after the other. So even if I'm explaining what is happening, Mike will see when he loads the turn. So there is no surprise. The only thing we don't have to mention, if we see some ambushes, we should not say, because otherwise we could give an advantage to one of the players.
I was actually going to say, are you spoiling the game to Mike?
No.
It's like
the thing is,
perhaps a bit of an advantage.
The thing is that with closer, the tournament ends, and no, it's not ended. At this stage, has 2 players that could win, and the other one is Claudio that is playing with Stefano. Stefano and Claudio knows each other. They are Italian players. They played a lot, even if they met for the first time in real world today. And I think that the game will not finish with a draw. So one of them will win. If Mike and Paul will draw, possibly one of the Italian could win the tournament.
Are they playing now?
Yes, they're playing now.
Can we know what's happening upstairs? Maybe that
we can ask to Julia to have some update.
Yeah, just check out. I don't think we can make a connection with Julia now, but we can check what's happening up there, because that would be interesting to see, because what is happening here is also depending on what is happening upstairs. So, and there's a nice little prize for the winner as well, right?
There is a prize, yes. For the first 3, and yes, because I when I work in war games with Marco. When I got home for my free time, I play 3 war games and I organize a lot of tournaments. I had one of the biggest 2 weeks ago. So when there is to ask for prizes, so
we're gonna hold on so we can show them.
Let me show. This is the prizes that we will give to the first 3.
For Annie. Yeah. So. Switch camera. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Just let us know because it's backward. Sorry.
I'm trying to get the light.
Let
There
me
we
know
go.
there is the logo of the day and first, third, and second place.
They are visibly a little bigger too.
Yeah, they are. The first one is bigger. Please write in the chat if you like or not, because Marco is not
Paolo is selling these as well. So we're trying to make some money out of this. Come on. And by the way, if you are interested, I'm just whilst Mike is playing his turn, just a reminder that Field of Glory Ancients is free to keep on Steam for 3 or 4 days still, and then on GameSpot, there's a few discounts on Steam as well, but also our friendly partners at Games Planet are also running a big promo up to I think 70% discounts on all the series. I was actually checking this morning, and the best-selling game so far in the sale is Field of Glory Empires.
Really? There you go.
So it gives you a good indication of interest towards kingdoms and
Absolutely.
what we're gonna deliver on the next one. I think one of the things I keep saying is that Empires was a bit of an experiment in a way, and a way for us to sort of transition from Ageod's traditional games to something that's more closer to what 4X play games are nowadays, and we sort of launched it and forgot about it in a way. There was a DLC, but it was just not bound to make it like a long-running series. And Kingdoms has a lot more potential of being open to that type of approach. So it's going to be a huge, massive game at launch, and we're pretty proud of that. But also, there's a lot that we can do with it over time.
There's definitely a lot planned.
So it's an interesting thing that when you find that something has been super successful, you sort of think, oh gosh, I could have done this, and this, to make it even more successful. And I think Empires is a bit like that. There has been it's been a game that launched at the same time as Imperator Rome.
Absolutely.
So
Just a few weeks away.
We weren't sure. We were like, oh gosh, did it go well or not? But then your turn, Paolo. Your turn, Paolo, to explain what's happening now.
Okay, let's see what happens on the tabletop field.
Did they stop saying good luck?
Oh, no, definitely.
Yeah, the
Definitely. Now they're
competition's on.
beginning, yes, to insult each other. No, I'm joking. There was
We've blurred it out.
a fair spirit today. Nobody got angry, except one of the players that was playing Tin Soldiers, that when he rolled too many ones, began to shout against the luck. Okay, we are seeing, you're watching Mike turn, and is steady moving, holds his army on his left flank, on the right of the flank of Paul, and Paul is doing the same. His light troops are faster, so he can move and can reach the rough area that is more brownish on the right, where for Mike is difficult to go because his troops can't go easily over there.
So basically now Mike knows what Paul is doing, but will he know after the
there is no problem because Mike can't do nothing because it is Paul's turn. So the only thing that we don't have to say are about eventually about any ambushes that the other player can see. So we are not failing that.
When you the awesome ending of the last Spider-Man movie, you can't say anything about that.
I didn't see yet, so please don't spoil it.
You should
they told me, but I didn't see. I didn't have the chance. So basically, we are seeing that Mike is preparing the charge of the cavalry, if he can, because if Mike is successfully in taking all his army into the woods, it will be a draw probably because heavy infantry and heavy cavalry can't fight in the difficult. Basically, they lose all the advantages, and also Mike is on the top of the hill, so it's a very strong position. The only way to counter that is to use the artillery, but Paul has only 2 or 3 artillery, so it's not enough to totally demoralize the army. It's a game like chess. It's a game where we have to move, thinking what you're doing.
Like 5 steps ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And knowing that if you push too much, you can position yourself in a situation that is worse for yourself. As you see, Mike is using, Paul is using his bowmen and his artillery to shoot if you see, it's like a triangle for the position of Mike's troops. Is positioning is shooting troops to shoot to focus the shooting on the corner of the triangle that is exactly in the wood. So Mike will have the advantage to be protected by the woods, but at the same time will sustain a lot of shooting. Has every fog player knows, concentrating on the shooting is a very good way to demoralize an enemy unit. So shooting 3 or 4 times in a bound against the same unit is very good. Now Paul is moving the camera just behind his best shooting units, the bowman, long bowman, to see that he's going to shoot the top of the corner, forcing probably Mike to exit from that strong position. As you see, the players, these top players, do the turning in very few minutes, probably less than 2 minutes, because they already know what they're going to do. They just understand which troops to move and shoot and fight before the other, but they already have a plan in their mind. When a lower player like me plays, sometimes invent on the spot, they have to think a bit more, because it's not, I mean, solid plan like Paul or Mike's one.
So Paolo, you've said that they were long, like only 2 or 3 turns before they sort of start clashing.
Yeah, probably yes. Probably yes. I think that we will see in a normal fog game, we see the beginning of the fight around turn 6 or 7, because it's enough to get close and begin to shoot. Here we have some movement. So while Mike is advancing, Paul is advancing with lesser speed, just because he has to reposition to counter Mike's movement. But I suspect he has a plan, because he is moving the best shooting troops in a position where if Mike stands on the top of the hills, he will sustain a lot of losses for the shooting. Since the point system is based on the losses you inflict to the enemy, if, for example, Mike loses 12%, could be enough to win the tournament, while Paul doesn't lose nothing, because the shooting troops from Mike are on a different position and can't be exposed. So we will see what happens, and we will have a clearer idea what is going to happen in the whole game in a couple of turns.
Okay.
So
Pressure's on.
Yeah, pressure's on. Yeah. So Mike's sort of playing it more defensively.
Absolutely. But this is not a reason. It's not the player that is defensive. Is the field, because the field is generated randomly, and Mike had the luck to have 2 very good woods, one on his flank, center flank on the base, and the other on advanced. So he could place the troops inside this valley, let's say. This is exactly what happened in Agincourt against the English. It was not the same army, but a similar English army against a French army. The difference is that Paul is not doing the same mistakes from the French general at Agincourt, and instead of charging recklessly in the center of the English line, he is concentrating on the top corner, so where he is more exposed.
Am I right in saying that Julia is available for Julia?
Ciao, Julia.
She's back.
Hi guys.
Hi, Julia. What is happening? Ah, the painter is gone.
The painter is gone.
The painter is gone.
Oh my God.
What did you do to him?
He went to win some other prizes for his paintings.
I think that this is probably could be a reason, but if you want, we can check later if he's still around.
All right. So what's the current situation with the other game? Do you have any news about that?
I think that the other game is going on. I don't have precise news about this, but I can always
call Claudio and ask him how it's going with Stefano.
Yeah, if you can ask what Stefano is doing, if he's winning or not, then that'd be great.
Let's ask him.
Francesco is coming with a chair. Francesco, look
There's
at that.
A chair. Wow. I think they think that I'm too old to stay on my feet, but
No.
Welcome in the club.
I don't mind. How is it? Do you see me well?
He's doing well. Mike's playing his third right now, so he's very focused, very concentrated. He's looking at holding his positions, as far as I can tell. Painter is back. The painter is back.
He's returned.
He is returned, but he has a beer. Maybe this.
I know. He got some water to for his inks and paintings, so it's still on the job.
Course. Yes.
Julia, ask Stefano how it's going.
I'm asking to Stefano. Stefano, how is going the match? Your match.
Vieni lì.
Come here, come here. He's shy, he's shy. He wants
Francesco
to
should get him a
hide.
chair as well.
You want to sit on my chair? No.
He basically said he's older.
I mean, in
These
the
are
camera.
the best Twitch moments of my life.
Yes, absolutely.
Of course, of course. So, how was your match going?
It's at the beginning. It's not so bad. I started well. It's a derby between me and Claudio, the Italian players. We will see.
Yeah, good luck. And
Ooh,
which army are
cautious
you
but
using?
positive.
Milanese is all the player decided to get the army by nationality. Okay, that means I got Milanese army and my friend Claudio Veneziani.
Ah, okay, okay, great, great. So, good luck for the derby. So, finger crossed.
And good
And
luck.
we will dare say good luck. And we will check later how is it going. Yeah. Thank you, Stefano. Oh, we can also ask Aurelian how is going the
Wait,
painting.
wait.
if you
I think
want.
we're going to see because Mike's uploaded the turn now, so
We'll be back
we've
to you
got
after the
we'll back.
turn.
Yeah, we'll be back after Paul's turn.
No problems. I will
Stay
be there for
around.
you. I'm here.
Here you go. Paolo, don't get distracted. What's happening here?
Okay, now we see the Mike Storms where his light troops that was probably ambushed inside the woods come out to shoot to the light troops of Mike. This is the reason because Mike's troops are uphill, so they have a bonus for fighting in that position. So for him, it's better to get out and shoot as soon as possible.
Thank you, Miki, for bringing a chair to Daniela.
Now Paul is getting on the flank to move his light troops away from the confrontation, and then moves his solid troops, the heavy infantry in front. So basically, he's doing a flank. He's preparing a flank attack for the future, where his light troops will shoot on the flank while the more solid will attack frontally. This happens because in Field of Glory, if a heavy infantry attacks light infantry, the light infantry needs to flee and evade. But if it evades and is charged again on the rear from other troops, is almost killed on the spot.
I'm beginning to be excited here about this. I want to see how it goes.
Now he's just adjusting the position of his bowmen to prepare for shooting on the flank of the heavy infantry when they will descend the hill. He's preparing the assault, and the assault will happen probably, you see the woods in the front. Just behind it, there is the line, the Mike line, and probably the fight will be over there. The final fight will be over there. Now we will see a couple, let's say 3 turns of preparation with shooting on the side to force Mike to descend from the hill.
It's interesting to see that, Paolo, you've sort of understood what was going to happen just basically after turn number 2, and now it's really unfolding as...
This is my experience. The problem is that it's not enough to win any tournament I'm doing, but thanks for your compliment.
You can
Now we see that
that
Paul is not just moving; he's also watching the terrain on any side to understand all the angles and all the situation. He's also showing to us what is happening to make us understand what's happening.
In the meantime, in the background, Miki is basically moving stuff around. Like, I don't know what's happening, but yes, we're seeing the lobby right now, and go. We have a replacement for the director in the meantime. So, Paolo.
Marco.
One thing that I keep coming back to when we're talking about Field of Glory is that some of the rules if you're not a tabletop player, are very obscure. Like, you know, why on earth, you know, you don't have to kill your enemies to win, or, you know, stuff like that. What are the, you know, the reasons why wargaming is based on these rules and not like simplified? Is there a way to simplify these things or make them more understandable to players?
Okay, there are different sets of rules, and some of the set of rules we also played together today are more simplified to allow people to play in under 1 hour and with more easy mechanics. For example, probably the easiest set of rules is DBA, that you play only with 12 bases of miniatures. You can paint in one evening, probably. You spend under 30 euros to buy a raw army that you have to paint. And they are, anyway, a very good simulation of a game. Field of Glory is basically a much more bigger version of this set of rules. So it takes in consideration a lot of things that creates a true simulation. The first thing that distinguish between a plain game where you just shoot to the enemy just for fun, I mean, and a true simulation, a true war game, is that the opponent is not killed by killing every enemy, but by morale. If you see any historical battles from Cannes to Agincourt, you see that when the two lines clashes, the losses are very minimal. Then one of the two sides lost confidence and go away, and so we have a lot of losses. For example, in Cannes, where one of the few Roman defeats, the Carthaginian army destroyed the two wings and then closes on the legionary. And at the end of the battle, we have 10,000 Romans killed against 600 Carthaginians. So during the fight, only 600 people died or were fatally wounded during the battle, while when the people turn and go away because they lost confidence, and this is where the game ends, our game ends. And there are a lot of more, because when the formation collapses and the people flee from the field, obviously the enemy kill everybody because they are
right.
So this is the first thing you can see in a true simulation, even in World War II, Modern Wars or fantasy setting, is when you see that the game takes in consideration. Another good thing is the flank attack, for example. Flank attack is something incredibly important in Field of Glory. And the best players are the players that achieve to get on the flank and prepare for the flank closing. In Field of Glory, you can't immediately close, even if you have the space. You have to go on the side and prepare for the next bound. So the opponent has always one bound to protect. And this is what makes the difference between a very good player and an ordinary player, because the ordinary player will fatally leave some of the flanks opened, and this is always the reason of a failure. Another thing, this is the third probably, that is important in a simulation, and how is the shooting is handled.
Okay.
If you shoot just one unit against the other, it will not happen basically nothing, because the losses inflicted by shooting are normally much lesser than a close combat fight. But if you begin to shoot many troops on the same one, that is exactly what Paul is doing in this game, sooner or later, the targeted unit will lose temper and go away. And this open a hole in the formation. And Mike is a very good player, so he has something behind to close the gap, because he already knows that he will suffer in that position. But normally, if you make an hole, this is the way to get on the flank and win the game. And this is something that when you play Field of Glory 2, if you play the games against the computer at the lowest level is very easy to be, at least for somebody that has some experience in wargame, to be beaten. If you play the fourth or the fifth level, it's much more difficult. And then you're ready to play online at our tournaments, and you will see that even if you play and win against the PC, that has many advantages, because it's intelligent and sometimes it's more resistant than the human units on purpose, because it must be stronger than us. When you play with human, as you play any game online, from chess to Call of Duty or anything online, you will meet the best the best players that will teach you a lot of things playing in the game. So the advice I give to the people that probably downloaded for free the game today and wants to start to play Fog, play online, play on PC against the AI. When you're ready, play online and don't get pissed off if you lose the
Imagine
game.
this, Paolo has been playing for 10, 12 years and he still loses every time on multiplayer, and he doesn't, he keeps playing.
Thanks, Marco. Thanks to remember that. Now we see the evolution of the line from Mike that is opening the lines of his heavy infantry. So he's going to accept. Now we see revealed means that there are some ambushes inside the wood that began to shoot, so it revealed himself. And now we will see another weak spot in his deployment. On the left side, from Paul's perspective, there are only 2 units. For now, he have to fight against light horses that he charges on the flank, but obviously it's very difficult for light horses to win against the infantry. But they're trying to go behind the line. This is a very good tactics because when the fight will happen, having some light horses behind the line is a very good advantage. On the right, the situation is of constantly trying to shoot on Mike's troops. Okay, you see that he charged uphill. He was lucky because he won the game. He won the fight, and you see that when there is a red number on the results, it means that the opponents, the one with the red number, does a moral test. He lost the moral test, so he went down on 1 level of morale. That unit will fight much worse for the rest of the game. Now, basically, probably the Mike tactic is to buy time on the left and try to fight in the center where he has the best troop, the pikes and the heavy infantry that are emerging from the woods.
Can you tell who's going to win?
No, I have no idea. It's too early because probably there is just a small advantage for Paul at the moment because he is in a very good shooting position. But if Mike is attacking with quickly in the center, he could probably smash the line because heavy infantry against bowmen, when they go in close combat, is surely a sure win for the heavy infantry. This game is like scissors, paper, and rock. So the bowmen are very good against the mounted. The mounted are very good against the infantry, and the infantry are very good, heavy infantry against the bowmen. So basically, it's a dance where you have to move your best troops against the weakest one.
Field of Glory is a dance. I like it.
Any war game.
I like it.
A very brutal dance.
Yeah, it's like we're a dance where a lot of people die. All right.
You see that
I like
Paul,
that every time we can see the map from above because there's a lot of zooming in and zooming out, which is helping a lot.
You see that Mike is keeping his troops 3 squares away from the enemy, so he can shoot because he's the shooting range, exactly the shooting range. But at the same time, he will try to move and attack. But even if Mike moves at the maximum speed, it will take a couple of turns to get in close combat.
Is Julia upstairs still? Let's see if
tune back in.
If tune back in and read Julia.
I'm still here.
You don't sound very happy, Julia.
I'm here. I'm really happy.
I don't know.
I was listening to Paolo's explaining, and
So you
it
fell
was really
asleep?
interesting. Yeah,
That's Paolo's fault.
Thank you, Marco.
Almost. I was not
It's all
falling
written in my
asleep.
book.
If you want to test your patience, ask Paolo a general question about wargaming, and he'll be
Yes.
starting with
But just remember, I have a crossbow at the office.
Yes, I remember it every day because I can see it right next to my desk, so I can't
Julia's going
forget
to be playing
about
in the
it.
next tournament.
Yeah, Julia, you've been stealing some tactics, and Annie is saying you're going to play in the next tournament, right?
Yes, 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 of course. I'm just practicing while you in the pause while you speak about the tournament against between the two guys downstairs. I'm practicing. So
Okay.
Oh,
next
okay.
Next tournament,
next
we will start the
tournament,
next tournament in a few days. So you and Marco can play and see who is the better.
of course. Yes.
Now
Challenge
go back to
accepted.
Stefan and ask what's happening
Stefano
there.
is went away. Probably lost the game and went crying.
He
somewhere.
left.
No, actually he's behind me, but maybe that's because he lost the game. Maybe.
He's hiding.
Okay. Do you think the
Yes,
Milan
he's
is lost
hiding.
then?
I don't know. He's looking at Claudio. I think maybe
Okay.
he's trying to steal some tactics from the
Yeah.
Venetians.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to interrupt them. Maybe
No,
I can get killed.
no, don't do that. No,
It's something
no.
serious.
But
Absolutely.
if you want, I can also ask to Aurelian how is it going with
Yeah, go for
the
it. Yeah,
miniature.
I mean, we're
Yes, ask Aurelian to take the face of the bust to show it what he did today while we were playing.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
please.
asking
yeah.
to him.
I wouldn't do that. I'd be scared of making it fall and break.
As long as he's holding it, we'll be fine.
Yeah,
It's like to paint a
He's,
photo.
he's not really happy of coming here, guys. You're making
Oh.
me making some enemies. I don't want to go.
Oh,
This
look
is
at
the
him.
face.
There he is.
Can you see that?
Can you cover Julia's head with
It's a
that?
little out of focus, but it's fantastic.
Just move it over in front of her and yeah.
I've got a lot
Can you
of
see it?
I can.
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. Compliments.
Incredible.
Bravo, Aurélien.
They are saying bravo, Aurélien. They're trying with a terrible French to say that.
All right, and Mike is
But
still playing his turn. I think
it's
Mike's turning
wonderful.
red. I don't know if it's because it's very hot or because he's getting nervous about the
Thank you,
game.
Aurélien.
Under all these lights, it's the only choice you have is to go red.
Yeah.
How is it going,
Anyway,
the match?
we've got to do more of these Twitch streams because one of the funniest things is seeing Alberto turn completely wet in these things. Did he recover?
I remember the year
I
you
think
forced him to wear a
having
sweater
a
and
shower right
sit next to
now,
the
I
fire.
guess.
Yeah, that was. We should do one, a Christmas one where he still wears a sweater and behind us.
So mean. So mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
so
right. So
I can
turn is
remember
done.
one
I
of
think.
Oh,
Mike's done. Yeah.
Okay, see what happens.
well, farewell, Julia, for now.
Ciao, Giulia. See you later.
Bye, I'm waiting for
Now
you.
you can go and disturb Stefano.
And Alberto can teach us what's happening on screen. What's up,
Yeah.
Loads?
Asterix on the chat asking if we will see a Napoleonic Field of Glory.
Asterix, I don't know. I mean, Napoleonic is. I'm going to answer this question after Paolo's describing Paul's turn.
Okay.
Paul's turn.
So now we are watching Mike advancing in the front and countering the infiltration of the light horses on the left with some troops emerging from the woods. He shot and disrupted the light horses. So now probably Paul will have to retire them to flee with them, otherwise he will lose the unit. On the other side, on the right corner, Mike is trying to attack to achieve the best he can do before losing his units. You see that the top flag has a yellow strips. It means that he is already under one level of morale. Now Paul is moving and pushing hard, and you see that with the light horses he pushes the light infantry to flee, but the light horses stopped in front of the wood and was charged in the back, so it was fragmented. It's 2 levels of morale lost in a single fight, so that unit is going to be lost. You will see on the top left the 2 green lines that for now are full, and as soon as the units will begin to be broken, to lose and flee the field, they will begin to move towards the 50%, the center of the line. For the rest, the center line is shooting on the center, waiting for Mike to emerge, because probably, absolutely, Paul is not committing to fight inside the woods on Mike's terms. While on the right, we have seen that Paul is getting the upper hand on the Letorsi. This is not something that will make him win the game, because probably Mike is going to lose less than 10% of the units on the right. But anyway, is promising for Paul to get a better score. You see that Paul is moving tactically his bowman just one square ahead, just to shoot, just to be exactly in range to shoot on the heavy infantry from Mike, because he doesn't want to get too close. Otherwise, Mike could charge more directly. This is the worst that can happen to a bowman in medieval times. At the same time, there is the line of the bomb that is in the front, and just behind, less than 3 squares away, there are the heavy knights from Paul. This is because when the fight will happen, the infantry will kill probably the bowmen from Paul, and then the heavy cavalry will charge the infantry. So it's again a game of like stones, paper, and scissors, because the best player is the one that gives the best opportunity. At the same time, this is a game where the dice are rolled, even if we don't see them. So nothing is absolute and written in the star. So we will see what happens, even with a bit of luck.
Right, so turn done. Now it's Mike's turn. Pressure's on Mike. One thing I wanted to do before we move to the next turn, Annie, is just do a bit of a recap of the day.
John, remember that you have to answer for the Napoleonic question.
I will.
Oh,
I'll
yes.
remember that. Yeah.
Fog in other time periods.
Yeah, it's a good general subject, I think. A bit of a wrap up of the day. That's what we've seen today. The academic discussion with University of Winchester, and in general, the Middle Ages in modern games discussion. What I found interesting is, and it's always been an interesting, fascinating question for game designing and producing, making games, is how much you can push realism in these games, and when you start to lose the entertainment value of the games.
Yeah, I mean, Field of Glory particularly, there's a lot of historical accuracy put in there. Obviously, it's slightly changed for a video game format, but it's sort of the example that you would go with when you're sort of talking about being able to put learning in, whether you're learning about history through units and what existed there or not. But it's always so fascinating when you sort of get into the mixing of what you're learning in video games.
Yeah, I think one of the things, I think Paolo, Mike's raising his hand right now. What is happening there?
There's a problem.
Uh-oh.
Game's broken.
Let's see what happens.
Paolo's going to
Paolo broke it.
destroy the streaming room. Just for the
Walks
sake of
over
it.
and just smashes the laptop.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I think you're right. I think one of the cool things about Field of Glory is that it's like abstracting concepts but still making them true to life. And I think a lot of things that Paul was saying about how real battles work, as opposed to how we try and make them work in games, is really that that element of, okay, this is how real life works. We don't want to sort of replicate real life, but we want to take concepts of real life, war and in general, and battles and such, and warfare, and transpose them into video games. And is how abstract you want to be. That really is the answer to.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned before, one of the hardest things in video games is teaching someone how to play the game. But the other really hard thing to find is making the game fun, because there's no measurement for that. It's either it is or it isn't, and you just have to sort of do it until it is. And I think Fog is particularly a really good example of getting that historical accuracy and making it a very, numbers and strategic game, but it is really enjoyable, even when you're losing, as seen by Paolo's history in tournaments.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. One of the things about Field of Glory, and I'm coming back to this answering the question about Field of Glory Napoleonics, is how systems are made to fit with specific time periods. And Field of Glory, the Field of Glory system is really made to work up until gunpowder, basically.
Pretty much.
And if you start adding, this extra element and a totally different type of warfare, you almost have to reinvent the game.
Yeah.
And this is why, we're not, we haven't promised or haven't started working on anything that's, going away from that concept of warfare for just before gunpowder is, formations and the approach to, in general approach to, there's an empty place there. I'm gonna, what can we do there? Yeah, put in a prize, an award. Yeah, move the awards there.
There we go.
Perfect. So having that, fixing that element is that important part of. Okay, now we can move to making a American Civil War game, or a Napoleonic game, and of course, there's commercial reasons.
We know where the numbers are. It's easy to code something like that, but then getting that balance and knowing where you're going with that is very, very difficult to figure out. And we want to make a product that's really good, that people are going to enjoy, and still retains that spirit of Fog that's got the history in it. And those things take time.
It takes time, and also there's also commercial reasons, and of course we're not here to just make games for the fun of it. We're just here to we have to sell the games as well.
Yes.
And we're still fighting against technical issues in the background. So we're trying to fix stuff. The commercial reason here is, okay, if you look at history in general, the favorite subject in history for video games is World War II. It's like what we call
it's like the heart and soul.
Yeah, it's what we call the biggest video games license ever made. It's an IP almost, right? After that, you've got ancient Rome, sort of ancient times in terms of commercial value and viability for a game. And below that, you start having very local interests. So it's like Middle Ages are very popular in Europe, less so in the US. Of course, American Civil War is like the most popular topic in America, but not very interesting for European players. Napoleonic is exactly the opposite, except that it's extremely popular in the UK and France. But anywhere else in Europe, so.
Could take it or leave it.
Yeah. So when you're making a history, based game, then you have to sort of find a way of, balancing this with the commercial value. What you're trying to do, how long it will take to make the game, and then put these things together and see if it works. Right. So I think can you give a thumbs up? Has it been fixed?
No thumbs up.
No
thumbs up.
No thumbs up. Okay, Julia. No, that's not a Julia I was expecting.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. So what's new about Terminator?
Wrong day.
It's like Julia's joke, like two Julias is better than one. So we thought that it was fun, like swap up. What do you think?
I mean, this is my best Twitch day ever.
Because it's the first one, Marco.
I guess we could go on forever like this. I mean, yeah, who's gonna come into the camera next time?
I don't know. I think that we are missing just Francesco, maybe Marco T. So a lot of people.
So forearm before.
This can last forever, actually.
Sarah.
Yeah. Sarah.
Why?
Yeah. Hello.
Where's your chair?
My chair. I can sit over
there.
They're
Marco. Sharing.
We are sharing. We are
this
a team.
Is really cool.
We've got a spare one down here for you if you want it.
Okay, I think did we manage to fix the problem, Mike, or is it not fixed yet? No, not yet. I don't know.
Not
What are we
yet,
doing
yet.
here, Inso? I'm asking
Oh, yeah,
asking to
actually,
you. What are we doing?
yeah, of course. So here,
We just
actually,
talk
the
forever?
tournament is going very well. We have a few people upstairs that
I don't know. That cable is
I
scaring
know that.
me.
Very
I know
long.
that. So here we have.
Hi, I'm Claudio.
Hi, Claudio.
Hello,
Claudio,
Claudio.
how did you game go?
Nice to meet you all.
Yeah, say hello to you.
Oh, hi everyone.
It's
Did
in
you win,
Italian.
Claudio? Did Claudio
Dici-
win?
Yeah, Marco is asking you if you are winning.
Uh, Not so much.
Maybe.
But
So and
maybe
so.
it's yeah. I'm very happy for how the tournament has gone. I won a game that was one more than was expecting to win. So one victory is enough for me.
Wow, amazing, Claudio. Claudio, when did you start to play Field of Glory?
Actually, not so long ago. About like 4 or 5 months ago, I think. Last weeks of last year, and I'm enjoying it quite a lot. It's a very fun game.
How do you approach the games?
Okay, how do you approach the game? The first most important thing is to have a strategy. You have to think to have at least a little bit of a plan, and then you try to get every little advantage you can get from your opponent. The field it's a very complex game. There are a lot of possible options. It's not simple, but yeah, you have to be very careful.
Indeed, it's really complicated, I guess.
Yeah, it's very complicated, but I think it strikes a quite difficult balance between accessibility and complexity. I mean, you can start playing in very little time compared to other games of the same type, but it's still very, very complex, and it takes a lot of time to be good at it.
Okay. Thanks, Claudio. I think that is an amazing introduction about yourself. Hope that you enjoyed the day.
Very much. I must thank you for this opportunity because it's very, very nice to be here with you.
We are happy to hear that. Maybe another player. What guys do you say?
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that, Sarah. Thank you for the surprise to Julia and Sarah, both of them.
Rather Julia.
Great stuff. Where's Julia? Where's Julia gone? She's
for
gone. She's
Terminator.
run away. She's run away. After we finished the Terminator live show, she said, I don't want to do this again in my life. And now she's back on screen. So you get used to it, you know.
Sucker for punishment at this point.
All right. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
So back here, basically, we're having technical problems with save games right now. So we're trying to fix that. If we don't manage to fix them, then we're gonna call it like Paul and Mike are gonna both win the first prize. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Fist fight.
I don't know what's gonna. Fist fighting is probably a good option there. Not a bad idea. One thing, because I'm here and we're just trying to sort of see what happens, a couple of things. So if you guys want to check the Field of Glory Kingdoms recording, you can go back to the YouTube channel or Twitch channel after the YouTube channel tomorrow, same time, and you'll be able to check the hour of a stream that was dedicated to Field of Glory Kingdoms. We're gonna sort of cut that out and making it available on YouTube. Also, this show we're upstairs for the challenge and everything. We're using all Alienware hardware. So I want to sort of shout out to Alienware, who's providing us with all this crazy equipment. It's pretty cool, actually.
It's very cool.
It's and it's it's also cool that we've got all this happening thanks to, oh, this is very dark. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Start reading stories to send you to bed.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you, Alienware. We've got a little commercial and then we're back.
The attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
decided to go for a next version of Tea Time. We need beers here. So basically, do you want a beer? Do you want a beer? Mike wants a
Mike
beer.
wants a beer. He's
Mike
in.
wants a beer. Okay, fantastic.
Enzo's organizing it.
Beers are coming. Beers are coming. I mean, we don't have a chat either. So I'm gonna see if there's questions from
Oh,
the.
you can bring the
It's
stream up.
gone. My
Oh, your
phone's
phone
gone. I
died.
can throw it in the bin
If
now.
you bring mine, I can. I don't have internet. Never mind.
Yeah. You don't have internet. It's not gonna help.
It's not gonna help.
Not gonna
I
help.
can hold my phone.
Okay, basically, one thing I want to say. So Filigree Kingdoms, Annie, we're in beta right now.
We are indeed.
What's the time frame? Don't be scared of saying when you think the game's gonna release.
I know we tossed around next year.
Okay.
That's what I've heard on the grapevine.
Okay. What I think of, we've got like in beta now, so we're expanding the beta soon, right?
Yep.
So it's going to be like probably another 6 months of beta. So I think first 6 months of next year is realistic, right?
That's
now?
what you said in tea time on Thursday.
I don't know what I'm saying. Especially because I'm scared about Q1 next year or Q2 next year. It's like the
Always
first 6
scared of
months of next year
releases.
are like going to be
Beautiful.
crazy stuff.
We've been given stream chat. We need to
Um,
scroll up.
Paul McNeil's family are watching currently. Go on, Trigger. Paul McNeil's family are watching. Go on, Trigger.
Woo!
Woo!
He's playing upstairs.
Yeah,
Probably can't hear
whatever.
us.
And Shards is saying, Shards is trying to tell us something about our beers. That no beers right now, so I don't know what's gonna happen.
So we can now see the chat. We can't see anything above that. So
Yeah.
if you do have a question, please ask again.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Hey, Captain Darwin. Hello, nice to meet you. Nice to see you today. I think you've lost around 3 hours of proper stream. This is where we're getting to sort of waste a bit of time before we find out if things are going to be fixed or not.
Mordante wants every time period for Fog, which I'm loving the support on.
Yeah, that's great.
Or we're gonna have to give player Will a whiskey, but everyone else gets beers. So works
Okay,
out.
player Will wants a whiskey. Swampy Yankee 68. Okay, where's the whiskey then? Because I don't see any whiskey here, so we should.
Well, Enzo's organizing it. We said before.
Enzo's organizing everything. Is like
He's looking nervous behind the camera.
it's like there's like which is like the squids. It's lots of different. Something's happening. I can see behind the scene. Paolo is entering the room with a face that looks like I found a solution. Vodka Red Bull.
I could do a vodka Red Bull.
I
We've got
could
the
do-
Red Bull here, so
Marco, love that tie. Did you lose a bet?
I love the tie. I genuinely love that tie.
That's not a bad
It's so
tie.
sad.
That's not. I know.
No.
Mordante, what's happened to you?
Mordante, how could you
You
say
were
such
full
a
of
thing?
compliments towards me, and now you're saying bad things about my tie.
Everything is fine.
Have we fixed it?
Yes, we fixed it. Basically, we had a
Take this out of
corrupted
your way.
file. So Paul is doing again the same turn.
We lost our
Okay.
last
We
turn.
had an help from Pat and Richard that is currently on vacation in France. He helped us through Skype.
That's a lovely company for
Never
being able
up.
to do
I'm
that.
playing Fog in the last 5 years, never happened, but probably. It means it's a Murphy law.
Maybe I don't know. This is like maybe suggested, but maybe it's because millions of people have downloaded
Yeah,
Ancients,
probably.
and
Yes.
they're overloading our servers.
It can perfectly be.
Possibly.
Not possibly, perfectly be.
Yeah. So basically, stop now. Don't stop downloading the game. Whatever
No,
happens to
please.
this thing, I don't care. All right.
You ready to log in as commentator again?
Yeah. So we can do the same comment we did. Basically, Paul is doing exactly the same thing he did in previous bound. It's curious to see that even if every time you play, obviously the roll of the dice is different. On the right, it went perfectly in the same situation. He fragmented the one unit and disrupted another one. So
They held firmly
Yeah, because the situation was a bit, I mean, you had to roll many sixes or many ones to change the situation. So on the average, the situation will be the same.
There we go.
Yes, you see that you're shooting on the center of the line as before, and you see that yellow number means losses, but no moral test, while red number means a roll test. It's not automatically a loss of a level, but it's a test. So sooner or later, if you roll red numbers, so you will lose the temper.
You were saying before they sort of pre-plan and play quite fast, but this is probably the speediest turn I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
obviously he knows already what to do,
Yep.
and he feel the pressure to finish the game before the 1.5 we are giving to do this tournament.
They want to go back home.
They want that whiskey.
They want the whiskey.
Slash
This
vodka
evening we
Red
have
Bull
the
slash
biggest
beer.
pizza and the biggest beer ever there.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Okay.
Eh?
Turn is uploading. Turn is
They're not
uploading.
giving
Cross your
start-
fingers now.
Let's see if it happens. It works everything.
Come on.
I'm watching Mike's screen to see if it works properly. It appeared, so we are seeing. Okay. Touch wood or iron.
There's wood here. On the bottom of the prizes, perfectly. It's loading.
Happening,
No,
Mike?
no, I'm watching. Do not watch. Do not watch.
We've been banned.
It's no.
No,
Is it happening? Mike's thumbs up. He's all thumbs up.
Okay.
Yes.
What saves?
Oh. See a text box. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Yes, he's going to turn. Yay! We made it.
The relief.
Okay. How powerful is this game that even with a crisis work?
It's basically this is going to happen for the next 80 turns. So we're gonna have a nervous breakdown by the end of it.
so tense.
Keep you free.
We're not tense about the battle itself. We're tense about uploading turns. That's not bad. Look at Paolo's face. He's run around like a headless chicken for half an hour to fix this. So
I don't know if it sounds a compliment or not, but I will take on the best.
You were earning that paycheck today.
No, I want to go back. I want to go back to this thing about my tie.
I don't know. I like it. It looks like little daisies.
Don't tell that you like his ties, otherwise he will keep.
I don't know. I mean,
having him,
I
the
usually
opposite.
care about Mordante's feedback, but in this case, I don't know. I don't know. I'm a bit pissed off.
It's yellow like a moral test on fog.
Yeah.
Not red.
I've been disrupted.
Yes.
Oh, put off.
Or put off, yeah.
You need a general to do the test. Okay. Do you want to check on Julia to see what is happening upstairs? Or
No,
because we have got-
Julia's gone.
No.
Julia's
I'm
gone.
going to have. I see that you have evaded the question. We will have a Napoleonic game that I
No,
asked you.
we actually answered the question, Paolo. The answer is basically no.
Oh.
Not for the moment, at least.
Poor
Not for the
Napoleonic
moment,
players.
at least.
Did we get any more questions in the chat?
Let's
while
see.
we were- Oh, you've got a flag.
Yeah, we've got.
Maybe we lost it.
Okay.
No, we lost it again.
There was before there was Edmond saying something about my head on a stick.
The tie should get its own
Yes.
Twitch screen.
The beautiful painter's work upstairs apparently looks like you.
I don't later know if this one is a compliment, but anyway, it was the best.
The heads on sticks. I was actually listening to a podcast about the peasants' revolt in England the other day, and it was basically all about heads on sticks. So not bad, not bad. Should Marco auction his tie?
Ah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Starting at 1,000.
Okay, go for it. Yeah, answer the question. Answer the question.
Come on, guess. Be careful.
See,
We're watching them answer in real time.
I'm not sure this Twitch.
I watched Mordante vote just then. No, he can keep it.
Yeah, that's the vote on the no. Yeah. See, this is pretty depressing from Mordante, but I'll stick with that.
Give it to the winner.
Okay. I really. It would look great on the corpse. Oh my
The rest.
This is really bad. Really bad.
Richard thinks you should give it to the winner of the tournament.
I will, Richard. I'll actually sell it to the winner of the tournament. Oh gosh, Mike's depressed. I can see Mike playing his turn like he's lost his momentum.
Don't say, don't demoralize him.
No, I'm not. I'm just reading the body language.
I think all the stress is gone. So like, there's no pressure. He's just, whew.
Mike, if you want some beer, I can take you.
We don't need to buy any more energy drinks in the Milan office. I
Yeah,
think, Charles.
no, absolutely. Yeah.
There is so much Red Bull in this building. So much.
Thank you, Red Bull, for helping us.
Oh, someone might be ready upstairs for us, though.
All right.
Richard York is
Who's it
buying
going to
your
be this
type
time?
with $2.
Somebody's upstairs waiting for us.
Which one is it going to be this time?
3, 2, 1.
We can't see it.
Hello. Can you hear
Oh,
us, guys?
no. Hello.
Francesco's
Ciao,
Ciao, Francesco.
I'm here with... I'm here, the Francesco brand manager. Well, for Stargate, but this is another story. So we are here for the Fog Days.
Hi everyone, Marco, you tried to keep me out of the live, but I'm here. Nice try. So, how's it
How
going?
many beers did you already get?
No, at least, no, not even one, but I made a lot.
Okay.
And I was actually preparing one for you guys, but I was called here to talk about, I think, tournaments, I assume.
Yes,
So,
please.
a part of the tournament that's being running here today, we have just announced a tournament today on Fog Medieval 2. It's dedicated to Peter Jevon, so it's the Peter Jevon Memorial Tournament. It's been announced today. Will start on next Tuesday, and now we got in program we got three tournaments on Fog right now. One of Ancient and one of Medieval going. That has been ongoing and it's been quite a success. People are battling really hard to get more and less 100 fog tournaments are the most popular one we go actually, and we usually have around 160 170 people, and today's announced, it's been just announced. So but I think the numbers getting up like quite quickly, sorry. So yeah, Fog 2 is wonderful for tournaments because he's loved. It's so tournaments, both tabletop and PC, and they're working really well. I mean, the tournaments on Fog is really popular. Players seems to love it. The idea is the future to get like some more structured divisions, and so for now we have been following the same rules, but for the future we would like to implement more formats and new let's say new division, and to start to giving to the community something a little bit more complex that they can be, they can feel involved more as a normal tournament so far. So if you are a Fog player now watching us, and if you want to play a tournament, you can go to our pages, so slitherine.com. On the tournaments page, there should be the Peter Jevon Memorial app, and is free to sign up, and we're waiting for you because you don't need any DLC to participate. It's on the base game, and now we will set another ancient one, and yeah, it's lovely.
Cool.
I mean,
Thank you,
as soon as
Francesco. We're
everybody
going
wants
back to the
play,
battle here. So thanks for
Okay.
telling us more about the tournaments.
It was a pleasure to
And
have you.
see you later. So Paolo,
We
what's
already
happening?
seen what is happening. We already saw the Mike's turn. Basically, is opening and descending the hill as we predicted in the beginning of the battle. The problem is for Paul now that he has to retreat and shoot with bow. Retreating is a dirty affair in Fog because every time you do a move backwards, you risk to lose one level of morale, and in that situation will be deadly because if a bowman is contacted and is already disrupted, is going to be killed quickly by the heavy infantry. So you see, on the right wing, it's on Paul's. Paul is winning. There are one red banner and one yellow banner. On the other side, Mike is winning with the Paul's light horses fleeing. One is already red. When you are on red level, when you are disheartened, you can't move as far as you want. So it will probably stay inside the radius of the bowman shooting on the far left. So all will be decided in the center when the two lines will collapse, will get in contact, and one will win. The Mike's line is probably stronger. It has much better infantry, much more solid infantry, while Paul one is shooting, so it'll probably deal some damage before the clash will happen. So we need to see if Paul will manage to inflict enough damages to dishearten the frontal line from Mike's and fight with some advantage. Also, we will need to see those three cavalry behind the Paul's line, where they will go, because that is a smashing punch of the French army, and they are very strong in attacking the front line. So this is where the game will be decided probably.
So Paolo, things are unfolding quickly now, so we're going to see what's.
I think the end of the game will happen in about half an hour, and also because we have a time limit for the tournament. So in the end, Stefano is keeping the scores, and when the games will end, he will get the scores from even from the draws. So as we said before, a draw could not be enough for Paul to win or for Mike to win, because the two Italians behind, and if they win, can get over him. So the only way for Mike and Paul to be sure to win the prize will be to win the game.
Okay. Paolo, one thing that Francesco was mentioning earlier on was a tournament dedicated in memory of Peter Jevons.
Yes.
Can you tell us who Peter
he was a friend. He's a friend of us, a friend of mine. In my job as a PR, I also help the communities around our games to prosper. We have a few different Facebook groups that I track. I'm inside. Actually, in some of them, I was always already inside before joining Slitherine, because it's a true wargamer, old style people. Peter founded this Gentlemen's Wargamers Club to be a point where the people playing any kind of war games, not only Slitherine or Matrix, can find opponents around the world. And it's a very good and healthy community. You know that a lot of time on the socials, it's easy to find nasty or toxic communities. This one is one of the best I've ever seen. To be honest, in general, wargaming communities are very good. The people is happy to play with people with the same hobbies and the same they want to play the same games. And with Peter, we created a very good situation where we sponsored their tournament, because they had a separate tournament from the Slytherine's official one. And suddenly, 1 year ago, he passed away. I was speaking with him on Facebook the same morning. It was something totally unexpected and very despairing. And with Ole, that is joining us today, he's the Danish guy who took me the helmet. He organized the Facebook groups and continues to do the same as Peter did. And I'm sure that Peter, anywhere he is happy that somebody is keeping alive the group. And so we are continuing to help the community. And with Francesco and Ole, we decided to have this tournament dedicated to Peter. And I hope everybody will join just to celebrate one of our friends that is not more with us.
We talked about briefly about before about commercial aspects and how important it is to find a commercial balance and blah blah. And if you can show us the chat in the meantime, so we can see what happens. But we talked about commercial aspects and things, and this is something that has nothing to do with commercial. I think nurturing the communities and making sure that they're having fun and they play the game and so on. I have to say that sometimes our job is really about talking to people that
Absolutely.
love the games
Absolutely.
and are just there to play the games. And for especially for a game like Field of Glory, where you keep engaging with the same audience over and over again.
Absolutely.
It's just great to sort of keep engaging with them, and I'm very happy that we're able to do it.
Something that is the underlying stress what you are saying is the rating on Steam, because if you look for other games that have so many DLCs, a lot of people get angry for the DLCs because they have to pay to have more of the same, while every time we publish a DLC, not only the public, but also the YouTubers and the media that are engaged. I'm speaking about the media that plays our games for fun, all the blogs and the small websites that are in the wargaming niche. They are always happy to have new DLCs, even if there is just a faction DLC or some new units DLC. The same for Gladius. And this is something different from the normal software houses because, when normally you see a community that is much worse.
Right, we're going to have a quick Alienware commercial right now, and I'm just having to sort of do something in the background, so I'll be back in 40 seconds.
The attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
That's great. And we keep having this thing where Paolo disappears. So what do we do?
Ghost.
Okay, cool.
Bring it
By the way, Mike's uploaded his turn, so we should be done for. It should be Paul's now. Welcome back, Paul.
Here I am. Sorry.
Been replaced.
So we are watching the second half of the game with. You see that the English Yorkist has suffered 5% of the losses. So it's people that has been defeated on the right flank. The losses take into account the units that fled the field, not the disheartened one. Now you see that the lines are getting closer, so Paul is no longer able to flee too much. He will have just a turn or two, and then he will have to accept the fight. He is desperately shooting to the front line, Mike's front line, but for now, the Mike's troops are keeping. As soon as said one line,
brings good luck, right?
Yes, I probably have to stop. Mike's will get angry. Mike's, I will offer you a beer after the show. You are also seeing that Paul is achieving the right flank, so he's moving his troops to menace the right flank for Mike. Now Mike, in the next turn, will have to cover the flank, otherwise he will be attacked on the weakest side, and his line could be killed much more faster.
Of course, Mike won't listen to any of your advice because he's going to lose if he does.
I was about to say, he's coaching him.
I think that Mike is much better than me. So, I mean, it's like when you do the comment of a soccer game, the people is not...
They're not pro
listening to the
players.
people, yes. I mean... Also, you saw that Paul retreated the troops and lost one level of confidence, but he preferred to lose one level on his bowmen retreating that leave them to be attacked. He smartly moved the cavalry that we mentioned before in the gaps to frontage to be in the front of the enemy line. So now Mike will have to attack the cavalry and protect the flank. So it's not easy, but we know that Mike is a pretty good player, so he can do.
All right. So basically, this is now where I start to understand absolutely nothing about the game. This is like
once they start fighting.
Yeah, they start like it's all a big blurb of people fighting, and I don't understand anything.
Oh,
Thanks
actually,
for joining us, Paolo.
Actually, it's my job. And basically, now the idea is the French are shooting on the sides of the English frontage to try to demoralize before contact, in the hope to fight with better advantages. Because Fog is a game where the troops, if the troops are shaken, they fight worse and they are more prone to go away. Also, the problem for Paul is the cavalry, because the cavalry is very powerful, but at the same time, a wrong charge can be deadly for the cavalry, because I mean, if you charge recklessly, as happened at Agincourt or Crecy, you will lose your best units. You will also see that Mike managed to move away the light horse, and this is a winning point, because he is still 100% intact, because he saved the light horses. If the light horses got another shot, probably would be destroyed and left the camp, and this is points to be given to Mike. Paul knows that every point counts now, because if he doesn't win the game, every points can be the one that allows him to win or lose the tournament.
You see, there's tactics beyond the battle itself now,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's they've got to take care of that as well.
In the far future, I see people gathering at home with kids watching Fog games without us commenting like championship.
Yeah.
Anyway, this week we will have championship for Inter, so we are all ready to
No,
see.
don't start me on football, otherwise I'll start on tennis.
Okay, we stop now.
So one thing that Enzo was telling me is that some people are joining us now for the stream. So what you guys are watching now is the final of a Category 2 medieval tournament. Opposing, we call them, there's no nicknames anymore now. It's Mike and Paul.
Yeah,
They're our
one
friends.
Mike is Triari, if you met him in the tournaments, and Paul is Chabuska, it's possible.
Charabuska.
Charabuska, something. And
I'm
so
not getting
if
any
you meet
threats
them
from
in the
so-
next tournament of Fog, you will know that you are fighting very good players that are here in Milan for the first on-site Fog 2 medieval tournament. I hope it's not the last. I hope that we are all happy as I am for the day, and we will do something again similar in the next future.
But what do you think?
I think you know, one thing is we're doing Field of Glory tournament. We're also done the Kingdoms showcase, 1 hour long Field of Glory Kingdoms showcase. So if you missed it earlier on, we'll upload it onto the YouTube channel tomorrow. So tune in tomorrow on YouTube to watch it there. It's an hour long, like full, you know, presentation of the gameplay of Field of Glory Kingdoms.
Yeah, brand new.
Brand new, never seen before, with Neil and Alberto and Pocus answering questions on the chat. We had problems with French strikes.
Yeah, was not able to make it here.
You know,
I can't wait to play Field of Glory Kingdoms, because I played a lot Total War, that is a competitor grid game, and I think that Field of Glory Kingdoms is much more deeper in the 4X grand strategy, with a
definitely.
lot of things that Pocus today explained that makes it a single player, fantastic, unique grand strategy game. And also, I love that every time I do a fight, I can export the battle to Field of Glory 2 Medieval and fight leading the troops and changing maybe a battle that was very difficult to win without resolve. So this is probably the best. This is the reason why I'm waiting to play the full game. Obviously, I'm playing the beta, but the beta and the game we are developing, but I can't wait to have the final on my Steam account.
I'm also starting to get envious because the guys playing the game are
about to
drinking
say.
beer, and
They did get their beer, guys,
and we
don't
don't
worry.
have our beer here, so I don't know what to think about that. You know,
Yes, it's not correct. We should have 3 beers here now.
yeah, exactly.
Maybe 6. It has been a very fun game, fun day, but it's very long day. So
Yeah, but anyway, you know that there's been that. So if you're joining us now, we're just about in the middle of the battle. The game deserves it. Thank you, Mordante. My tie deserves it a lot as well.
No, but Mordante, we will have 2 fog days each year because we enjoyed so much.
You're signing us up.
So now we're doing a fog day. I think once a year. I think is good. And but by next year you'll know also what's coming in the Field of Glory series.
Next. You
Yeah.
can say nothing, MDPR. You can say nothing. It's a secret.
So you'll also know what is happening in the series as a whole. So the next up is Field of Kingdoms, but you know it's not over, right? It's
No, I can't say anything else.
no,
But no.
come on, just nothing.
No. We're
No,
too
no,
early.
no, no.
What's for sure is
Enzo,
that
please.
we don't have a
Cut these guys that are telling secrets away.
Thank you,
Mordante's
Pat.
going to present the next fog day in his own time.
I think it's a good option. Mordante comes here, presents the whole thing, but with this tie. With this tie.
that time. I want to see what he would bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
Personally.
Also interesting.
Yes, Bislam said the 6th of June should be a D-Day event.
Well, it's fog day instead.
It's fog day. It's fog day. I mean, every single wargaming, strategy gaming company is doing a D-Day thing today. So we said, you know, why don't we do something different?
Yeah.
And World War II stuff, we've got plenty of other dates to base them on. So we'll do that. You live in Normandy.
Maybe
Send
we'll,
some photos from the
Nice
maybe
place.
we'll mix it up and do it on Anzac Day next year.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah. So next 4th of July, we'll do a Nation Roman Day. So we'll thank you for picking up and publishing Rule the Waves 3. Rule the Waves 3, I'm seeing the sales results these recently, and it's just flying. So thanks for supporting Rule the Waves. It's a great game. It deserves a lot of attention, but it's been absolutely fantastic. So thanks for helping us and making that game great. So I think it's somebody else's turn, right?
We can see Paul playing.
All right. Yes, Paul playing.
Okay.
We got the beers, by the way.
Yeah,
Francesco.
you got, because there is a rule in the office. They are not allowed to give me beers while I work.
Francesco is
I
my
don't know
favorite
why.
member of staff again.
Is yeah. Mine as well.
So we are seeing Mike's turn that is advancing to contact. Now Mike moved his own artillery on the top of the hill, and so is able to shoot overhead his units. And some people is emerging from the woods again, so the right flank is not entirely on Paul's hand. We are watching the battle to see who will win.
Look at Sneaky Mike. Look at Sneaky Mike.
But I told you that Mike has some hidden aces in his pocket, so.
Every turn's a surprise.
Yeah, I thought that the game on the right side was already closed, but instead Mike was even more subtle and able to be prepared, yes, on the side. Now we see on the center how it will go, because you see that the scores for now is in favor of Paul for 5%, but I mean on Fog is very, very low score. And so we will see in the center what happens. It's curious that Paul didn't manage, and this was a bit of a luck in my opinion, to demoralize basically any unit in the center. Exactly. When I said it was fragmented.
Perfect timing.
Mike is going to hate me. I will not say it again. So now this is a first charge of the cavalry. You will see that Paul left the back of his cavalry free, so he could charge and automatically retreat. This is because in Fog, when the heavy cavalry charges, it has a bonus for the charging, and so they try to disengage to charge again in the next bound. But if the square behind the cavalry is not free, it can't do. So a good player will always leave the back of the cavalry open and free to disengage automatically.
So we're starting to see some advantage here.
And you saw that Paul is moving the cavalry on the fighting zone, because he will know that the infantry with the red flag sooner or later will lose the field, and he will open a gap, and he could use the cavalry to go on the infantry. Ouch. Or on the artillery behind. That is a very easy target for the cavalry.
I don't think that Mike will like this turn. You don't laugh. I'm not laughing.
No, I'm laughing for what you said. Now Paul is watching all his infantry to see which one can shoot, or the pikes can also create a square. So they basically, a square position is weaker than a front line, but can't be taken on the flank. So it could be a good idea in the next turns to do that kind of tactics.
Turn uploading.
Okay.
And right, so it's now Mike's turn to counter Paul's very aggressive.
I have to say something to our HR. I don't have the beer, so I don't understand why.
You've got the prizes.
I got the prizes.
Because we know the effect it has on you.
Yeah, that could be. Could be. How can I hard?
But no, so basically now Paul has been very aggressive now. So we're seeing.
Yeah, on the right
going to
flank
see-
he is very aggressive. On the left, probably he underestimates all the troops that could be hidden in the woods. So could be. It's an interesting game. It's not something that you can understand from the first turns, because they are good players. And Fog is a game with a lot of options. So even if you deploy it in a way, you can change the course of your tactics. And the good players can change the tactics without suffering too much. Normally, when a weak player or a beginner try to move the cavalry or the infantry, it invariably finishes in a position where the good player will take advantage.
One thing we didn't talk about much today,
Mhm.
and I would like to sort of spend a few words on, is the awesome Richard Bodley Scott.
Yes.
He's a fantastic guy.
He really is.
And you know, he's come up. I mean, when we started doing the tabletop rules with Richard and Simon Hall and you know, Terry
Niels,
Shaw
yeah.
and Ian and JD back in the days, you know, we knew that Richard was a great, brilliant game designer. Turning that into an interesting game, digital, I think it's his biggest achievement, honestly.
Absolutely, because a lot of times I've played games, not only board games that are based on tabletop games, like even board games, and they could be either exactly the same experience, and normally they are boring because it's not the same magic that playing a board game with a family or friends on a Saturday evening on Steam, and otherwise they change the rules of the games to be more easy for PC, and normally this ruins the games. And I know the tabletop rules for Fog, and I did the beta tester when it was launched, and I see that the PC games has the same magic ideas of the point of other advantages. So the game is based on different phases of fight and shooting and movement and automatic situations, and the point of advantage. So each troop, basing on the troop type, the moral, and the weapon, has different point of advantages against other troops. And this is the key to the Fog. Otherwise, for the movement, for example, the PC games is different from the basic from the tabletop game, and is much better because you have squares, so you can move and be precise with the movement. And also another thing that I like of the Fog games is, especially when I play with human players, is that you don't see the dice, so you don't have that constantly people blaming for the ones and the sixes. but it's just happening behind the screen. So you just charge with the cavalry, and you see the cavalry does well or not, does good or not, and this is because there is your tactics of putting the best troop against the worst or the weaker of the enemy, and then the roll of the dice that sometimes helps you and sometimes helps the opposite.
Now, there's one missing element for Field of Glory, which I always come back to, which is, it's a great, solid game, but you look at the evolution graphically and UI wise, and the experience with the game evolved in from the first edition and Ancients and then Medieval. If we have to call out someone, Pat Ward and Richard Evans have done a great job at trying to simplify things visually so that it's understandable what's happening, but also giving it a fresh look and feel and making it look different.
The
Right?
stylization of Fog Medieval particularly is like one of its biggest draws.
I love it.
It's very unique.
And some players didn't like it at the beginning, and I was like, you got to get into it. I understand it's not like your realistic setup and everything, but it does have a distinct look and feel, and I think people ended up loving it in the end. So that's great.
I instantly loved it because it's the same that playing tabletop, like painting my miniatures and placing and deploying on the table, especially for medieval. Not because I also like the ancient settings, but I prefer slightly the medieval, especially the 100-Year Wars, Storm of Arrows DLC, and the Swiss one. So it's something very good. And another thing is that we have different chats in our offices through Skype and things like that. And when I begin to speak with Richard about Fog, it ends that I wrote a lot instead of working. And for example, we had a very long chat about the next tournament setting, because in the origin he proposed to myself and Francesco. Francesco is the guy that talked before, that is in charge of every tournament in Slitherine, the Ottomans. And I wrote to Richard, very good, so I can play with my Catalans, because I love the Catalans as a tabletop gamer. And he said that the Catalans didn't fought against the Ottomans. So we began to check online to find who was right, and obviously Richard was right.
He's always right.
Actually, they fought one single battle against the Turks, and on Wikipedia English they say Ottoman Turks. On Italian Wikipedia is not, so the Italian one was better than the English one. So in the end he said, I was right, but you were right about the setting, so we will do a Catalan based tournament. So we will have the first tournaments around the battles and I will play. So Marco will be able to joke me because I will lose every game.
That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. I mean, I don't know about this. Are we picking settings just because Paolo wins arguments against RBA?
I don't see
Why
any
else
error.
working games?
You told me to comment the game, so I should choose the tournament.
I think and Mike is not crying yet, so I can
Smiling.
He's not
drinking. He's finishing the beer.
It's only when Val is talking.
So that's still.
I am a fun guy. I wanted to do this stream with my new brand Danish World War II helmet, but Marco forbidden me just because it's
someone should go get it.
It was fantastic. It's a fantastic helmet. I will wear tonight at pizzeria.
You can't believe. You can't believe what's happening. I mean, Annie and Neil came down from Epsom and experienced the. What is it? What would you call it? Like the noise,
the organized chaos.
The
organized chaos.
I like it that you think it's organized.
Okay, we will see the turn. Now is Mike's move that we will see the replay.
Come on, Mike, show us some magic.
He's charging on the right because he has some heavy infantry. And so now they are fighting. And he fragmented one unit from Paul. So the right side is not ended. So Mike is getting the
That
upper
flank
side.
is not bad. Come on, that flank is.
I think that
There's a lot
we can ask
happening.
to Paul. Probably Paul was sure to disorganize the chaos on the right side much easier. Now, probably Mike will try to shoot to the cavalry because it's the weaker spot when shooting, trying to engage the front of the cavalry with heavy infantry. Now we see two pikes units fighting in the center. This is a fight that will last for a lot of turns if nobody gets on the flank, because pikes are very resilient in medieval and in Alexander the Great period.
No, it's Paul's turn.
Now it's Paul's turn, and she's shooting before charging, because obviously it's better to shoot before charging, because maybe you can demoralize some troops. I said demoralize, and it wasn't demoralized. It's not me.
Your curse has been lifted.
This is interesting because in medieval we are
So
seeing.
Mike's asking, just be careful what you say.
No, absolutely. I will talk about history from a war game point of view. It's interesting because in ancient you will see a rise of the pike as a heavy infantry, and the answer to the pike is the same. They will happen in medieval for the Lanziknecht, for the Swiss pike and the German formations. And the English, answer will be the longbow, shooting before fighting. The Burgundian would be artillery. And in the end, the Swiss will lose a single battle in Italy, and from that they will retreat to Switzerland and ask for and say that will not engage in any war in the future. And this is not going to happen in
They
any
stood by
moment.
that. Yeah.
Still by that same. So pikes against pikes is very, very deadly, and but it's not determining because it is a very long confrontation.
Oh. You see, you don't say.
Pushing the sides.
Say
nothing. No. It's better.
So
it's better
it's
to
getting
stay.
better. It's getting
It's
better.
better to stay. Mike's could get angry for that. You see that Mike's has managed. This is a very piece of tactic movement. He's pushed the line. You see the the blue and yellow flags forming a lines that is an uninterrupted lines, pushing away Paul's lines. Okay, now it's on Mike.
Right, sorry. You spoiled that I left my chair. Come on. Right, so it's Mike's turn now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's truly no beer coming for you.
What, sorry?
There's truly no beer coming for you.
I hope. Even some water if possible.
The studio lights are, yes.
You did
right.
this. You did this. Thank you for replacing me. So basically, this is we've run a few tournaments in the past where we had we've done the Nations League, which was really cool actually.
Yeah, with Stefano.
With Stefano.
And Stefano, we are talking today if we can do again next year.
That'd be great. That'd be great because that was very long, but really cool actually. So we should do another one of that of these.
Agreed.
And one period that we've covered in the past, and that was interesting for our players was the like Far East. So there's just spoiler. We're not thinking about doing another one of these in the future. Was it called
Senjuku
Jidai?
Yes.
Right. And
it was only Japanese.
And I think, I mean, that was a great game, and some of the people, and if you can pull the chat up, we'll see if there's somebody in the community who still likes it. Miki, can you put the chat up in the and there has been some cool, a lot of people liked it, but commercially, of course, again, very small very small number
Setting, yes, number of armies,
players.
yes, absolutely.
Mike's computer switched off for some reason.
Abbiamo la tecnologia che ci combatte.
You may need to go help them.
Yeah.
And it was, you see David saying so Sengoku Jidai was a big game, but again, commercially, kind of smaller and such. Pike and Shot again, it was started off as a mod of Sengoku Jidai. So you see, you never know what is the next thing that could come up in terms of actual new version of the game. My main consideration about settings and things is that we're having a lot of sort of sub niches of the product to sort of, hey, I want this very specific topic to be covered and such. So the computer crashed. All right, that's happening sometimes, but no problem at all. We're in a fixing mood, so don't worry about that. And Pike and Shot and Sengoku Jidai were the games that sort of helped us bridge to get to Field Glory 2 and where we are now. So I'm confident that we're going to sort of have this bridge and then come to a potential Field Glory 3 at some point towards exploring more subgenres and sub-niche historic periods. So very curious about it. Do you have a favorite history period that you see that works best or you like best in games? For me, it's American Civil War. I've always loved American. I'm Italian, so don't ask me why. But
I've got such a fun spot for medieval after Fog Medieval. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna go with that. Other than that, it's like World War II with a Pacific focus.
All right,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I know. But yeah, I would say definitely medieval.
Hey Das, how are you? All good? I think yes, it was the first one with a strategic campaign mode. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I think so.
yeah. Yeah, for me, it's American Civil War because of the overall, sort of politics behind it and logistics and such. It works so well for both a 4X, type of game and with a battle game. So that's always what I've loved about the period. But if you in the chat I think what we should do is at some point run a poll on the Discord or in the forums to
What's your favorite?
yeah, kind of understand a bit more about it.
Tactical, Napoleonic, a few things being suggested.
Yeah, Napoleonic comes back all the time, but the problem is that really, you've got like this core 1,000 people really into Napoleonic, and then other than that, it's just like very, hard to sell. So, we've actually behind the scenes explanation, we've actually tried to test some gameplay with Napoleonics. And RBS was also considering about it, doing it, but the number of changes would have to do in the sort of overall gameplay.
Didn't work.
Field of Glory, Lord of the Rings.
I'd love that. That would be amazing.
That'd be great. that would be absolutely fantastic. Yeah. What can you do about it? Is there anyone modding Field of Glory can do that?
I don't know if you saw the newest Magic the Gathering cards that were Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
they were amazing.
Yeah,
I think we should incorporate that.
Yeah, some of the art in that was
incredible.
Amazing. Yeah,
If
really,
you haven't
really cool.
looked it up, you should definitely do that.
Three Kingdoms, Romance of the Three Kingdoms again. We're
Oh, Paolo.
Paolo is
We still don't have a beer.
Is Mr.
No,
Wolf
not
today.
beer, but another crisis solved. So
Yogic Fire. Napoleonic, we've talked about it. World War II, Field of Glory World War II, don't know.
No.
I'm
Again,
not
once
sure.
you start
We
bringing
have
guns in,
headquarters, so
it
it's
becomes a
better.
yeah.
I think that Field of Glory World War II is very much like you're looking at and I'm going to sort of say something weird here, but the equivalent of the most popular tabletop version of Field of Glory is for World War II is Flames of War. And so you're looking at that level of detail and zoom and tactics for a like a version of a of a digital war game for World War II. And I probably think that headquarters that we've got in development is very close to that, right?
I was playing the beta of headquarters, exactly what we need for a platoon level turn-based game on World War II, and it's pretty amazing. And I think that is much better than the scale of Fog that is higher. So I think it's wrong scale for a game. If you wanted to do a full scale battle with lots of tanks, you can play the combat mission games that are both turn-based and real time. So I think that World War II games has a lot of options, while ancient and medieval and pike and shot period and the Far East have only, as far as I know, Flames of War, Field of Glory franchise that is great for that kind of games.
Can you tell us, Richard Bodley Scott just wrote, there are different Yorkist army lists for different periods, and the others are indeed Blue and Murray. What does it mean?
No, he had to say that it is important, but you don't understand why, because you
I
don't know.
I don't understand, Richard.
Don't know, but it's important.
I'm lost. I don't understand the context, so I don't
But
know.
it's right.
You probably answered a question we didn't read.
We have to thank Richard because he is on vacation in France and he helped us to solve the problem together with
All right. Okay.
with
Cool.
Andrea.
Enjoy France.
Yeah.
If you're
Enjoy
watching.
France. Enjoy France. Yeah.
The colours of the Yorkists.
Somebody asked about the colors of the Yorkists.
So we can only see about 3 questions at a time.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
The chat
yeah.
is so
So-
like once it's gone, it's gone.
So it's because we either see the questions or our faces right now. So I'm
And we are lucky to see them because otherwise, before we lost the monitor. So
okay. So he was replying to someone who was asking about Yorkist banner in this battle wearing blue and red.
Just
Okay,
weren't
cool.
feeling it that day.
Okay, cool. You see, that goes into a level of detail.
Your
that-
blitz. One beer and you have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
and they didn't drink a beer.
Yeah.
I want something to drink.
If anyone's upstairs, please bring him a beer.
Bring your beer,
No, not a
otherwise
beer.
it's gonna
Just water is fantastic.
Frank is
You're getting
my tie is getting
just
you're
getting
stealing the show. Isn't it?
bullets on the
It's not
tie.
like I could run a show with
Ties.
ties. The thing is that I always wear a tie, like always in weekends, always wear a tie, except at tea time when I wear a t-shirt. So
Dressing down for tea time.
I kind of, because I have to look a bit more relaxed and such. So basically, whatever. So it's like, okay, so the beer is kicking in, but it's like,
Lengths for life.
I have to sort of, this is one of my many ties, basically.
Something's coming down.
Something's coming down. We've got a Red Bull.
Oh,
We've got a Red Bull.
It's like water or beer. We're like,
Whatever,
no.
just bring me something.
Someone's offering Prosecco.
Prosecco
I'm
is
interested.
bad. Thank you very much. Va bene, stava benissimo. Ah no, ora tutte e due, vai. Così abbiamo-
Don't open it now. Okay.
Ready?
Okay.
Oh, there's the
You have
sound.
to think. I mean, this is like something I've got to tell about the office here, how it works. Basically, we have a pile of Red Bull drinks that Red Bull kindly, sent over.
Infamous
Our
pile.
friends, yes.
Our friends at Red Bull sent over, like it's a huge pile, which has kind of gone down a lot today.
Yeah,
to be honest.
absolutely.
It looks like it's got a dent in it from last time I saw it.
But and we have a nice fridge and everything. So if Paolo's now basically drinking a lot of that, so that's the behind the scenes, and the beer is just the beer we've got here. Marco looks like it's been a nice holiday. Looks healthy and relaxed.
For Marco, it's an holiday to work with us. I mean, it's
I've
something-
always been on holiday. I've
Probably.
never worked a day in my life. So, hey John, Thanks for joining us. I think Mike is taking more time because
reflecting.
he's sent his
Finished.
turn. He's
Oh, he
just
heard
sent his
you.
turn. So we're gonna see what's happening now. So pull down a chat, and now it's Paul's turn.
Let's go.
See what happens now. Every time I see this beautiful screen,
I love this
it's
art.
just
gorgeous.
it's amazing. Big props to Emir
Okay, let's see what Mike did.
who's made that.
So he lost 2 units. Disperse means they fled totally the field. They won't turn. While when they are on the field, they could recover the morale.
There's still people hiding in the woods.
Yeah. That charge was unsuccessful. It was pushed back. Now he's charging with against the cavalry. Is a dangerous move. You see that he pushed away the cavalry, but he lost 1 level of morale with that infantry. So probably Paul will charge that unit with the same cavalry after shooting. You see the pikes in the center are fighting each other, and nobody is winning for the moment. And we see that the differences with the losses is now down to 1%, so 3%, sorry. So Mike recovered some part of the score. Just remember that in Fog, when you do an open battle like that, you win if you demoralize the 40% without losing more than 25%, or you have to demoralize the 60%, more than half of the army, to win the game. This looks a game where we will have to demoralize 60% of the enemy because the 2 armies are getting losses and receiving losses at almost the same level. All will be decided in the center. I think that the game will take at least less than half an hour to finish, because when the infantry begins to fight each other, except apart from the pikes that are very strong units, they begin to lose ground very quickly. You see now the shooting on the infantry that was the charged before the cavalry. And this is a general, so this is important for Paul to try to kill him. Because when you lose a general and the unit with a general, all the units around do a moral test immediately. So sometimes you see a whole line collapsing for the loss of a general. Now I've said that if it happens, probably Mike will push me. Okay.
Knock wood, knock wood.
For now, we survived. Another charge of the cavalry.
Stop it.
I'm just saying what is happening.
The word survived.
That cavalry managed to sneak around the formation, and this could be a problem for Mike because having 1 heavy cavalry behind the line is not that great. But the problem is that Yorkist and in general English has that they don't have a lot of cavalry, because historically the English army in that period fought dismounted because they were better dismounted than mounted. So that is a problem if you fight. As we said before, the players valiantly choose the army from the country. So we had Welsh armies playing against Italian condottieri and medieval French and late medieval English armies. Okay,
Bravo, Paul has been so quick that I couldn't say. The chat is back.
The Swiss are one of the most dangerous armies in the game. The problem is that you can easily avoid the pikes because you normally have 12 units of pikes charging you across. That is something a nightmare, but on the flanks obviously is very weak. It's the same when you play on tabletop wargaming. The Swiss is a problem if you face it, but if you try to avoid the flank, it's normally a draw, or if you get behind, like Paul is doing now with the cavalry, a cavalry eating you in the back, or in infantry formation is something that normally changes the course of the battle.
So we finished this turn with 7% in favor of Paul, right?
Yes.
So
basically, we see an advantage for Paul, and then Mike recovers the difference. But the recovering is demoralizing the enemy. So sooner or later we will get to that 50% that will finish the game. Who will hit before the other? 60%. Who will hit before the other will win the game.
okay, so basically it's going to drop very quickly at some point.
I think that we have at maximum half an hour game ahead of us.
Okay.
4 or 5 pounds.
Okay, well, we'll
they
see.
are
We'll see what
players that
happens.
don't lose. Sometimes when you play tournaments, you see people that doesn't want to lose. In the game, we have 25 turns limit. At the end of that, the game is finished as a draw. And so it's unnerving having people that try to go away just not to lose without even engaging. But I've seen games today of all the 8 players that came here to play and not to do draws, so they committed even if they were at disadvantage. So you saw Welsh Army doing only 18 points for that reason. If the Welsh stayed in the wood, would probably do not lose the game.
I have the lights in front of me, so I can't see Paul's face. That's not helping me to understand if Paul is happy about this game or not. But I can see that Mike's very focused right now in choosing his moves and such. So we got some questions and some considerations about existing games, other games as well. So we're going to try and address these.
Well, Dante wants the splash screen from Medieval as a banner. As a banner we can buy.
As a banner we can buy and a beer. And a beer. We can do
you
that.
think Paul and Mike want beer
do T-shirts. We can do T-shirts for that.
Paul's French players behind.
Paul has French players behind him, so that's the whole country. No, I was saying about questions coming from the chat. 57 Jam today was saying, about ACW and answering one of the questions. One thing to consider is that on Strategic Command ACW, we've got more stuff coming very, very soon. So stay tuned because we've got a few interesting novelties about that game are going to land very soon. Actually,
absolutely,
very soon.
Absolutely, we are ready. Yeah. Because every week we have something for our community. So very soon we will have news about that.
Yeah, and some free content for that as well. So that's.
I'm the PR. You can say.
You see, even without the beard, what's happening? I mean, it's just
fighting words on the stream.
After this stream, we will go to eat a pizza with a lot of beer, and you will see me on the real mood.
I'll be sleeping. All right. So, Paolo is the PR, but usually is. I'm usually saying too much, so he's trying to sort of.
Actually, you are the boss. You can say whatever you want. It's just by joke. You can say
just ruining my job.
Yes.
In terms of what's coming up for general other Slitherine games, we've got, as you guys know, we've got kind of a lot coming up for the existing franchise. For us, the franchises are, the Distant Worlds and Battle Sector and Master of Magic and Panzer Corps and such. So. You've got a lot to play. You'll have a lot to play on about these games in the future, but also some new games as well. So got Stargate, Terminator,
Broken Arrow,
Scramble, Mordante. Thank you. Ancient Arenas, Chariots, and a lot more. Headquarters World War II. A lot more coming up. Terminator. Yeah. So there's quite a lot coming up, and so important to say, we've got, like, if some of you don't follow us frequently, we've got tea time coming every Thursday, and that's where we give you all the information about what's coming up and what's just coming in the next few days or weeks. And we've got Newsroom with Julia, a YouTube format that you will see landing on your YouTube. If you activate notifications from the Slitherine channel, it will land on your YouTube notifications every Monday afternoon. And that's giving you an idea of what's coming up in the near future. Also, make sure you follow the Slitherine site where you have What's the Deal. Every week we post all the promos, all the information about the discounts on all the different stores, like third-party stores, Steam, Games Planet, GOG, Gamersgate, Humble, whatever, all the stores that we're present on, where we've got a summary of all the sales happening.
If you're also interested in any of our games, we often post if we're opening any betas on there as well, so it's good to keep an eye out. We recently, not to derail from FOG, announced the new Master of Magic DLC beta that opens, so go check that out if you do want.
Yeah, Rise of the
Soul Trapped.
Yeah,
That's indeed
the
it.
next DLC. And if you want to be part of beta, slitherine.com/beta, and you'll be on it.
As we always post about this stuff on our news tab, so.
Yeah, and Mike's been lightning fast again, so we can turn to Paolo.
Arrivo.
Paolo.
You ready?
Sì.
Paolo, stop chatting to your wife.
Sorry. No, sorry. Okay. Now we start with 7% on advantage for Paul, and we will see at the end of the turn what is happening. You see that automatically battles in the center. So now we see that the Paul's pikes have the worst, so they are losing. They are red, so they have 2 levels of morale down. And while Mike is retreating the infantry with red line, not to lose it, because he tried to save him. It was a dangerous move, because when you retreat, you can lose another level of morale, but it was good for him. The thing is that Paul's cavalry is not doing their job, and so probably he was waiting to have, he was expecting to have a better result over there. That cavalry that is moving now, that was, you see, in Fog, you have the zone of control. So Mike sent that infantry to control the cavalry, but the cavalry obviously is more fast. So he will sooner or later able to avoid the infantry control. That is an important fight. Fragmented. Now the max general is down to fragmented, and this could be one pivotal moment of the game. So basically, the push of Mike on, we see the front line is divided in 2 halves. On the right, Mike is winning, and is also winning on the pikes. That is not common. I mean, is unusual. But on the left, Paul is having the upper hands. So again, it's a game where nothing is decided. You see, Paul has a much higher number of shooting troops, artillery and bowmen, but they are not giving the results he was waiting for. So they are shooting a lot.
Oh, come on.
It's like, come
on. I don't know what to do with this guy. I don't know. It's 4 times. Like 4 times. It just
I
says
know
something.
the game very well, so I know what happens. I was saying, so it's strange that it doesn't happen. It happens immediately. We can talk about Calcio, for example.
You're cursing him.
Yeah, it's like...
It's a photograph. It's a photograph. Okay, let's talk about another game.
Mike was winning. Mike was literally winning, and
you started paying attention.
Now you missed the.
There's a bit of a recover there. Yeah.
Paul infantry broke, so basically tried to attack, but it broke. So now we are down to 4%. As we said before, the game is very balanced. Do
you think we'll end up in a draw?
No, it's not possible. At this stage, we are, I don't see the number of the turn, but I think we are around 15 bound. And so it's not possible with the infantry so engaged. Could happen, they both break each other on the same turn because they're very close. And this could be a draw with both armies broken, but can't be a draw in the meaning that nobody wins.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Now Mike's planning his turn. We're getting to the end of this battle, and so we're seeing. We're going to see what's happening in the last few turns. Paolo, is this normal that a game?
Mordanti said, I was saying to my wife that I have to take home because we are drunk. How knows so good, so much our habits.
Who knows what the Tuesday night will bring?
I will pay all of them.
Paolo, is it normal that a fight goes on like into this like three different areas altogether? Is it?
Absolutely. Normally, a game, a battle, an historical battle, and a good simulation is the same. It's fought on both on all the spots. So the center with heavy infantry and the sides with the cavalry. Cannes, for example, Cannes, where Romans lost, we mentioned it before. The battle was fought because the Carthaginian won on the wings, destroying the inferior Roman cavalry and then getting on the back of the legion. And actually, probably not a lot of people except me and Richard and some other war gamers know, the Roman legion was able to cut through the goals in the center, and the only Romans that survived was the people that actually cut through the formation and fled on the other side. All the other entrapped was butchered, and in the end we have a battle where more than 20,000 Romans were killed because they were got in the center. And normally a battle is always something that happens on the wings, while the center sustain the crushes. Some exception happens. For example, if we see Agincourt. Agincourt is a battle where the inferior number of the British or the English army was in the center of the woods of Agincourt, and they stayed there to wait for the charge for the French. And that is a quite a unique battle where the confrontation was only in the center. And something happened on the wings, but it was a battle that was fought in the center. But normally the battles, especially when good gamers and so two good generals fight, is fought all across the field, because nobody renounces to one of the sides that could be the winning side. Have you seen in the battle we are watching between Mike and Paul? Paul was winning on the right, and in the beginning was very, I was pretty sure that was going to win. In the end, with some luck.
Come on, you said you didn't know. You said you didn't know.
I didn't know, but was similar.
See, you can't trust the guy.
I know.
Paolo, check your text.
Your wife
gets it.
You see, this chat is becoming very aggressive.
So it's a superior.
You be careful, look off your tie again.
Edwin, where are you? Edwin, out of working hours, is gone. He's probably having dinner now. So, where I thought he was going to moderate this, but this is getting out of hand completely. Enzo is now sleeping in the back. Our director is standing because if he sits down, he sleeps.
Yes.
So it's.
Are you saying that this game is not engaging?
No. I'm saying no. I'm saying that my colleagues are wishing the stream to end very soon. Aggression enters the chat. Yeah.
I could ask to Julia how is going the battles, the games upstairs.
I think Julia has gone home. Okay. She's already having her third spritz at the bar.
It's just Neil upstairs.
It's just Neil's, just on the sofa,
sleeping,
having a nap. Yeah,
having a nap, and so Mike just sent his turn. So look at the room. Look at the room. It's like
everybody went away.
It's like there's.
It was a good game, a good day, but let's go to his.
Yeah, it looked like the last level of Fallout.
Oh, back to the. Yeah.
All right, so Paul, give us some magic. Lots of routing going on.
I will not say nothing. They are fighting in the center. I don't know what happens.
Just say dry things like.
Looks like
the infantry for now. Mike has the advantage of 1%.
The game is gaming.
5%.
You see, the stats are giving Mike some gratification.
Yeah. This is the cavalry charging. He managed to force a test, but was not enough to lower the level. You will see that cavalry in the center is now free to move for when Paul, and the general is has been demoralized, but is not killed, so the people around it didn't do the test.
This is mayhem at this point. It's like
Yeah,
the
wow.
soldiers are just
Bodies
getting like
everywhere.
No, but it's
yeah.
historical. I mean, when the line is collapsing and the units are beginning to lose ground, is totally. He's charging the back. So he
Broken.
chirurgically charged the unit that was already molded, and now the cavalry is still on the back of the infantry. And now we see that in the course of one bound, we went from 7 to 5 to 8 again for Paul. Now every point is important, so you see that Paul is retreating his light infantry, because if Mike charges and they don't evade, they could be lost. Now it could be a run for the artillery, because the artillery in both situation is exposed, and if you fight the artillery with in close combat, it's very easy to kill it. So they probably try to have this advantage. You will also see that while on the wings of the central part, Mike is winning. In the center, he lost the general and the other troop. So now Paul is pushing inside units that could strike on the corners and on the flanks. I think a good addition in this game could be a final report where you see the movement of the units in fast forward. What do you think, Marco, to understand what happens?
I think that you should have asked this like 2 years ago.
Oh, for the next Field of
Message
Glory 3.
Richard while he's on holiday in France.
Those filthy English are no match for superior French culture and cuisine.
Speaking
Oh,
of
fighting words.
the Italians would win. So
Here's the gauntlet has been thrown. Major Alvega. I think Major Alvega
you did
is
a lot of
not
plans
English.
today. No, I think not.
You see, there's RBS having his holiday in France, and we've got the English against the French here. So it's going to be snails versus fish and chips.
Oh, I can tell this story because RBS isn't here, but I actually won the first FOG tournament against him.
Whoa!
Ever happened. It was a test tournament, so it was just staff, and I was in Australia at the time, so I was awake when he wasn't, and I played my turn and he didn't, and I won the entire tournament.
You didn't really win the tournament.
No,
then.
no, I definitely won, and I will never play another one so that I keep my ground. He
So
was
you,
a
you
little
got
upset that I beat him.
so you've got a 100% success rate then.
Exactly.
Well, that's great. Yeah. So I'll take the snails. Who's taking
I'll do
burgers?
some fish and chips.
I'll have
Depends
fish
where
and
the
chips.
fish is from, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, now a lot of our fellow English and I say British friends. This is a spoiler of internal inside jokes. Don't like fish at all. So we've got like this thing where, we don't want.
I feel like don't like fish is a stretch. They are allergic and will die if they eat it, to be fair.
Oh, come on. This very particular, interpretations of, of your tastes are not good enough.
There is an ongoing bit where Marco will try and feed seafood to the company who cannot eat it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Or Mordante hates seafood and Mai Tai, so I think it's a
fried
breakup.
Christian cup roe sounds really good though.
Yeah, that'd be good. What do you think about the chat when the chat turns about talking about food, and what do you think about this? Is this like derailing totally from the actual purpose of the
I
stream?
think
Or
we're all hungry at
yeah,
now.
I think
We've
at
gotten
that
distracted.
stage we're hungry. We're very hungry. Yeah.
Boil in the bag fish, that's still good.
I'd
accept it,
eat
Pat.
anything, like anything. I especially
Fish
hate
still worked at
seafood
lunch.
that wears ties. Sounds like a Little Mermaid episode.
Well,
or
I mean, they
something.
can't see you from the waist down, so who knows?
Maybe. Who knows? Yeah. Actually, you're right.
Oh,
Mike's
dear.
playing with care and
Intensity.
attention, and Paolo's left the chat. I think he's gone to.
Paolo did run away from us.
Yeah, he
He's
did. He
gone
did. He
again.
did. He did. I think he did because his wife
He's
called.
going to get that beer.
Oh, maybe.
Ooh, Sarah.
People who microwave fish for lunch at work are the worst people ever.
Tell this to Sarah.
Sarah,
Ooh.
come in the thing. You know, you're not microphones, so you can't do it. But you could come and comment about this.
She's in.
So
We'll talk
Sarah,
into this
tell
very
us,
quietly.
Sarah, tell us about this thing where you microwave your fish for lunch.
Really, what I did?
You've been called out for microwaving fish
Yeah,
at work
yeah.
for lunch.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
Sarah
I
cooks very
just
well,
l-
by the way.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Well, I think that we are a team, that we are cooking, you know.
We're
We're perfectly cooking.
We don't do marketing at all. We cook, we waste
But
time, we shout.
no, we are entertainment.
Yeah,
This is entertainment.
we are 100% entertainment, that's for sure. Microwaving fish should be illegal. 57, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, microwaving fish that's been
You
cooked
mean at
before
work?
to warm it up
Yeah,
should be
of
legal,
course.
right?
You're being called out for it.
Yes.
Microwaving.
that?
If you're Portuguese, Major Vega, you kind of microwave your pre-cooked fish just to warm it up, right? No? Is that an offense? Is that a criminal offense? Should I be fined for it? And Mike's done his turn, so we should be going back to chatting about proper stuff.
All right. Thank you for chiming in.
Blarg. Swampy. I like the blarg. Okay, so
Here we are again on the bridge.
Paolo, where have you been?
Solving major issues about this project.
Okay.
He's booking taxis for tonight.
No, I was booking for the restaurant.
Okay, give us the game, Mickey.
So a lot of people is breaking in the center. We see somebody that is rallying, that is good. And when you see routing, is people that is going away. Dispersed is units that are totally removed from the game and will not get back for any reason. While a routed unit can be recovered, especially with the influence of the general. Now, Mike tried something desperate on the right, attacking on the flank of the infantry, but it didn't went the right way.
He does look desperate. Yeah.
Yeah, we have 28 against 27%, so it's definitely a game that we are looking into the 60% losses. It's one of those games where both players will get some points because they both did damage to the opponent. Now is again French getting 6%, but is a turn now, so we will see what he's going to do.
It stayed pretty close score-wise the whole way.
Yes, you have seen that another one has vanished, so it's again 1% because one of the units from Mike recovered. And the good players normally try to demoralize the units that recovered because they are still red when you recover from breaker.
Oof, 10.
10%, yes. Now is Mike's general that is, there is another general that over there is in the middle of the fight. We will see. Is again one of the Mike's generals that is in the middle of the fight. The general gives a bonus, so normally the unit with the general is much more resilient and able to deliver damage. You remember that Letors? It was the Letors that people saved on the left. It was red, it was recovered to yellow, and now is in a position that could change the game because it can kill units that try to flee or just recover on the red level. So it's a very good spot. Now you see that the flanks are enveloping around Mike's, while he keeps the position towards the hood, so it's not totally lost the right wing. And also you see that Mike's got very close to the artillery, and artillery is a weak spot because it can't stand close to combat fight. So
And Mike's turn. Hey, hey. Mike's smiling. It's like
Yeah.
he knows
He's back in.
knows what is
he said,
going to
I have
happen.
I have a secret plan.
He's excited again.
I can see Paul is smiling too. Then I mean, we've got happy people. I know.
Everybody's smiling.
It's not bad. It's not bad. So, chat again, so we can keep talking about food and fish and how to boil your eggs.
Is microwaving a fish a capital offense? No, if it's good, it's not.
Ooh, bold claim.
If it's good, what, the microwave or the fish?
Both, hopefully.
I don't know. Right. So as we are waiting for Mike to do his turn, and hopefully we're going to sort of see a clear shift into the battle right now. Paolo, it's time to declare to the world who you think is going to win.
No, I don't want to.
No.
Because it's bad luck.
Wait.
It's bad luck. It's bad luck.
No,
You have to say it. You have to say it.
No,
I think even now.
No.
What, sorry?
I think Paul's gonna win.
Paul's gonna win. I think Mike will win.
Okay. Now this is like Sunday night's football. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like no.
I'm
What's
not
your
taking
prediction?
part.
Hey, what's your prediction, Annie? What's your prediction?
I'm not taking part in this.
Oh.
Slitherine is the real winner.
like
There you go.
Switzerland.
Yeah.
Logic
As we
fire.
mentioned before, the Swiss don't
Slitherine is
engage.
the real winner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Fire. I think I'll be the winner when I'm sitting down for dinner.
So I'm asking the chat, does anybody, I think that everybody has bought in the past Field of Glory 2, but will you buy any of the DLC, and which one? Maybe somebody that is missing in your collection, and so which DLCs from Field of Glory 2, the original one, are missing, and which one is your favorite that you bought as soon as it was available? Because this is interesting.
If you do
for
have
the
them all,
shadow.
what was your
Yeah.
favorite?
Asterix on all. Okay, fantastic.
Mike has just exhaled, like it's like. Ah. So what's your favorite,
Dante
guys?
has,
What's your favorite?
I was
Well,
sure
Dante's
for
got a
Dante,
question for you.
obviously.
Marco, how's the Speedo calendar coming along? We're about halfway through. I'm up to June right now. It's like game development; it never releases.
Yeah. Ooh, fair enough.
All right.
Well, Dante is waiting for the pre-orders to go live.
Ancient is in Mortal Fire, Medieval Storms of Arrows. I think
I
Storms
love
of
Storms of
Arrows.
Arrows.
Actually,
Yes.
Storm of Arrows is the best-selling one of all.
I do love Reconquista though.
That's niche. That's niche. That's interesting. Well, you guys know that, fun fact, Ancients outsells Medieval like 3-1. Look at the desperation in the...
This is important. This is important.
This is
Every
like-
time you cut back, there's less
They are playing
space.
Diablo. They are playing Diablo
Why
4
did
now.
you switch to
Diablo 4.
Okay.
No, it's the last game because before I went up to see what is happening, and they said that
Pressure,
it's just one game to be finished. And so I think that when we finish this game, we will have the final ladder and we can declare the winner.
I hope so. Otherwise, we're here for
all the night.
the
We
glory.
can stay here and sleep here.
Swords and scimitars
We
for
got showers
medieval.
here. One
I think
count
my
we'll have to fight for.
favorite of all is Swifter Than Eagles. Just because I like the chariots.
I do like a good chariot.
It's a fantastic time.
I've seen a blood and gold. Okay, Mike's sweating. I don't think
Everyone's
Mike's
sweating under these
I don't
lights.
think Mike's happy. He's smiling, but it's kind of smile that is
But in
like,
pain.
It's like it's,
Look at them.
I think he's disappointed. Paolo is still chatting.
This has been a long game.
No, I'm asking Stefano if he's won. Stefano di Leggio Decima.
He's asking his wife for a lift home.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
exactly.
I already knew that today was out of the house.
Come and collect me, please.
I want to sleep. I need a pizza.
Call me, say there's an emergency.
Yeah.
So we resume with Paul on 40% advantage, down to 10 now because they lost a unit.
Solid.
We are very close to the point where the game will be won by either one of the sides. It's a close one. It was definitely on Paul's side for the first half of the game, but now it's a very close one.
I'm trying to identify the moment when Mike said, "Oh." Allez les Français.
Yeah, because Marco is French, so he knows French. So
No, I'm not French.
It's spiraling so fast.
Come on.
It's a good way to lose job for me to say he's French. So now there are 2 units against the general, the Mike's general, but is okay. I'm stopping to say.
Be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Delicate moment.
So many dead units.
Yeah, a lot. I told you that medieval games are much more bloodier than the ancient. It's strange that the people favors ancient for the medieval. Normally, it's the opposite in the wargaming. You see that the Letos is back in the flank.
I think Paul here is playing some clever game.
But also Mike that had so many units hidden in both woods was a clever move.
I mean, Mike, despite all the bad luck you brought, I think he's doing great.
Yes, that is the winning army. Yeah.
2 opponents for him.
Right, so basically the French allied with the Italian to beat the English, and now
Paul's salad was microwaved around turn 12.
Oh gosh. It's like this inside jokes mixing Field of Glory and food is like it's never seen before. I think.
Meanwhile, we have an update. Stefano told me that he won against the other Italian. I don't know the score. So we have in the second file, in the second game, important game, a winner. So if Mike or Paul don't win, Stefano could win the tournament.
Food of Glory would be a very good name.
Food of Glory could be something like
Food of Glory.
Yeah,
I
like
think
Marco,
Enzo make a note. Food of Glory is good.
Either
Sorry,
Focus or RBS
sorry,
here.
I have to wake him up. Enzo. Right, nous ne sommes pas. The French can't lose. Well, it depends. I mean,
not true.
You're not as good as the Italians because we are used to lose. But I mean, in general, in wars. But other than that, you know.
The rule is that only Italians can do jokes on Italian. So please don't start.
No, we can do that. We can do that.
No one's modding the chat. Go wild. No, don't. Fruit of Glory would be a balancing nightmare. I love that.
Yeah. So basically, what's happening now is Mike's playing his turn, and we're sort of coming to the end of the battle.
It's 50% a loss.
60%, isn't it?
60, should be 60 to finish the game. Ecco, lo sapevo. Major of Vega says the only. Please ban the guy. Please go away.
Edmond, please ban Major of
Please
Vega
ban.
now.
Edmond's gone to bed.
Go on another publisher chat to say it is bad things.
It's actually not true in the sense that we tend to lose on all the sites. That's the training usually, but
You had Rome, that's it.
yeah, we had Rome, but it was kind of a long time ago now.
Well, if Austria could take much of the North Italy, we'll all eat.
If Austria could take over much, I would sell much of Northern Italy to Austria if I could. And our beta would sell it to Switzerland. What else?
Some part of France, actually.
It's all on sale. It's like the posters of Field of Glory upstairs. You know, anything as a price.
Place your bids.
80%.
You see, the Italian jokes are just
you trigger
slowing
them.
down.
It's
Like
your
they're
fault.
raining down like crazy. Trentino has no army list. Come on, I mean, you can do better, guys.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely.
we're gonna store all these
The best
jokes.
one will not be banned.
The best Italian joke will win the Field of Glory poster. By the way, this is. Sorry? We've been swimming for 5 hours and 20 minutes. It's like the.
A good day.
It's like
Guinness.
a Sanremo festival.
It's like it's posta.
Someone start bringing in football.
Does Inter Milan
Too
have
far.
a chance versus City on Saturday?
Yes, because we can swap sides.
I don't I don't really care, but if you tell me what Djokovic did in his quarterfinal, I'll be
sad.
I don't know because I couldn't see the result.
Do you want to check it?
No, don't worry. I'm gonna check
Not
it
on
later.
stream.
Check it
Not on
later.
stream.
Check it later. Okay, Mike's done. He's sending his turn.
Oh, I see him.
Mike is sending his turn.
Let's go.
So the game is not still finished because he's finished the turn.
He's turned French. He's decided he's half French now.
I think he did also an achievement.
Oh, lovely. Paul's just getting stray bullets for being French in
Speaking of
the room.
achievement,
Absolutely.
Speaking of achievement, we will soon have one of our major games getting the achievements soon on Steam. So stay tuned.
Keep an eye out. It'll be on the news post on the Slitherine website.
And it's not Rule the Waves.
It could be fantastic to have that achievement.
Okay,
Rallied,
let's see what
so it
happened.
saved a lot. Rallied, another rally. He was lucky in his turn.
He wasn't lucky.
Ooh, enemy general.
Oh, no, the rally, I mean, is on a
Yeah,
dice.
an
so-
enemy general just fell up there.
Now he's fighting on the artillery. So the artillery, that is something that will be killed in a couple of bounds because I can't win.
Damn.
No, it is mathematically, I mean, it's not luck. I mean, you see that all the line is fragmented, so it's a single fight unit against unit. In that situation, if one of the players has a unit on the flank and can charge on the flank, can rapidly change the course of the battle, because now it's impossible to cover all the flanks because you have a lot of holes in both lines. This is auto-routing means that that unit lose too many elements, and so there is no test. The unit breaks and flee away.
Let's flee away. Let's.
We see the tactics of Paul. He had the cavalry behind the line, and instead of charging the weak spot of the artillery, went on the back of the line. We will see now if that tactics was good or not, because it was a sure win against the artillery, but was just a single unit, while now can destroy more units. In the same time, he arrived to shoot on the artillery as well.
I think Paul is clicking so fast it looks like he's playing StarCraft.
Yes, real-time one. The artillery went away. Also, you see that the artillery doesn't flee; it just disappears from the field. Okay.
Now,
Oof,
for
speed run.
important to say that for Paolo's predictions, in the list of Paolo's predictions, he said about 3-4 hours ago that there were list a half an hour left. There was a half an hour left in the game. So
What was the joke?
he's I would not pay him for making predictions on anything.
Oh, you
Hello,
pay me because I
Slitherine.
know
Lot
the
of
game.
video on my YouTube channel on this game. Present all the DLC. Hello, Philcas. Well, thank you for covering all the games on your YouTube channel. And if you want to put your YouTube channel link on the chat, feel free to do so.
Yeah, the bot will kill the link, but we can allow him to do.
Yeah.
Yogic Fire apparently just came up with a horrible pun, which I would love to
Okay,
have
okay.
seen.
Yogic Fire, come on.
Repost it.
Give
We
us,
get to see
give
it.
us.
Yes, you're authorized.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, give us the joke, Yogic Fire, and you
Yes,
may
let's
win.
see if it's the worst.
You
The
may
worst
win.
one win a DLC.
Whose joke was it?
I don't know.
You said you saved it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, whoever's got the best Italian joke wins a weekend with Paolo.
Explaining Italian tactics.
Asdel
please.
1384. We haven't heard a lot from Asdel 1384, so it must have been something really cool.
You can ban him now. Oh no.
I know.
So I say that Marshall Vega is switching side because he said a bad joke and now he's switching side, saying that another one did the bad joke. So probably he's Italian, he's not French.
Lot of
Oh,
field of
beautiful.
glory for French people. Yeah, that's
Let's
great,
check it
Philcas. Well, that's something that we'll check out for sure.
Absolutely. I think Philcas is one of our YouTubers that have sent DLC.
Is the pizza any good in Italy?
Yes.
Only with pineapple.
How?
I'm joking.
Well, I
Yes.
don't know. Yeah, I guess some restaurants do it good.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
pizza.
We copied from France.
Bad pizza in Italy is still better than good pizza really anywhere else.
I prefer
joke.
Pizza Hut.
Did you know about the Italian general that died in Fok He passed away.
That
This
is
thing that
that is
qualifies for
really
a week
bad.
of vacation.
That's really bad.
Yeah, it's like bad pizza in the UK, so it's like very bad.
Yep.
I liked it.
Okay, Mordante is you're reposting Asdel's joke.
Yep.
I don't know if that's legal. Should we ban Mordante or
Legal.
Asdel?
We can ban all of them.
You've broke the law. It's all over.
That's not good. Modern a pizza on State Street in New Haven.
Oh, best pizza.
You
Okay.
see, Connecticut. We have to go to New Haven, Connecticut. I think deserves a flight. Deserves a flight.
I found a few transcripts.
Speaking
We
of you,
can't scroll up.
speaking with you,
I don't know, Mordante. I think, are we the drunkards, or do you think Mordante is slightly drunk as well?
no, it's you.
It's definitely us. It's the one beer we had each.
Okay,
It's a race to be banned.
that's great.
That's all right. We're going to do shots when we get to the bar after this.
He is
These guys
inviting
with
to have
me.
barbecue in his farm, so bring the tie. He always has the tie in the back. So.
I'm fed up.
I like the tie.
Here's what we do now. I'm gonna put the tie where it should be.
It's
Yes,
it's
it's
green,
sometimes
the
happens.
Slitherine. I actually think
When
it's
we
cute.
release a game around 6 after tea time and so, he normally show up in the office with the tie here. So it's like Rambo.
That'll be on the Twitter feed tonight.
Let's see what
I will
Mike
send you a
does.
photo.
See what Mike has done.
Now we see that the center line has totally collapsed. One side on favor of Mike and one on side of Paul. So it's a very balanced game.
Mhm. It's been even most of the way.
It's getting very close to even.
They are fighting.
The worst is that if they do a tie, even if they moralize together, the game. Probably Stefano will win the tournament.
So we've been here sitting with Mike and Paul for 55 hours,
To see a
and
brawl.
Stefano will win the tournament.
Yeah, upstairs.
There was too many laughs behind the camera at that.
Yeah.
He left.
Yes, he
Yeah,
left.
Stefano won.
No, because he has the only good reason, because his wife has today birthday.
It's
Oh,
always
fair enough.
His wife has the
And
birthday. You imagine a wargamer having the wife having the birthday on 6th of June. I mean, it's fantastic.
I thought you were just saying a wargamer having a wife, and I was like, okay, wow.
That is unfair. That is unfair. Thank you very much.
You paused for too long after that.
So wait,
A lot of
basically,
jokes being Italian in wargame today.
all right. So
Welcome to our community day. Bam. 42%.
Now is again on favor of Mike. Very close this game.
Yeah, it's flipping
yeah,
back and
wait,
forth.
you just said that, and then Mike is going to lose everything. In
No.
two moves.
Where's the wood?
Not true. I said that he's going to win.
Knocking on the wood.
All right, so it's Mike's turn now.
Rigged tournament by you commentating.
Importante. Paolo to end. There was no, because thanks God the game is a limit on to turn 25. So in the end, somebody will finish.
Italian tanks have 1 gear forwards and 5 gears back. If you are donating any tanks lately, let them know how they work.
I heard that joke when I was doing the World Championship of another game. I will not mention it in Switzerland, and we won. And the first game, we had a German guy saying these things. In the end of the game, he was fleeing away with everything, with us getting very, very close. So I mean, we are tempered for that.
And then you went 5 gears backwards. So.
Oh, he went. It's almost 6 or 7.
What's happening now is that in about 2 hours' time, Paolo is going to tell you that there's only a half an hour left in the game.
No, it's my fault. This is what happens always in Slitherine. Everything happens is my fault. So if the line is not okay for internet, if the game is late for their fault, it's always my fault. It's always. It's correct, Martin?
You see that you don't
I mean,
need...
it is a crazy game. This has been very close.
Yeah. You see that there's no way that we could have given some beer to Paolo.
Yeah, no, the beer.
Fog marathon stream.
Yeah, we could do that. We could
Oh,
do that.
asterisks. As the non-Italian at the table, I'd love to hear it.
I think
I have
the
an
fog
Italian
marathon
joke,
could
but
be
it's
very
awful.
I would love to hear it.
I mean, why not? Asterisk, go for it.
End of the game with penalty shot. That is not bad. The golden goal. The one that kill an enemy, an unit wins.
I mean, Australia hasn't done anything impressive enough to have any jokes about it, so it's got nothing to
Australians
fear.
are good. It's generally in sports, they're very good. Yeah, the sports country,
They're not
right?
here, but
Not at Field of Glory, but it's not a sport yet.
no, not yet.
It's not an official Olympic sport yet.
What is Bruno Spot? Do you understand what he's saying?
I don't know. Mordante has had already 5 whiskeys.
Okay, fantastic.
So he's.
We did lose against the birds.
I know.
The emu war that we
Australians,
lost.
Australians.
We started and
giant
lost.
spiders at home, so I totally respect them. So
Spurs manager is Australian.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. I don't know what's the Spurs manager.
Yep. You've got a note on the screen.
Okay. I've just received a message from Miki saying it's 8 o'clock. Worst case at 8:30 we finish this.
yeah, because we have to go to the restaurant.
Well,
for me.
I think that yes. I
Yes,
think
yes,
it's a good plan.
Well, we can tell you tomorrow who won. In the end, we will leave them here. We will come after dinner to see who won. We can close them.
Yeah, we'll come back. What is it? Tuesday today? So next Tuesday we come here and see who won the thing. Tottenham. The Tottenham Hotspurs manager is Australian.
Yeah.
I don't know. Guys, I
believe him.
I don't know anything about football, so I'll go with that. I know Mordante, sorry for that. It's a good idea to make Field of Glory Olympic discipline. Paul is sharp to represent France.
We'll bring them the leftovers. Maybe we'll let you talk to them directly, actually,
Yeah.
on the stream.
All right, so it's again Paul's turn. Well, the turns are going faster now because there's less units in the ground. So.
Yeah.
Everybody died. So.
Allez la France! Allez les bleus! Allez les bleus! See? What's happening now?
Balloon.
All right, so this is where we left it
1%
before.
difference. Okay.
I can see a lot of
dead people on the ground.
Yeah.
Rear attack, one flank was taken. So when you attack on the flank and the troop is already engaged in the front, if you attack on the flank on the back, it automatically lose one level of their morale.
Somebody's killed someone in the background.
No, because somebody fell asleep on the ground.
Got the concentration faces on.
Yes, the concentration, because I mean every move counts now. Every moment can determine the winner.
So I can see Mike staring at the screen, and the screen is showing absolutely nothing at all. It's just like waiting for the turn to pop up.
He's devising his strategy.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to ask RBS how long a battle would last in real life.
Yeah. Then not much less.
Pretty fast, I would imagine.
Okay, that's upstairs. That's upstairs. I think they were preparing this. All right.
Once again, there's one less person.
And by the way, it's Tuesday today, so we have the cleaners as well coming in. So it could be a good shot to have the cleaners see all this and just pass behind the camera. And Adriana is on holiday, so she can't see us, but she'd be having.
I think she's not.
She's watching the
Yeah, she's on the stream.
Obviously.
She's definitely a dedicated viewer.
Yeah, I don't know about that. She's on holiday. Okay, so what I didn't see what happened.
He's still painting. He's still painting away.
1%.
Oh, yeah, he's still painting. Still painting.
I stopped to check his phone. Yeah.
All right, so
just wandering across.
I have to say, Joe Sputnik has a question.
I have a
Joe
question.
Sputnik.
Not an Italian.
Go for it. Go for it.
Scapegoat. Yeah.
I'm scared about the question.
Yeah, it's very long to write.
No, it's going to be interesting. See what happens.
Where is my terminator? Yeah, well, last week we showed the
Mate, you're so late.
Your Terminator game is about 7 months away.
I mean, we had a whole Terminator day last week. Yeah.
Why the French always win against the Italians?
Very welcome.
I don't know, but that wasn't a question from Joe Sputnik. Where's Joe Sputnik's question?
Just wait. It'll be worth it.
It's going to be a great question. Right, the best question ever. Is there a chance that one day, I'm scared of reading this out loud, but we can watch Fog 2 battles live, like chess matches on stream, like seamless, without playing?
That is a pretty good question.
I am pushing for live multiplayer since
89.
So if you want my opinion, I think
Sputnik's talking more about like a recap at the end.
No, I think he wants to see the battles live without having to upload the turn and then wait for the other ones to, like it's happening here. Like you watch the screen and you see the battle unfolding, like a spectator mode for battles, I think. But maybe you can, narrow the question and we can answer. But yes, I think live. Yeah. So basically, not in this version of Field of Glory, but it's definitely something that we're looking at for the future of Field of Glory. But now there's no plan to add this mode right now. So not, you know, if a number of you ask for it, maybe. But yeah, that's something that I'm a big fan of, and I'd love to see in the future of the franchise. Really like Starship Troopers from your studio, but the A move command was really botched. I don't know what the A move is. Paolo, can you answer that question?
I really like Star Troopers from the studio, but the A move command was really botched. I don't know what is A move command.
Battle Sector has that exactly.
Attack move.
Absolutely, attack move. Okay. Yeah, okay, so you have to attack and move or move and attack. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
also,
yeah.
but I think the game is
by
pretty
design.
good anyway. And Battle Sector, yes, has the kind
live,
of multiplayer
yeah,
that we are
it's the
talking about.
it has the live.
That was a
thing.
push also for the console version because we had to have it.
Oh, back to
the game.
let's go.
This battlefield is pretty
Bloody, full of people. And actually, we see other troops leaving, and now Mike is 18% on top of Paul. So the situation is totally on the opposed to what we saw before. Now it's 21, and I think the game is finished because we are 60%.
Ooh.
Do you read the number? It's 61%. The yellow one. 63. So if
63.
now is Paul's turn. If the Paul doesn't recover from routing, I think the game is finished.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
The game is finished.
French defeat.
The game is finished. Yes, French defeat.
There we
and
go.
All
we
right.
have a winner.
We have a winner. We have
And
a
it
winner.
was a very smart move.
Bravo, Mike. And bravo, Paul, as well.
Yes.
Bravo, Paul, as well.
My
So-
goodness.
All righty.
Does
All
that mean we have a
righty.
final score for everything?
Well, you don't have to leave yet.
I know.
Where are you
I was
going?
going to the restaurant.
Where are you going?
I was giving the prize.
Congratulations to Paul and Mike. So,
They're doing good game for you.
good game. Good game.
Compliments for the
and
game.
Very, very good. Now, who won the tournament?
I think Mike, because
Mike won the tournament. Mike, come here.
was told
Mike, come over.
Come over.
if we have the officiality, we need to ask to the people upstairs, but I think the scores
over
are
here.
better. We have to ask. Just a second.
Come
Just to
behind.
be sure.
Come over. Come
Just a second.
Come over here. I can imagine. Here.
Right. It was a tough game, was it?
That was a very, very tough game. Paolo was fantastic in that tournament. It was touch and go. Could have gone either way.
Absolutely, yeah. The end of it was pretty intense, was it?
It was,
Yeah.
yes.
So
Yeah.
great stuff.
But it's a great product.
What
And
did win the game for you? Was it the last minute balance, or was it like a move, a specific move that just?
Nothing specific, I think. Really, it was the way we played and eventually managed to be lucky enough to get part of the force round
All right. Okay.
Paolo. So, yeah, it was luck in the end
Oh,
because
wow,
there wasn't much else separating us.
All right. Yeah, it was very close.
It was very close. Yeah.
All right, guys. So we're waiting for Paolo to tell us who's the actual winner of the tournament, and we're going to sort of finish the stream on this note. And before we finish, thanks everyone who's been following us on the stream. We've been online for quite a long time, so some of you have been following us for the whole stream, and thanks for that. Thanks to all the players came up to join us and have some fun with us and celebrate the Field of Glory franchise. It's again something that we absolutely love to support over time, and it's our baby. It's a thing that we loved since the very beginning. We started working on it, so I'm super happy that we could do this big event. Paul is coming, and he's going to tell us that.
Okay, I have the ladder.
Oh, final ladder.
I have the Ladder, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Check his
Paolo is
laptop.
completely okay.
We will say the first three of the tournament. Thanks
Okay.
to everybody coming. The third one is Stefano
Okay.
with 198.
Okay.
The second one is Mike with 202.
Okay.
Dun,
So
dun,
you're
dun.
second. You came
Yeah.
second then. Yeah.
And Paul is the first with 222.
Come over.
So despite
He lost, but he had more points than him, and he did enough points to conserve the first position. So compliments, you are the winner of the first tournament on site.
So vive la France.
And
Okay.
to say, I got to keep all the night alive in the battle, so it's enough for friends.
Hope you enjoyed, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for joining, and I'll see you at tea time on Thursday. Cheers, guys. Bye.
Ciao.
The attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.